001. Mount Olympus. Mother, I have to go out with Athena tomorrow, and I can only come to see you in 2 days. The young and beautiful girl stood at the door of the queen's palace, placing her 2 little hands in front of her awkwardly, twirling her slender fingers, blinking her long and curled eyelashes, and her words were slightly apologetic. As the place where the Queen of Heaven lives, it is very gorgeous, with divine lights shining everywhere, looking solemn and beautiful, just like the Queen Hera herself. The goddess of youth, Hebe, is the daughter of Hera, the Queen of Heaven, and Zeus, the head of the 12 gods. She is a happy little princess in the divine world. As the name suggests, her ability can restore people's youth. She wears a flower crown on her head and has a delicate figure, like a flower in bud, beautiful, lively, and cute. His embarrassment made him look even more pitiful, and people couldn't help but hug him and comfort him. But upon closer inspection, there is a hint of agility and cunning in his eyes, which seems not to be as innocent as it appears. Seeing her was like seeing the lively chirping of cicadas in summer. The back of the girl with long hair and white dress was pure and lively, and the feeling of vigorous youth came to my face. Just when she had a doubt why her mother hadn't replied yet, Hera's voice came from inside, stumbling, gasping, and weak. Well, it's okay, you go ahead. I have to go out tomorrow too. Hearing such a voice, Hera, the solemn and noble queen mother, was in a normal state. Hebe was a little worried, and her thin eyebrows frowned. Mother, are you tired from using your divine power too much? I always feel your voice is a bit strange. She suddenly took a step forward. At the entrance of the palace, there was a gorgeous curtain that blocked out the light. The curtain was covered with complex and noble patterns. The curtain was tightly closed and nothing could be seen. She began to consider that she might as well stop going and take good care of her mother. But the voice of Queen Hera came out quickly, even with a hint of urgency. Yes, I'm a little tired, Herb. I need a rest. Please tidy up, Let's go out with Athena tomorrow. Hearing this voice, the youth goddess Hebe felt strange. The queen mother spoke a little too fast. But I still consider the mother's health. I feel sorry for the other party, and I think she needs to regain her divine power as soon as possible. She didn't think any more and sighed slightly. Then he thought of someone. His little daughter's posture became twitchy, and there was regret in her tone. Okay, then, Queen Mother, you have a good rest. It's a pity that Lin Chen can't come tomorrow. I should have thanked him so that I could go out with Athena. As a result, he said he had something to do tomorrow. She was looking forward to going out with Lin Chen. It would be fun. Pity. At this time, in the palace of the Queen of Heaven, everywhere was covered by ornate curtains that were lowered. But there is a soft light everywhere in the palace. As long as you pass through the most light-blocking curtain at the entrance of the palace, you can see behind the lace curtains one after another. 2 figures appeared faintly through the curtain. When Queen Hera heard this, her face showed a hint of complexity, shame, and anger. She almost knew what her daughter meant, but still responded as calmly as possible. I know you, go. The sound changed from smooth to very rapid under the jostling. The Queen Mother is too weird. There was a trace of confusion on Hebe's crisp little face, but as a goddess, she listened to her mother's words very much. She had been kind and sincere since she was a child, and she felt that her mother must have a reason for doing this. So she didn't ask any more questions, hesitated for a moment, and left. But it happened that because she was kind and sincere, she was willing to share her mother's worries. So she left and quickly came to Athena. Athena is the daughter of Zeus and his first wife Metis, and is the goddess of wisdom and justice. Tell me, what's going on, Queen Mother? Hebe told what happened before and sought Athena's opinion. Look at her hesitation. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, said nonchalantly, Don't think too much, the queen may just be tired. But Hebe turned his golden cup around in distress and was confused. The more she thought about it, the more strange she felt. She muttered a few words and then made a decision. I always feel that something is wrong with my mother. Why don't you go back and have a look? Or, Athena, will you go with me? Athena, the goddess of wisdom, will naturally not stop her, but she will go together. She thought of the always jealous Queen Hera and how she cared so much about her beauty. She couldn't hold back the smile on her face, and then she said, No. Say hello to the queen for me. Hebe didn't force it. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around again, with a hint of shyness, and said seriously, If you have any news about Lin Chen, remember to tell me. A flash of divine light flashed, and the goddess of youth disappeared. When Athena heard this and thought of that person, her eyes felt unnatural. I really don't know what charm the other party has that can make Hebe miss him. She pouted her lips in a rare gesture, with a hint of dissatisfaction. The queen's palace. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful Hera. His expression flashed with satisfaction. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had traveled to the world of Greek mythology. He obtained the godhood at the beginning and could fill it with various elements. At the same time, he was also a companion who grew up with Athena and Hebe and other goddesses. Okay now, why do you have to put a mask on me every time? Hera finally stopped. She, who was usually extremely solemn and noble, couldn't help but roll her eyes at this moment. This action was not rude to anyone, but rather a bit coquettish. It made Lin Chen feel hot. Hera is the wife of Zeus, the Queen of Olympus and the head of the 12 gods. Her skin is better than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When she looks at her, she has an elegant and noble temperament that makes people take pictures of her, feel ashamed, and dare not blaspheme. But the cold and proud agility also contains a fascinating state, which makes people unable to help but dream about it. Then, looking at her who was quite weak and limp, Lin Chen gently helped her up. Listening to Hera's question, he touched his nose with some guilt. Hera's innocent appearance made Hera helpless. You can only tuck your messy hair behind your ears, exposing your long and fair neck, adding a touch of charm. She lowered her head and saw that the luxurious and sparkling diva's dress was in tatters and was covered in stains. She was even more puzzled, and even felt a hint of girlish grievance. It's so bad. It happens every time. You really like this dress? I'm afraid no one knew that the noble Queen Hera would also show such an expression. Faced with such a question, Lin Chen could only say that this is the effect he wants. Hera walked to the huge divine pool with an elegant and weird posture, letting the warm divine spring water nourish and cleanse her body. Today was another ridiculous day. She had to clean up well so that she wouldn't be unable to see anyone later. She probably couldn't have guessed that her daughter would decide to see her again because she was worried about her. Seeing her enjoying herself with her beautiful eyes closed, Lin Chen quickly put on his clothes. The gorgeous and complicated robe is beautiful to look at, but it's a bit troublesome. The layers are too difficult to take off, but it felt good when covering the smooth skin. He recalled something and curled his lips. After adjusting the corners of his robe and patting it, he raised his eyes and saw Hera's complex, ashamed, and angry expression. Lin Chen was puzzled and quickly stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong?" Hera found it difficult to speak, but she still whispered, "I seem to be pregnant." 002. Pregnant? Lin Chen was a little confused and also very embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. He knew that this child would never be born. Although he came to the world of Greek mythology, he knew that the plot line had been developing slowly. There was nothing he could do on his own. Because the Olympian gods have endless faith, their divine power is also extremely powerful. I didn't expect that. Lin Chen was somewhat proud that the noble and famous Queen Hera was actually pregnant with his child. In fact, when he came to this world, he got the system. As long as he changes the original plot of Greek mythology, he can obtain a steady stream of rewards. Open the panel and his data is at a glance. Name, Lin Chen. Godhead, none. Divine power, 69. Special ability, charm, small world with you, ever-changing. When he first came here, he only had a newbie gift package, and after opening it, he gained the ability to charm. After acquiring such special abilities, he began to think, how could he destroy the original plot of Greek mythology? If it were a frontal assault, it would be impossible to win. So he set his sights on the playmates beside him. Hebe, the goddess of youth, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom. It must be said that they each have their own charms. To defeat them, the youth goddess will be easier. But the little princess in the god realm has many pairs of eyes staring at her. And there are people peeking out from higher up, easily spotted. If he had a backer, that would be too easy. Since it wants to affect the plot, it must be set on a higher position. That's right. Queen Hera was his first experimental target. At this time, Zeus, the head of the main gods, was extremely ridiculous. He refused to accept anyone who came, including goats, turtles, cyclops, etc. He didn't choose at all. Thinking that Zeus could do anything, Lin Chen showed disgust in his eyes. He was not interested in such Gantian Gandhi style, but he happened to be passing by that day. After Hera had a fight with Zeus over Zeus's infidelity with a goat, he had a brilliant idea. The extremely stubborn look of the queen, who was aloof and could only be watched from a distance, but not played with, moved his heart. So he easily got close to Hera in the name of Hebe, the queen of heaven's daughter, the god of youth. I especially remember that day, in the open-air garden of the Tin Hao Palace. Are you Lin Chen? My daughter seems to appreciate you very much. The queen was enjoying tea, and her long, jade-like fingers with her bright red nails put the pastry into her red mouth. Lin Chen watched without leaving any trace. Hera, the Queen of Heaven, is the goddess who protects women's rights, fertility, and marriage. She is the third sister of Zeus. In addition to Hebe, the goddess of youth, Zeus also has Ares, the god of war, and Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmen. But even with 3 children, there are still no traces of time on her sister-like face. Some are just mature, noble, and charming. I heard that the relationship between the Queen of Heaven and Zeus is not good. He said this boldly, making Hera frown. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen with inquiring eyes. In God, time is the most useless thing. But again, a lot will change over time. For example, the relationship between them. After 3 children, the relationship between Zeus and Hera became more and more respectful. Hera was already proud, and Zeus acted recklessly after marriage. Even the most generous woman would be jealous. What's more, Queen Hera is not generous to begin with. She used various methods to attack Zeus' endless lovers and illegitimate children. Under such harshness, Zeus finally restrained himself a little and was a little in awe of the queen. But this awe is not much. As she dealt with it, Hera became slacker, and the emotions in her heart also cooled down. Zeus was out playing around, and all the trivial matters fell on her. She was really tired of having to deal with Zeus' countless lovers and illegitimate children. What's more, Zeus is getting more and more ridiculous, and all kinds of goats are coming. He can really talk to such a despicable creature. This simply lost her face. Hera couldn't bear it anymore and had a quarrel with the other party. The relationship between them also dropped to freezing point. But no matter what, their relationship is not something outsiders can talk about. Proud as Hera, she was about to get angry when she saw this young man talking nonsense. I couldn't help but stop again. What was the purpose of the other party saying this? Could it be that this is another illegitimate child created by Zeus? She took a careful look at the young man. He was handsome and natural, and his clear eyes did not lower his head when facing her. He was quite graceful. Cannot tell. Since this man grew up with his daughter, it should not be an illegitimate child, and there is no need to hide it. She said hesitantly, "Is Hebe sad?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Did the other party think it was Hebe complaining to him? He smiled. Not. Under the open air, flowers bloom among the flowers. After Hera woke up, she ate the marrow and learned the taste. Compared to the useless Zeus, I have to say that Lin Chen is much more powerful. And Hera, the god of marriage, also had cracks in her personality unknowingly. After conquering the Queen of Heaven, Lin Chen obtained the portable space and ever-changing system rewards. Entering and exiting the Temple of Queen of Heaven is like entering an uninhabited land. Who knew that Hera would be pregnant now? She stared at the young man with shock in her heart. It's incredible. Probably Lin Chen has been too presumptuous recently. After Lin Chen heard that she was pregnant, he walked to her and held her hand. Although in front of the gods, Hera was a majestic queen who was too high to look directly at. But in front of Lin Chen, she looked like a little woman. She didn't know where the other person came from and knew so much, which made her feel like she had never seen him before, as if he was the god of love. Under such an environment, her tolerance is getting higher and higher. For example, when Hebe was at the palace gate just now, there was a blackout curtain between them when they were talking. God knows how nervous Hebe was when she took a step forward to enter the palace. Lin Chen did a good job on the surface, but Hera couldn't have given birth to this child anyway, and the plot was already in chaos. He thought for a moment and whispered into her jade ear, "How about next time I'm next to Zeus?" Hera's body tensed suddenly. 003. Another nonsense. After the two of them got up from the pool and put on their clothes, Queen Hera once again returned to her previous noble and inviolable appearance. He has a golden crown on his head and a scepter in his hand. Noble and beautiful, cool and proud. But there was still a trace of moisture all over his body, and there was an ambiguous blush at the corners of his eyes. After soaking in the divine pond for a long time, Hera's whole body was like a hibiscus emerging from the water, and she was incredibly beautiful. The ends of her hair were still wet, and her overall complexion looked better. Lin Chen rolled his hands into the golden curls on the side of her face, which made Hera feel a little itchy. She couldn't help but tilt her head towards his palm. The two of them were quite intimate. Hera said angrily, "Still not leaving?" Seeing her like this, Lin Chen grabbed her waist and approached slowly with a wicked smile. Hera suddenly panicked, but he still raised his head out of habit, pushed his white and small chin forward, closed his eyes, and his eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Lin Chen smiled softly, then turned his head without hesitation. "Let's go now." Hera was stunned and gritted her teeth helplessly. "Bad boy, leave when you're full. This bad taste hasn't changed at all. Just arrived at the gate of the shrine." "Oh." Lin Chen bumped into the queen's maid. Because he came here often, the maid was also very familiar with him. She smelled the smell in the palace and quickly turned sideways and lowered her head. Finished. The rainbow goddess Iris was one of the maids beside the queen. She realized that she had made a mistake and immediately raised her head. Seeing the joking in Lin Chen's eyes, her face turned red and she quickly changed her words. Ah, no. Are you leaving? Iris was so nervous that her knuckles turned white as she held the cup with her fingers. I didn't dare to look up at that person at all. She is actually a little depressed. Normally Lin Chen would stay in there longer. But today, the time has obviously not come yet. She didn't know that the goddess of youth had actually come, so Lin Chen would speed up time. Looking at this rainbow goddess, Lin Chen thought of her with wings, holding a cup in her hand, and standing next to the Queen of Heaven. And the rainbow she left behind as she rushed across the sky spreading Hera's message. He curled his lips. Ares discovered what happened between him and Hera, but he really didn't say anything about it. I'm afraid she is very confused. Only Hera, who was usually very powerful and extremely arrogant, didn't know that the actions between herself and Lin Chen had been clearly seen. After all, the Queen of Heaven's shrine is her territory. As for the maid, just like her property, her aura is assimilated and obscured by her powerful divine power. Iris looked down at her toes. Naturally, she didn't dare to say it. I hear you, Ares. Lin Chen had no intention of letting her go. It was quite funny that Iris was so shy. Oh my god, it's over. Seeing Lin Chen approaching step by step, Iris became even more at a loss. It was actually heard. Her shy face gradually turned into fear, and her little face turned from red to white. What if Lin Chen turns around and tells Queen Hera? She knew very well how the Queen of Heaven dealt with those Zeus lovers and illegitimate children. This is too terrible. No, wrong. According to the frequency with which Lin Chen comes to find Hera, and the fact that each time takes so long and in various places. Lin Chen, at first glance, he doesn't look like a good person. How many times has she been hit? She also covered them in front of the other three maids. Lin Chen is so ridiculous. You won't do anything to her before filing a complaint, right? Many thoughts flashed through Iris's mind instantly, but the heroine in the scene I once saw was replaced by her. Ahem. No. Lin Chen, don't worry. I won't tell anyone else about this. I have been covering up for you. Iris suddenly begged pitifully for mercy, her big eyes filled with tears. Seeing that her eyelashes were wet with tears, Lin Chen was speechless. What is this little maid thinking about all day long? This is too ridiculous. Lin Chen touched her head, then pinched the wings behind Iris's back maliciously and lifted them from the tip to the root. Of course I trust you. You will definitely keep the secret, especially in front of Hebe, right? Iris felt the tingling sensation from her wings, and her whole body trembled unspeakably. Then he said blankly, Oh, I know. Don't worry. After receiving the guarantee, Lin Chen left in a good mood. The rainbow goddess Iris looked at his back in a daze. Lin Chen, this person is also very famous in Olympus. He has no godhead, but is very charming and very popular with the goddesses. He often appears next to Hebe, the little princess of the divine world, the goddess of youth, and Athena, the embodiment of wisdom and justice. Logically speaking, Lin Chen's status is also very high after growing up with them. But far from being arrogant, he is gentle and polite, which is different from most gods. Of course, it was a long, long time ago when she first got to know Lin Chen. When she came to deliver what Hera wanted, she bumped into Lin Chen and the queen. They are actually there. Oh my gosh. At that time, her body went limp and collapsed on the spot. Her face turned pale. She never imagined that Hera, who was so majestic in front of others, would be like this behind others. She wanted to run, but for some reason she couldn't. Fortunately, she was not discovered. But she herself couldn't explain why she watched the whole process with a red face and the hidden flowers. Obviously, she had regained her strength at some point, but after seeing this scene, she still didn't leave. Since that day, she often dreamed about that scene. It's just that Hera, the Queen of Heaven in the dream, has changed. Thinking about just now, Lin Chen actually pinched her wings in reality, and even pinched the base of the wings, such a secret place. Iris was a little confused. He probably didn't know that this place was very sensitive. Ares. Iris was startled by the sudden appearance of the goddess of youth and wisdom in front of her. Sorry, I was distracted, she explained awkwardly. Hebe didn't pay attention, but asked naturally, Where's the queen mother? Iris suddenly panicked, not knowing what was going on inside. Is the queen dressed? Hebe didn't care so much. Since she couldn't ask, she went in by herself. Queen mother, I'm coming. Iris was a little panicked. Lin Chen had just left. Fortunately, he had left. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. What are you doing back here? Seeing her reluctance, Hera went out of the palace to prevent Hebe from entering. They stood at the door. Hera's face turned red. She did not expect that she would come back suddenly, and her expression was a little unnatural. Hebe smelled a strange smell here, and she smelled it carefully, which made Hera feel tight. Could it be that Hebe discovered something? 004. Strangeness. She muttered, and the faint smell of the seat made her heart tremble. She was about to go to find it, but was attracted by Hera's expression and asked with concern, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Where are you feeling unwell? Do you need your daughter to find the magic medicine for you?" Hera breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she had shifted her attention. Then he waved his hand. "What other magical medicine can I lack? I just took a dip in the divine pool to restore my divine power. There's nothing going on now. Why are you here?" Hebe might not trust her, but what about Athena? The goddess of wisdom looked away guiltily. She didn't want to come, but Hebe turned around and asked her to accompany her. She said she was worried about the queen. Now it seems that Hera's face is rosy and even more radiant. She is in better condition than when Zeus was around. What's going on? Athena shook her head slowly, while Hebe was confused when she was concerned. "Mother, my daughter doesn't trust you, so she decided to come and have a look." After a while, Hera had returned to her usual look, so she calmly said, "Okay, as you can see, I'm fine." Only then did Hera realize that the excuse she had made before, saying that her divine power was damaged, had really shot herself in the foot. Shouldn't say that. Hebe was relieved and noticed the anomaly again. "Strange, what does the air smell like?" Hera's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "It's probably the scent of flowers. The influence of sacred flowers is greater, and the smell spreads further. That's it. Queen Mother, I want to have a good talk with you. Let's go in." Hebe and Athena were about to go in, but Hera was so frightened that she quickly stopped them. "Let's go out together. In order to restore the divine power, I used some magical objects before, and the power fluctuation was a bit big. As a result, it was a mess inside, and there was no place to stay." Her expression was tense and abnormal, completely different from usual, and looked strange. Hebe and Athena were very confused, but didn't say anything. Usually the Queen Mother dislikes going out with them, but today she is really interested. Maybe it's because your divine power has been restored, so you're in a better mood? However, the real reason is that there is nothing to see inside. There are traces of battle everywhere. Lin Chen has always been ridiculous and used everything he could. Even the lace curtains were torn off a lot. In addition, they also soaked in the sacred pool together at the end, and the water splashed everywhere, so they didn't have time to clean up the scene. If she hadn't come out with a hint of the strong smell inside that she was used to, they couldn't smell anything either. If they go in, the nature is different. If she is discovered, her status as a queen will be completely over. Hera is absolutely sorry for this person. When she was about to leave with Hebe and Athena, Hera glanced casually. Her maid, the rainbow goddess Iris, was respectfully standing by. The wing roots hidden behind the back were so red that they were bleeding. She lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look at herself at all, but Hera could clearly see the crimson tips of her ears. This state is completely different from usual. Iris looked up again, and Hera felt something was wrong even more. She always felt that the maid had a strange look in her eyes. No way. Could it be that she discovered? No, probably not. Hera comforted herself like this. The other side. After Lin Chen left Tianho's shrine, he came to his own little world. For so long, thanks to his hard work, you have received more and more rewards. He continued to fill this place, and after spending a lot of thought, the pattern of sky, earth, and ocean has been initially formed. Lin Chen stands in a world of his own, and he is the only god in this world. Zeus, you didn't expect that many years ago you would throw me off Mount Olympus without any magic power. Now I have become a god. Hee. Lin Chen muttered to himself, clenching his fists unconsciously. When he first crossed over, he was just an ordinary human being. Zeus and the others are aloof and look down on humans at all. You're just an arrogant human being. How dare you try to get involved in the place where the gods are? Do you deserve it? Get out of Olympus. With a pung sound, Lin Chen was thrown off the sacred mountain, falling straight like a free fall. At this moment, there was thunder on the top of the mountain and lightning gathered together. That is the anger of Zeus, the anger from the head of the Lord God. In an instant, his consciousness fell deeply into darkness. The last thing I saw was the ruthless thunder. When he woke up, the moon goddess Selene was already at work. As the moon's light shone down, he felt a chill, and the pain from all over his body made him unable to move. What's wrong with me? His throat was dry and he couldn't speak. At this time, memories flooded into his head, making him miserable. After a long time, Lin Chen's eyes darkened. I remembered. Thinking of the arrogance of Zeus, the indifference and ridicule of the gods. Lin Chen's hatred arose, and he was extremely angry. Zeus, just wait for me. From that day on, Lin Chen became estranged from the gods of Mount Olympus. Lin Chen swears that he will fight until death. He must avenge this. Pulling away from his memory, Lin Chen thought of something, unclenched his fists, and showed a playful smile. Take it easy. As for now, your wife Hera has been enjoyed by me many times. He was looking forward to it with great anticipation. What would the shameless and hateful Zeus, as passionate and romantic as him, look like after learning of his wife's betrayal? It will definitely be interesting. Lin Chen looked at the still silent little world in front of him and felt that something was missing. God is of course the creator, and on the orders of Zeus, the goddesses of wisdom Athena and Prometheus created mankind. Epimetheus gave another gift to the animals. Later, Athena gave wisdom to humans to achieve a check and balance between animals and humans. All of this is God's idea. In a moment, status changes. Everything in the world is under their control. They are aloof and look down upon all living beings with a look of compassion. Hateful. Lin Chen broke away from the hatred and felt that her small world was still too monotonous. Since he is already a god, of course he must create a perfect little world. He decided to make this place look like Blue Star. It can be considered a little selfish. Now, it's far from complete. Not urgent. Lin Chen licked his lips and a glint flashed in his eyes. Now that I have become a god, I have been so humiliated before. So of course I will come to take revenge on you gods. I want to occupy all your goddesses one by one, and then destroy your godhead, so that you can no longer stand high. Zeus, I think it would be nice to see you begging for mercy. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, filled with anticipation. 005. Lin Chen quickly returned to his residence, an inconspicuous place on Mount Olympus. It is not as glorious and solemn as the Queen of Heaven shrine. It is not like the shrines of other main gods, which are extremely majestic and difficult to approach. With a kind smile on his face, he passed by the last maid and nodded gently to indicate the future. Under the admiring gaze of the goddess, the handsome figure disappeared behind the door. As soon as the door closed, Lin Chen's handsome appearance suddenly changed. His knife-like facial features were hard to ignore, and his whole body became extremely evil. If the youth goddess Hebe saw it, her legs would be so weak that she would be unable to walk. Such an appearance is too tempting for goddesses who have never seen the world. And this is Lin Chen's original appearance. When he was first thrown down the mountain by Zeus, this face was not the factor in the chaos. After all, Zeus, who was arrogant, self-possessed, charming, and sweet-tongued, naturally became wary when he saw such a person. Otherwise, how could this little ant attract so much attention from him and become so angry? Lin Chen looked at his face and laughed, completely losing the handsome and gentle image in the eyes of others. Zeus, gods, just wait for me. There was infinite hatred in his eyes, and when he fell down the cliff, the other gods looked on indifferently. He even kept mocking. When he fell from Mount Olympus, the light of God reflected in his eyes made people dizzy, and the taunting sounds in his ears nourished his hatred. The gods on Mount Olympus hated him. So on Mount Olympus, he wore an equally handsome but different face. And he also uses another identity to prepare God. As long as he gets the godhead, he can become a real god. I am also qualified to fight with other gods. Because the host and Queen Hera entered and exited 7 times for the first time, the god of marriage was shaken again. The host successfully changed the original plot and got a chance to draw a lottery. The voice of the system came from his mind, and Lin Chen was surprised for a second. He didn't expect that he would also get a chance to win the lottery. It was just out of interest, but after all, it was really too exciting in front of the youth goddess Hebe. Queen Hera's state was completely different, more nervous, even with a hint of pleading. Only then did he learn the taste of the marrow, and he went crazy several times. This is an unexpected surprise. On the blue transparent panel that only he could see, the golden roulette wheel was spinning. As for the rewards above, they were all covered by the fog. He didn't know exactly what abilities he could draw. I hope it's a useful ability. He looked around. As a preparatory god, he could not have a palace on Mount Olympus yet because he did not yet have a specific godhead. That's why his residence is very simple. Every time the youth goddess Hebe saw him, she felt heartbroken and shyly hinted at inviting him to live with him many times. Joke. How could he agree? Although the palace is very large, it is okay to live in a side hall, but he does not want to attract attention and have his whereabouts discovered. Then how could he and Hera have a sweet date? In a daze, the system's voice sounded again. The lottery is successful, you get part of the god of time, and you get the power to stop time. Power of time stopping LV1. Can stop the flow of time and space for 3 minutes. It has something to do with time? The ability to stop time? Not bad. Lin Chen is so excited. Because in the previous draws, he was relatively unconventional, and most of the time it was small things that were temporarily unused. But ability can last a lifetime and gradually become stronger. For so long before, he only had ever-changing, portable space, and charm. These 3 abilities. Well now, finally there is a surprise. What's more, this time it's a rare time-related ability. Pity. It was only 3 minutes. He was a little dissatisfied, but after thinking about it, this was the first level. If he upgraded later, the stop time should be longer and longer. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately used it. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be frozen. Since he was alone in the residence and could not see clearly, he opened the door again and looked at the goddess maid who was still staring at his door. This goddess-looking Zaijiabu has completely stopped at this moment. The sunset from the sky shines on her body, and her hair is shining, but the time around her no longer flows. The whole space is like a painting. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He walked up to the goddess and attacked her little bun unexpectedly. Any goddess would be shy when faced with such a situation and would never be able to pretend. However, the goddess didn't move at all, letting Lin Chen move up and down her hands. It's quite soft. After a while, Lin Chen got tired of it. It's a pity it's too small. When the 3 minutes were almost up, he turned back to his residence. The verification was successful, and indeed, he was the only one who could still move. Not bad, very good. It's a pity that there are only 3 minutes at present, which is not enough. Once the level goes up, you can extend the time. Lin Chen thought of something and smiled mischievously. But it's okay now. No matter what you do in these 3 minutes, it will explode after the end. No matter it's offensive or anything, it's very useful. Used on Hera? Humph, I guess she won't be able to bear it, right? Thinking of Hera's distracted and dirty look, Lin Chen felt another impulse in his stomach. At this time, the 3 minutes were completely over, and Lin Chen walked out of the door under the watch of the maid. Oh, the goddess didn't expect that she would be caught peeking at Lin Chen, and her face immediately turned red, and she quickly turned around and ran away. But something strange came from her chest, and even her whole body, which was numb, and her whole body soon became very hot, which was very strange. It seems like I was touched. She shook her head to get rid of the thought. This is simply impossible. After all, it only lasts a moment. Lin Chen looked at the little maid who ran away amusedly, wondering which palace this one belonged to. It feels really good in the hand, mainly because the waist is very soft. At this time, he saw Prometheus passing by his door, and Prometheus looked very hesitant, as if deeply troubled. Lin Chen was a little strange, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Prometheus looked up in confusion. "Oh, it's Lin Chen. I have an idea." Prometheus is one of the few gods who stands on the side of mankind. He is friendly to people, and Lin Chen is friendly to them. So he asked one more question, "What idea?" Prometheus did not shy away from it at all, because Lin Chen was very popular in Mount Olympus. So he said directly, "I want to steal fire and give it to humans." Lin Chen was startled suddenly, and he remembered, if Prometheus really steals fire, the consequences will be very serious. P.S. Is anyone watching? As all readers know, the first day of Feilu is very important, as it determines whether the book can continue to be written. So the results on the first day are really important. Please give me flowers, review votes, and monthly votes. 1,000 flowers plus 1 update. 100 evaluation votes plus 1 update. 10 monthly passes plus 1 update. 500 points reward plus 1 update. 006. It turns out to be Tinder. Humanity at this time is indeed in the primitive era. This situation also means that human beings are very weak. After all, compared to gods, human beings not only have short lifespans, but are also physically weak. Although humans and gods look similar, humans are not only powerless, but also unable to withstand the threat of severe cold. Once winter comes, a large number of humans will die. Not only that, without fire, humans would have to eat raw food forever. Parasites are not vegetarians. Once you have a fever and become sick, humans will remain weak. Not to mention developing your own civilization. They can only sink into primitiveness and barbarism forever. Even if they have wisdom, they can only become the lowest existence, struggling to survive among beasts and gods. It's hard to believe that Prometheus has been paying attention to humans and discovered what humans need most now. But if Prometheus really did this, the end would be extremely miserable. Stealing fire would make Prometheus offend Zeus, and Zeus is extremely small-minded. During the battle between the god king Zeus and Chintan led by Kroros, Prometheus sided with the new Olympus gods. After the victory, he was appreciated by Zeus and stayed here. But Prometheus has always defended mankind, even stealing fire. Zeus will tell Vulcan to take Prometheus to the Caucasus Mountains. Use an eternal iron chain to tie it to a steep cliff where you can't stand or sit. Let him never sleep, and stare at a nail made of diamond on his praying chest. Finally, the lustful and treacherous Zeus sent a condor to eat Prometheus' liver every day. During the day, Prometheus's liver was eaten, and at night, his liver would grow again, and then get eaten again during the day. Such pain every moment, never ending. Prometheus will also be tortured to the point where he can neither survive nor die. Such cruelty is the result of Prometheus standing on the side of mankind and speaking for mankind. Zeus is indeed very small-minded. It's so pitiful. Lin Chen was moved with compassion and his eyes were very complicated. He couldn't help but ask, "Prometheus, do you know what it will mean if you are discovered?" Prometheus waved his hands indifferently and said, "I know, but I can't watch humans being shrouded in darkness, tortured by cold and disease." He never hesitated about the punishment he would receive. What he was hesitating about was how to obtain fire. Seeing his determination, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel pity. After chatting for a while, Prometheus left. He had not yet thought of a good way to steal fire, and Lin Chen's eyes gradually became firmer. He was actually causing trouble for Zeus. How could he not be counted among them? Stealing fire is so dangerous. Prometheus is too stupid to be discovered so easily. Let me do it. He does have some concern for the other person, but more of it is that he is one less god who does not want to speak for humans. Only after humans possess fire can they enter the era of civilization and allow human civilization to continue. As humans grow stronger, their power will become even stronger. There is no doubt about this. Help Prometheus steal fire, not only for humans, but also for Prometheus. The most important is, Prometheus being punished is also part of the plot. When he changes the plot, he can get the reward of changing the plot. How could something like this achieve multiple things without his participation? Only, how to steal fire still needs to be thought about. The next day, when Prometheus was about to steal fire, Lin Chen has arrived at Hera's palace. Yes, his solution was to use the power of Hera. After all, there is no need to waste too much with such a backer. What? Why do you want a box that can keep fire? Hera's shocked look added another level of beauty that was rarely seen in ordinary times. Why did you say? Lin Chen said with interest while raising and lowering his hands. He was still muttering. Sure enough, the queen's hand feels better, big and soft, like a cake. Hera's eyes were blurred, and she couldn't take care of the hands on her body. After being shocked, her mind became clearer. You want to take away the fire? Do you know that if Zeus discovers this, something big will happen? Hera furrowed her slender eyebrows, with a hint of concern in her eyes. She didn't know when Lin Chen had become an indispensable presence in his psychology. She didn't care much even if Zeus was in love with heaven and earth. But when she learned that Lin Chen and Hebe were very close, she ate like a little daughter. Are you still worried about my abilities? Who has discovered us in so long? I'm not afraid of being discovered by Zeus at all. Otherwise, next time, we will do it in front of him. Lin Chen curled up the corners of his mouth, with a smirk that he never showed in front of other people. This also made Hera feel that she was special, and only when she was here could Lin Chen show his true self. Seeing that she was still hesitant, Lin Chen knew that the other party was worried about her safety, so he used the ability of charm. Suddenly, Hera said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want it, take it." She turned it over with her beautiful hand, and a gleaming box appeared. Lin Chen's eyes flickered. He took the box and put it back. The box disappeared and was put into his personal space. Hera, you did a good job as a reward. Time flies. After a long time, Lin Chen left the palace. After resting for a while, Hera finally came back to life from her dying breath. However, at this time, Zeus came. He had just finished playing with the buffalo, and when he passed Hera's palace, he was praying not to be discovered by Hera. As a result, he met the Queen of Heaven who had just left the palace gate. Both of them looked stiff. Hera, why do you look so tired and your face is so red? After all, after being in love for a long time, Zeus quickly adjusted his nonchalant attitude and asked preemptively, making Hera nervous. 007. I still met. Zeus was nervous, but his expression didn't change. He was afraid that Hera would notice the smell of buffalo on him. Hera is really too jealous. If the other party finds out, she might do something to the buffalo. This is his new favorite, and he is somewhat affectionate. No, I'm just doing a new exercise I've researched, doing some moves, and I'm tired. Hera had a cold expression and left after saying this calmly. Looking at Hera's back, Zeus breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, such a sloppy style made him a little confused. He was always vigilant, and even thought of thousands of excuses in his mind to cover up. But Hera seemed a little strange today. No, no, why doesn't Hera seem to be chasing and questioning him recently? Hera used to be very annoyed, and her way of asking questions was really annoying. As a diva, can't you be more generous? Even if he doesn't tolerate others, he won't even tolerate his illegitimate son. Today is indeed different from the past. Hera's back was a little hurried, her face was flushed, and she even walked in a weird way. This is completely inconsistent with her usual image. Maybe you figured it out? Then he put the matter behind him and began to think about where to go next. He had had enough of the taste of buffalo and was ready to find something new. The other side. Prometheus was about to steal the fire, but he didn't pretend much, so he just gathered around the temple where the fire was kept to think of a way. This temple is very large and is guarded by some ordinary guards. Every once in a while, the guards will go in to check whether the fire is intact. This meticulous method also blocked Prometheus from stealing fire. This is why Prometheus was caught so quickly. Seeing his appearance, Lin Chen smiled helplessly and ignored him. In an uninhabited realm, Lin Chen used his ever-changing ability and transformed into another face in an instant. As the changing guards passed by at the corner, Lin Chen immediately knocked one of them unconscious and put the stunned guard into his own small space and moved in without anyone noticing. No one will find out. Because of the abilities Lin Chen has gained, all the gods and guards can't find out. It is also completely impossible to detect. This is also where his confidence lies. He had used this trick to tease Hera before. The other party initially thought he was Zeus, but after experiencing Lin Chen's nourishment, Hera discovered that the other party was actually Lin Chen. Lin Chen was naturally satisfied when he saw that the other party was obsessed with him, so he dropped the disguise, which made Hera extremely embarrassed and angry. But because of this, he was completely threatened and conquered by Lin Chen. Queen Hera also saw his hand, so she believed it so much, easily handed him the box containing the fire. Moreover, the ability of charm is very easy to use, and Hera simply cannot afford to refuse. He was also afraid that Prometheus would do something stupid, so he decided to fight quickly. But now, he stood outside the temple, together with other guards, faithfully performing his duties. From a distance, you can see Prometheus wandering back and forth, unable to find a way out. It's going to be a shift change soon. When Lin Chen heard these words from the guard captain, he immediately activated his abilities. Stop and turn on. A strange power emitted, and everything around him froze. The sun carriage on the horizon stopped running, and Iris, the rainbow goddess, also stopped in midair while conveying Hera's message. Even the sneaky and wandering Prometheus in the distance raised one leg and stayed in place in an awkward posture, which looked very weird. The 3-minute countdown begins. Lin Chen turned around and walked into the temple with a guard's face. In the center of the huge temple, there is only one pillar, with a stone box connected to the pillar placed on it. After the stone box was opened, an orange-red fire was floating in it. This kindling sparkles with flames and looks beautiful, but as long as you touch it, it will definitely set you on fire. And this flame can be said to be a protective mechanism under the insidious Zeus. As long as someone steals the fire, the flame will become extremely bright. If there is no box to store the fire, it will be like a target if you want to take it away. Under the pursuit of the gods, the thief who is caught will have an extremely miserable end. If Prometheus really came to steal it, he would be in a state of embarrassment. He might even be chased by so many gods. It's no wonder that he committed countless crimes. After all, a group of gods were chasing him and asked him to put down the fire. He refused to obey the disobedient order, and it was finally discovered that it was the fire he had stolen. The two are completely different concepts. No wonder Zeus hated him so much. Fortunately, I was prepared. Lin Chen curled his lips, raised his hand slightly, and the radiant treasure box that Hera gave him appeared in his hand. With a slight movement of his other hand, the fire automatically fell into the treasure box. Not a trace of sound or breath was revealed. Then he put the treasure box into his personal space and stood back where he was, acting as a guard as if nothing had happened. After 3 minutes passed, everything started moving again. Helios drove the sun chariot in the sky, emitting hot light. The rainbow that had just been half-painted was completed by Iris passing over the lake. The guards didn't know anything, so they changed shifts again under the arrangement of the captain of the guard, and Lin Chen also disappeared around the corner. When Prometheus, who was full of humanity, finally thought of a way to enter the temple, opened the stone box, and prepared to steal the fire, he froze on the spot. What about tinder? Why is it missing? Prometheus frowned in disbelief and almost screamed. You know, the fire has always been kept here and will not be moved easily. Because the storage conditions for fire are very limited, and fire is a very dangerous energy. If something really went wrong, there would be no one to blame. Prometheus was dumbfounded. He looked left and right, but the fire was still missing. Is it possible that someone really took it? But what use can this kind of fire be to them? This is the most useful thing for humans. Because gods have power, but humans are weak. The god of fire probably won't take it away. But Zeus, what I have heard about him recently is just some tidbits, and the nature of entertainment is so heavy. Is he really interested in Tinder? Is it to please your new favorite? Then this new favorite's vision is quite unique. He was a little worried for a moment, and he made all kinds of speculations like a doctor. Could it be that Zeus and the others noticed in advance that I wanted to steal the fire, so they removed the fire? 008. Something's wrong. If Zeus really knew about it in advance, he should have set up an ambush in advance. How come there is no movement now? The more he thought about it, the more bizarre it became, and the more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. He left the temple without any danger, and he instantly felt very useless. The gods should have no way of knowing that I want to steal fire, unless Lin Chen betrayed me, or the tree elf made a prophecy to the gods. But both Lin Chen and the tree elf are very good and kind-hearted beings. They will never complain. Then what exactly is going on? Prometheus was puzzled. He didn't know that this was Lin Chen's plan. In order to avoid the tragic ending of being killed by Zeus later, this was the reason why he did this. Although he couldn't figure it out, he still left here with regrets and went down to Mount Olympus. He doesn't like being in the mountains, preferring to be around humans. He had previously co-created mankind with the goddess of wisdom. He shaped human beings out of clay, and he molded them one by one. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, is the soul that infuses wisdom into mankind. Prometheus always feels kind to the humans who have grown up with his own hands. Perhaps life is short, or life is not easy, so humans cherish every moment. Cherish the emotions of meeting people. It also made him feel very warm. As for God, gods possess eternal life and possess various abilities. Live as long as heaven and earth, and shine with the sun and moon. Therefore, gods do not need to be cherished, especially the gods of Olympus. Look down on humans even more. They only care about how much they get. As for love, that's even thinner. I didn't see that Zeus was showing mercy everywhere, and illegitimate children were everywhere. If he was truly affectionate, none of his illegitimate children would be worse off than the other. You were unwilling to take them back and left them to fend for themselves, even being tortured by the jealous Hera. The capital city of the Lord God is already like this. The other gods are even more outrageous, but they are all aloof and easily mind their own business. They will only move for the sake of profit. For example, if you obtain godhood, even if you are a god, you can kill your children and close relatives. Such cruelty made the kind-hearted Prometheus too uncomfortable. Prometheus has regarded the human world as his second home, so he quickly returned to the human world. But the fire he longed for had been brought to the world a long time ago. At this moment, Lin Chen was expertly teaching humans how to use fire, and even taught them how to prevent and extinguish fires to prevent them from causing harm. Prometheus was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Where did your fire come from? Prometheus asked all humans, but everyone pointed their fingers at Lin Chen. The other party's ordinary and small body suddenly became very tall in Prometheus's heart. How come you have fire? Did you steal this fire? Prometheus realized something instantly and thought of Lin Chen's previous question and the fire that disappeared without a trace in the temple. However, Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, waved his hand, and said, "Of course not. It was done by another god." Prometheus was instantly surprised. Which god could it be? He didn't think Lin Chen would be so bold as to deceive him. But there are really not many bold gods nowadays, not to mention even fewer who are friendly to humans. Could it be Athena? Athena is also one of the gods who created humans, and she also has some compassion for humans. However, as a goddess, the other party will definitely discuss it with me. Or is it some preparation god who is familiar with Lin Chen? Or a guard? While he was still speculating, he was also grateful to this god who had mercy on mankind. This should be done secretly. After all, openly making fire for humans will be punished by Zeus. Because Zeus does not allow humans to obtain fire, and ordinary humans, even if they want to obtain fire, cannot reach Mount Olympus. There are so many divine soldiers guarding there, no one can do it. Moreover, fire has special characteristics, and only special containers can preserve fire. He was prepared to be burned in a very embarrassing situation, but in the end he came back defeated. Fortunately, There is already fire in the world. Otherwise, he would still be looking sad to this day. Lin Chen had a smile on his face and said nothing under Prometheus's guess. Prometheus was also very sensible and did not continue to ask. After all, this matter is a big deal, and if you really ask about it, Zeus will definitely be guilty. After humans had fire, their lives changed drastically, and human civilization also began to progress. The gods on Mount Olympus quickly discovered this change. Zeus was furious instantly. Who did it? Only Olympus can have fire. Why do humans have such ants? Oh, there is such a bold guy in Mount Olympus who disobeys my orders and betrays me to steal fire for mankind. His face instantly became gloomy, and he immediately summoned all the gods. In the huge temple, Zeus's eyes scanned everywhere like an eagle. Who is it? Who stole the fire? He looked at Prometheus. This man had always been very friendly to humans and cared about humanity. He had almost become a representative of humanity. So his first suspect was Prometheus. As for the other 11 main gods, they are his brothers, sisters, wives, children, and they will definitely not do anything to betray him. As for Epimetheus, well, he's too stupid to mention it. Everyone sat together, and everyone knew that fire suddenly appeared in the world. Fire is only found on Mount Olympus, and it is absolutely impossible for humans to climb here. Therefore, Zeus must be trying to find that person. Sure enough, Zeus suddenly asked, "Prometheus, did you bring fire to mankind?" Prometheus was suddenly startled and felt a little bitter in his heart. Even if he wasn't caught red-handed, he was still the first to be suspected. His brother Epimetheus was very dull, and Athena was loyal to Zeus. He was dedicated to speaking for mankind, so wasn't he suspected first? Fortunately, he said very confidently, "Not me." Zeus frowned, upset. "You must tell the truth. If I open my all-seeing eye and find out who stole the fire, I will be severely punished." Everyone was silent. Only Hera looked at Lin Chen quietly, with worried eyes and some uneasiness in her heart. "Athena, is that you?" Athena is also very magnanimous. Of course not. Seeing that the inquiry yielded no results, Zeus angrily opened his all-seeing eye. Only by looking back at the situation at that time can we know the truth. Under the all-seeing eye, it is clear who stole the fire. When Hera saw this, her heart suddenly lifted, and Prometheus was also very nervous, afraid of Lin Chen being exposed. 009. Under the golden light, Zeus's eyes turned gray, which meant that the all-seeing eye had been opened. In the eyes of Zeus, the situation has returned to the day when the fire disappeared. The guards changed shifts normally, and nothing unusual happened. So he focused his attention on the stone box, where orange-red fire was slowly floating. Under the gaze of the all-seeing eye, the flames swayed slightly, leisurely. He was a little impatient, and the mood around him was even more impatient. But, at some point, the fire suddenly disappeared. How come? How so? Zeus murmured, "What kind of power can steal fire without consciousness?" Obviously no one was seen, and even the box looked normal. But the fire just disappeared out of thin air. The surrounding gods were a little confused when they saw Zeus losing his composure. Hearing Zeus's voice, he understood the result and was even more shocked. Who is it? Stealing fire in front of everyone's eyes, and it leaves no trace? All the gods felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Seeing this situation, Prometheus put aside the suspicion of Lin Chen stealing fire. Lin Chen is just a premonitory god, so how could he steal fire without anyone noticing? He doesn't have the strength. If it was the god behind Lin Chen, then everything would make sense. I wonder who that god is. Prometheus pondered, feeling very strange. Queen Hera is sitting next to Zeus, and there is no doubt about Zeus' ability, not to mention an ability like the all-seeing eye. So the question is, how did Lin Chen do it? Even the all-seeing eye couldn't find him. Aphrodite frowned slightly. She really couldn't figure it out. Zeus looked at the eyes of the gods and felt that he had lost all face. After all, with such ability, he could not catch the thief. Although the gods didn't say it on the surface, they were definitely laughing in their hearts. Zeus was instantly unhappy. No matter what, the fire enshrined on Mount Olympus actually appeared in humble humans. This is really unreasonable. Now, who of you is willing to go there in person, take back the fire, and uphold the dignity of the gods? To maintain the dignity of the gods? I'm afraid it's not to protect the dignity of Zeus. The gods knew clearly that no one wanted to make this trip. Isn't it just a kind of fire? Human beings can't keep it. It might be gone if it rains, so why go for a run? Some gods said indifferently that there is no need for a mere human being to face a powerful enemy. Another god said, as long as they destroy the tools they use to preserve fire, then they will get nothing out of a bamboo basket. You can also ask who taught them how to use fire, so the person behind it will soon surface. The gods said cruelly, "After all, human beings are indeed despicable, not only despicable, but also cunning." There was once an extremely persistent person who even tried to climb Mount Olympus. This is really incredible. Moreover, the other party was not respectful at all, but resisted in various ways. If humans could master the use of fire, they would gain a little bit of powerful power. Then they will inevitably cause chaos, which is what no one wants to see. But there are exceptions. Zeus wants to take back the fire, which is nothing more than adding salt to humanity's wounds. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, couldn't stand it. She was extremely fair on top of her beautiful face. Since humans already have fire, there is no need to take it back again. Prometheus also said, "Gods don't need fire, but humans do. I believe that if they have fire, they will be more grateful for the kindness of gods." Queen Hera looked at Lin Chen sitting in the corner, feeling very uncomfortable in one part of her body. Lin Chen actually had some reactions, thinking of Lin Chen asking him for the treasure box to keep the fire, and what happened together. I felt even more unbearable. Since it was what Lin Chen wanted to do, she felt a little softer. So he said with some hesitation, "It's a done deal. It's better to forget it." When the first two people talked, Zeus didn't feel anything at all, and was even very dissatisfied. But Queen Hera unexpectedly came out to stop it today. Zeus felt very confused and couldn't help but look at the queen beside him carefully. In the past, Hera would not show favoritism to humans. What's going on? Could it be that Hera knew something? Are you expressing your dissatisfaction with him and going against him? Zeus felt a little guilty and felt very irritated when he saw several people objecting like this, so he waved his hand. Then let's not take it away for now. There is quite a feeling that when I am angry, I get angry for a moment. Zeus was very aggrieved. After the meeting, he turned around and his eyes became extremely sinister. "If you let me know who is the person behind stealing the fire, I will make his life worse than death. Now, let's find a way to vent our anger." Zeus thought of a new favorite and soon disappeared. The queen's palace. As soon as Hera stepped back, Lin Chen followed her into the palace. "How did you do it?" Even the all-seeing eye of Zeus couldn't detect it. Lin Chen smiled wickedly and hugged her waist. "You guess?" Of course Lin Chen won't tell her, because this is his trump card and secret. What if Hera knew about it and took precautions? Although Hera has been defeated by him countless times, she even covered up her words for him in the meeting just now. But, strictly speaking, the fire represents the interests of the gods of Olympus. The fire is still small, so it doesn't count. What if it is something else more powerful? At that time, in the face of absolute interests, Hera would not stand on his side. The most important thing is, Lin Chen hugged Hera and pressed her head down. When Hera couldn't see his expression, his eyes instantly became extremely cold. How could he tell Hera? To know. Even Hera was his enemy. It can be said that the gods of Mount Olympus are all his enemies. He knows this very well. Everything now is just a small compensation and means. Love the fragrance and cherish the jade. Oh, impossible. He pushed directly and mercilessly to Hera again. This time the action was a little rough. Hera felt a rare sense of panic. Under Lin Chen's charm skill, she did not dare to move at all. Let Lin Chen do whatever he wants, and his clothes will be taken off. After a while, 3,000 golden threads flowed down like a waterfall. Lin Chen pretended to be very good on the surface, but in his heart, he vented all his anger on the queen. And, time to stop. Everything around him stopped for an instant. Lin Chen looked at Hera like a wild beast. 0:10. 3 minutes later, when the timeout ended, Lin Chen looked at the other party expectantly. Hera suddenly trembled and was caught off guard. What is this? No goddess could withstand the attack of all the feelings accumulated in 3 minutes. The intense stimulation caused Hera's voice to rise, and she fainted. Looking at the queen lying on the bed, there was not even a single strand of gold among the 3,000 golden threads. Lin Chen smiled and then left. The effect is really good. I can try it again next time. He didn't stay here anymore. After all, the other party was fainted, so what else was he interested in? He quickly put on his clothes and casually threw the queen's divine robe over the other person's body, barely covering it up a bit. Then without any mercy, he turned around and left. Behind him, the temple was in a mess and smelled rotten. If anyone saw it, the reputation of Queen Hera would be in jeopardy. But what does this have to do with him? After arriving in the human world, Lin Chen restored his original appearance, without any trace of divine power around him, just like an ordinary person. I'm back. Men, women, and children wearing animal skin grass skirts all gathered towards him. Everyone was excited. Lin Chen, I can't ignite this fire now. What's going on? Lin Chen followed him and took a look, then said helplessly, "You put too many dead leaves in tree trunks, and they are boring." As he spoke, he pulled some firewood out of it, and then blew on it, and the flames suddenly burst into flames. The people around suddenly cheered. "Lin Chen, what's going on with me?" Looking at the color of the branches, they are still very green, and there must be a lot of moisture in them. It's strange that it can burn. Lin Chen pulled off the branches and covered them with the extra dead leaves in his hands. Some sparks that were still alive before suddenly ignited. "Wow!" Everyone exclaimed and treated Lin Chen with even more respect. After dealing with the fire issue, Lin Chen continued to teach people how to prevent fires and how to grow food. From time to time, voices of surprise came from the human group, one in shock and another in shock. Lin Chen is also very satisfied. Only when humans become stronger can they compete with the gods. His goal has always been to kill gods. "Oh my God, Lin Chen, you actually know all this. That's amazing. It turns out that we can plant them. Can we plant all these? Then we won't have to go hungry in the future. I didn't expect cooked food to be so delicious. These useless grass juices are smeared on the cooked animal meat. It's so delicious that you can't wait to swallow it. Lin Chen, you are our hero. You are the hero of all mankind." Night fell, but instead of returning to their caves as usual, everyone gathered around the bonfire. Eat meat, dance, and cheer to your heart's content. This is something they haven't done in a long time. Now, the human race is beginning to become stronger, and all this was brought by Lin Chen. Prometheus was very pleased to see the humans so happy, so he joined the crowd and danced around the bonfire. He completely ignored his identity as a god. Not far away, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, looked at Lin Chen, who was surrounded, her expression unchanged, but her eyes were a little complicated. "I didn't expect him to be like this. This man who was thrown off Mount Olympus by his father, but luckily survived. This ant-like being was able to cheer up after experiencing such a big thing. And loved by humans? What happened?" Possessing the power of wisdom and fairness, Athena became curious about Lin Chen. "It's really interesting." Her eyes flickered, and her beautiful face, illuminated by the firelight, added a touch of charm. This was something she had never done before in her usual serious state. When Lin Chen turned around and took a look, his mind moved slightly. Otherwise, attack Athena next? If he looks serious, if it is broken, it must look good, right? Lin Chen's expression did not change at all, but Athena frowned. She actually felt a little cold all over her body for no reason. It's really novel. As a god, he won't be cold at all. She had a hunch that Lin Chen would bring more surprises to her. The night gradually deepened. There are only a few ashes left here. Congratulations to the host. You won a reward for changing the plot of humans having no fire available. The stop time increases from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Gain a hint of the godhead of the god of space. Get the initial small world origin and 100 points of divine power. One award after another made Lin Chen curl his lips. 5 minutes is still a short time, but there's a lot you can do. When the time becomes 2 or 3 hours. He licked his lips, already impatient. When that time comes, he can take revenge on any goddess on Mount Olympus. Doing whatever you want like this must be very happy, and the plot collapse will be even more serious. Mainly to ruin the plot, not for any female s*x. That day is definitely not far away. As for the origin of the small world, this is a good thing. With this, he can open up his own little world. The portable space is still like a small world. Not after all. In a truly small world, 2 are born 3, and 3 are begotten all things. Only a little bit of the origin of the world can be born after it has existed for a long time. He had never dared to think about it before. But now that we have the origin, although there is still a long way to go, it is just around the corner. A complete small world needs to establish rules and order. I only have time and space now, and not much, so I need to slowly figure it out. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction while considering it. Yes, the rewards this time are in line with his wishes. Moreover, his strength has increased by another 100 points. This also means that he has arrived at the 3rd level of preparation god. On Mount Olympus, the levels of gods are reserve gods, lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, and main gods. Each of these stages has 3 levels. It is very difficult to advance. Moreover, the positions of these lower, middle, and higher gods are not that good, because the only one who truly possesses divine power over all else is the Lord God. There are only 12 main gods at present. Even the main gods are divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. The strongest among them is Zeus, who is so powerful that he can fight against the remaining 11 gods by himself. This is also the reason why Zeus is so messy, fooling around, and having illegitimate children everywhere. Lin Chen took a deep breath. He wanted revenge, so he couldn't be in a hurry. But you can't take formal revenge, but you can get some benefits elsewhere. After all, how could one make things easier for Zeus? Late at night, Lin Chen looked at Mount Olympus and smiled. Zeus, I'm here to collect interest again. 011. It's quiet at night. Above the sky, an incomplete moon hangs high, spreading its cold light to the world. The moon goddess takes a nap on the moon chariot. On Mount Olympus, the lights are brightly lit, and countless gods are patrolling. All the gods fell into a sweet dream, and the whole mountain fell into silence. Although, as gods, they do not need sleep to maintain the continuation of life and restore energy. But there is really nothing to do in their long lives, and before they ascend to the throne of gods, they still sleep every day like humans. Therefore, many gods retain the habit of sleeping at night. In the queen's palace, Hera was lying on the shentan, but she was fully clothed. She was not asleep yet, and for some reason, Lin Chen's figure kept appearing frequently in her mind. Their presence is everywhere in this palace, and every corner has been contaminated by Lin Chen's aura. As long as she looked around, she could remember a gesture in this place. This made Hera blush in shame. Call. Oh. A thunderous voice came from the side, interrupting her association, which made Hera furious. She looked to the side and saw that Zeus was fast asleep beside her, snoring loudly. Hera stood up, her long golden curly hair falling down, and Hera's eyes looked at him more and more unkindly. Zeus went out to fool around every day, and he had countless new pets. He could eat goats and other random things. It was so disgusting. There was no Lin Chen before, so Hera was naturally angry because of jealousy. On the one hand, she still had hope for Zeus as her husband, hoping that he would be loyal to the family and to her. On the one hand, it was for the image of Zeus on Mount Olympus and her image. After all, when Zeus went out to fool around, the way others looked at her might be sympathy and pity. This made the proud Hera unbearable just thinking about it. As the god of marriage, Hera was naturally extremely dissatisfied with Zeus. She kept chasing and trying to stop him, never getting tired of it. Are you really not tired? The time of the gods was endless, and Hera couldn't help but feel very sad. Her marriage to Zeus would also continue like this endlessly. Is this really what she wants? If it were before, Hera would probably have accepted her fate. But now, for a long time, she stopped giving chase. She suddenly felt that the previous behavior of squatting behind Zeus's, but to clean up the mess, was a bit old. What changed her? A figure appeared in her mind, and Hera didn't want to think about it deeply. Thinking back on tonight, Zeus walked into the temple, looked at the rather soft Hera, and thought about how the other party had not stopped her recently and what she had done to persecute his new favorite. Zeus actually became interested in her again. It is rare to see Hera be so obedient, and her usual boredom has dissipated a lot. So, Zeus stretched out his hand and wanted to take Hera into his arms. Tonight, I will make it up to you. However, Hera dodged and even kicked him, her face full of impatience. You can smell it from a long way away. Compensation? Hee, I must have just come from somewhere else. It's really hard for you. Such sarcastic and angry words made Zeus very puzzled, and he smiled coquettishly. Ha, Hera was really right. Could it be that the other party has been following him secretly? Zeus was relieved. It seemed that Hera had not changed as before. But does he smell? So the two slept together quietly. Even so, Hera turned her back to him and stayed far away. Although Zeus was depressed and helpless, his energy was somewhat exhausted, and he soon fell into sleep. Hera pulled away from her memories and sighed softly. Zeus wanted to touch her, but she used anger as an excuse to avoid him. In desperation, Zeus had no choice but to sleep like this. Hera understood that although she did not have the strength of Zeus, she had the same power. Therefore, even Zeus could not force Hera against her will. Hera got out of bed irritably, feeling very uneasy. She looked out at the moon. It was already late at night. Lin Chen said that he would come tonight. This is why she allowed Zeus to enter the palace after a long time. After all, I promised Lin Chen before him. Will he come or not? Probably not. How can he be so bold? But he even dared to be among the flowers, even in front of Hebe. So bad. How could he let this opportunity pass? But if he really comes, what if Zeus is so powerful? What if he is discovered? Hera sat by the window, constantly guessing in her mind and becoming more and more nervous. But after a while, when Lin Chen still didn't come, she sighed with loss and relief. Not coming. Call. A breath of hot air was blown into her small and delicate ear. Hera looked back and saw that it was indeed Lin Chen. Seeing the other party's frightened and nervous look, Lin Chen found it extremely funny. He had been there for a while, and it was rare for Hera to struggle. Are you willing to die? You actually dare to come." As she said this, she looked nervously at the figure of Zeus on the other side of the bed. Outside the window, separated only by a thin gauze curtain, was the figure of the divine guard patrolling. In such a situation, Lin Chen actually came. This man's courage has exceeded the limit of her imagination. Lin Chen approached her. The queen was wearing a silk nightgown today, with her long golden curly hair scattered around her shoulders, looking extremely soft and beautiful. She doesn't have the usual noble look that cannot be blasphemed. She is just a wife. Wife of Zeus. I have put up a layer of barrier to isolate this place from Mount Olympus. Although Zeus was beside him, he could neither see nor hear anything. Lin Chen said extremely funny, and in the next second, he loudly spoke to Zeus. "Zeus, your wife is very moist." If Zeus heard such a bold and arrogant statement, he would definitely remember to chop the entire Mount Olympus into ashes. "Lin Chen, how dare Lin Chen?" he said, cut off from it. "How can it be? Zeus's divine power is unfathomable. How could he hide it from the sky? Is it possible that the other party is more powerful than Zeus? It's out of the question." But Hera could only believe this. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Since Lin Chen said he couldn't hear it, he probably couldn't hear it. After all, the other party's power is really a bit evil, and he can hide it from everyone. But Zeus's purring suddenly stopped for a moment. Hera clutched her nightgown tightly and stared at the bed, her nervous heart rising to her throat. Zeus. Did Zeus hear it? Hera's body stiffened, and she was terrified. As the head of the 12 gods, Zeus can fool around, but she can't. She was not only the wife of Zeus, but also the Queen of Olympus. She is the Queen of Heaven who possesses the divine personality of the god of marriage, symbolizes fidelity to marriage. If discovered, Hera was in despair. 012. The next second, the thunderous snoring sounded again. Not discovered? Hera was confused to discover this fact. She was relieved, her body softened, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her body. "So what you said is true. You scare me to death." It was so loud just now that Zeus didn't seem to hear it and was still sleeping soundly. This also means that Lin Chen's ability is higher than that of Zeus. Hera realized this and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. "How did you do it?" Lin Chen had a good time watching Hera's nervousness and despair, watching Hera break through her defenses, and now look extremely shocked. He smiled faintly and gently touched the other person's cheek without saying anything. He wouldn't tell Hera why. After all, dealing with enemies doesn't require much explanation. But he himself knows that although the original small world has incomplete rules and cannot form a world, it can become a barrier. This barrier can isolate his world from another world. If they are not in the same dimension, the other party will naturally not find out. The barrier that Hera thought was probably an ordinary first-level barrier. With Lin Chen's status as a preparatory god, it is indeed impossible to hide from the highest power in this world, Zeus. Therefore, Lin Chen is even more mysterious in the eyes of Hera. And mystery means unknown, means fear. Hera herself didn't know when she became more and more curious and concerned about Lin Chen. There was even a hint of admiration in my heart. But she herself didn't know. As a noble queen, how could she admire a god of preparation? Lin Chen is not in a hurry. The power of the original small world is far more than that. Later, when he receives more rewards, his godhead becomes more stable, and he controls more laws. The small world will also begin to take shape, and even slowly become a new world. This is also his goal. When the time comes, with the blessing of his own new laws, he will be able to spar with even Zeus. As for now, it is enough to use it on Hera and all the goddesses. Hera was still immersed in doubts about how Lin Chen did it. Before she could react, her head was suddenly pressed directly by Lin Chen. "Come on, I'll treat you to some belly bars." "Huh? What?" Hera subconsciously obeyed and looked at Zeus, her heart in her throat, for fear of being discovered by Zeus. Time passes minute by minute, and the night is still very long. When the moon gradually moves, the cool and gauzy light shines from the window into the room. Two shadows, one tall and one short, are moving, round after round, endless. Today, Lin Chen is completely different from usual. He is very unkind and not gentle at all. A departure from the usual norm. He became extremely evil and even a little irritable. Hera actually felt like she was a prisoner. Is this real? Or is it just Lin Chen's new trick? Hera felt very painful, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. How so? How did it develop like this? When did it start to become what it is now? There was a prophecy that Zeus would die at the hands of his youngest son, like their father Chloris. So over the years, we have been sowing seeds so that those girls can give birth to sons of gods. She knew the panic of doing things, as if she would never have her youngest son. But She was still very dissatisfied that Zeus was with something like a cyclops or a sheep. A beautiful young girl doesn't have a choice, but chooses these dirty things? It's simply unimaginable. The distorted changes in the other party's aesthetic also made Hera disappointed in Zeus again and again. Moreover, you have to follow the opponents behind, constantly cleaning up the mess, consuming your own energy and mind. She was simply exhausted. The relationship with the other party has also dropped to a freezing point. It was also under such circumstances that Lin Chen appeared. He came from the flowers, bold and hot, and took her out of that environment with a wicked smile. Did it start from that time? Unable to resist among the colorful flowers? Or was it because he was afraid that the secret would be discovered and made compromises again and again? Or are there unspeakable and inexplicable taboo feelings for Lin Chen in your heart? Hera was extremely regretful. He was once the aloof god of marriage. This is an extremely holy and loyal godhead. Now he has done something that violates the marriage. Although Hera was facing Lin Chen, her eyes kept looking at the bed collapse because she was afraid that Zeus would wake up. Zeus's snoring continued, and the tall figure was only a shadow huddled in the darkness. Zeus turned over and faced Lin Chen and the others, and his voice gradually stopped. Hera couldn't help but tense up nervously, for fear that the other party would wake up. Her soft hands also touched the nightgown next to her, ready to put on her clothes immediately if the other party made a move, pretending to be normal, as if nothing had happened. The next second, Zeus's breath lasted for a long time, and he obviously fell into a deep sleep. However, Hera did not relax, because facing them, she might open her eyes at any time and see this extremely explosive scene. Even if Lin Chen says that he has set up a barrier, how long can the other party's magical power last? All this is unknown. Hera, you are not paying attention. Then clean it up properly. Lin Chen's voice was very cold. The punishment is not over yet. Not enough interest was charged. Hera looked at Zeus. The scene gradually blurred under such stimulation. A crack began to appear in her godhead again. Feeling this change, Lin Chen looked at Zeus with cold eyes. Zeus, you can't think of it, right? Your wife Hera is right in front of you, atoning for your sins. He thought extremely coldly. There is no trace of warmth in my heart, only hatred spreading boundlessly. He was thrown off Mount Olympus before, with all his bones broken, like a puddle of mud, and was looked at and laughed at by the gods. Such a shame will never be forgotten. Everything now is just the beginning. Lin Chen looked at Hera with her head down cruelly, and made a judgment in her heart. You all have to pay the price. As time goes by, Hera was choked and looked at the other party, making a trembling coughing sound. Lin Chen then put away his expression, returned to his usual appearance, and helped him up. You are going too far, Hera said coquettishly and somewhat reproachfully. At this moment, Zeus suddenly turned over, sat up, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of Hera. Hera was instantly suffocated. 013. Zeus actually woke up. This time I really woke up. Hera's panic had reached the point where she was shaking all over. Zeus is the head of the 12 gods, and his power is the strongest in the entire Olympus. This also means that he can definitely discover this barrier. In other words, he has already discovered it. He has an all-seeing eye. Lin Chen is just a little preparation god. How can he not create a barrier that is discovered? It's over. Will the lofty queen of heaven eventually lose all her fame and become a humble slave? No. How so? As long as Hera thinks about that scene, she feels extremely regretful at this moment. She wanted to break away from Lin Chen's control, plead guilty, or escape from here. Whatever she did was better than staying here. Otherwise, the inner torment would be almost unbearable for her. However, Lin Chen chuckled and easily controlled the limp Hera with one hand, and then collected interest even more fiercely. Hera, what are you thinking about now? Asking questions knowingly. Hera stared at her big, beautiful eyes, filled with crystal tears, sparkling and loved by everyone. While she was being manipulated even more miserably, she was waiting for Zeus to get angry. But Hera is gone. Where will she go? Zeus rubbed his eyes and looked around blankly, with confusion on his face. He even walked around in the palace, not in the divine pool, nor in the main hall. He gradually walked towards the window, towards Lin Chen and Hera. The distance was getting closer and closer, and it even seemed like Zeus' body was about to touch them. Well, Lin Chen, will he meet us? Hera panicked, and her whole body became tense again, which made Lin Chen feel comfortable. What? Even the lofty Queen Hera is afraid. When he did those things, why wasn't he afraid that you would find out? Did he respect you? Now, you are so panicked, which makes me feel pity for you. Lin Chen looked at him with cold eyes, and his charity-like tone made Hera uneasy. When a person is completely undefended, he is most easily shaken. Lin Chen, she said in annoyance. The queen's remaining power was still supporting the dignity in her heart. Don't worry, he won't find out. Lin Chen said angrily and pressed the other party on the table by the window. Zeus could not see them clearly, but he walked around the window as if he was watching them. The whole god Hera is in bad shape. Fortunately, Zeus got a little impatient while searching, so he simply returned to the top of the god's collapse, lowering his head and thinking about something. Well, he really couldn't find it. The soft sound of breath fell into Lin Chen's ears. Even though Hera understood that Zeus could not see the barrier, she still spoke very quietly. Hera was extremely surprised, and at the same time secretly joyed in her heart. Her status and rights were not lost in the end. Under such a surprise, she was even incredibly grateful to Lin Chen. Fortunately, Lin Chen didn't go too far, otherwise, everything would be ruined. At this moment, she had no time to think about why Lin Chen could do it and set up a barrier that even Zeus couldn't see through. Last time at the gate of the temple, Hera had a strange smell. Hera looked at Zeus fiercely, very nervous. Did the other party find out? Zeus often hangs out with all kinds of animals, so he is indeed no stranger to such smells. Discovery is also possible. What to do? She was as nervous as a girl and instinctively wanted to seek help from the people behind her. Lin Chen didn't care, so what if he found out? So what if I didn't find it? Isn't this Queen Hera's own business? What does Lin Chen have to do with him? Hera is really not here. If not, I can take the opportunity to find the Saohi. However, Zeus did not continue to think about it. Instead, he thought for a long time, and then his mind went to something else. He smiled rather wretchedly. Separated by a barrier, they were not far apart. This also allowed them to see the expression on Zeus's face very clearly. His words made Lin Chen and Hera dumbfounded. Lin Chen was speechless and sighed in his heart. Zeus is worthy of being the head of the 12 gods. He can do something as dirty as a sow. He can really do anything. While Hera breathed a sigh of relief, she gritted her teeth and looked at Zeus, who was at arm's length, and put away her previous regrets. She originally felt a little guilty towards Zeus. Now that I think about it, why did this make her feel guilty? He causes trouble for her every day, fools around everywhere, and leaves a lot of mess for her to deal with. She is also a goddess. In order to deal with these things, she looks more exhausted than other goddesses. It's absolutely abominable. Hera turned to look at Lin Chen, biting her lip with her teeth. A look of determination flashed in her eyes, and she worked even harder. Lin Chen felt Hera's desire for revenge and was happy to enjoy it. Anyway, he deserves all of this. And this is just interest. If the other party is willing to take the initiative, that will be a different experience. Zeus seemed to think about it for a while and finally gave up the idea. Forget it. In case she comes back suddenly, let's go tomorrow. There was still a look of regret on his face, and he was obviously very unhappy. You want to spend a good night with the sow, but you feel a pity if you were a little late? Lin Chen was surprised by his shamelessness. How is this different from an animal? God, the head of the gods. It's simply bad. By the way, the guy who was thrown off the mountain last time seemed to be called a hero by humans. Humph, isn't this trying to replace the god's position in human hearts? This person is really annoying. Damn you for daring to challenge God's will. Let Python kill him. Zeus thought of the praise and admiration that those people kept saying when he was fooling around in the lower world. There are far fewer words of praise for the gods. This is simply shaking the authority of the gods. This person is really guilty. But after all, he was just an ordinary human being, so he didn't take it too seriously. So a few words decided how to deal with this matter. With that said, Zeus fell back to sleep. Oh, very good. Good on you, Zeus. You are still as arrogant as ever. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and countless anger surged out of his heart. He turned around and looked at Zeus's wife. They were all the same, superior. God. Lin Chen is not convinced. He slapped Hera hard on the butt. The pain made the noble Hera couldn't help but tremble. She didn't think deeply about Zeus's words. After all, he was just a human like an ant. How to deal with it? This is your right as a god. But next, Hera was miserable all night. 014. When it was about to break, there was a fog everywhere. The light of the morning sun shines dimly through the fog. Hermes flew across the sky with Zeus' instructions. He is one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the god of commerce, travelers and livestock, and the messenger of the gods. The son of Zeus and Maya, daughter of Atlas. He has a general name, the god of sophism, clever and cunning. He is the creator of deception. After receiving Zeus's instructions, he left Mount Olympus without stopping. Arrive at the forbidden land of Delphi. A giant python is being held here. Boom! As the divine power poured down, Python was found by Hermes. Looking at the huge snake python in front of him, Hermes said indifferently, "Zeus has ordered that humans who have offended the gods of Olympus be killed, Lin Chen." Python hovered on the huge mountain, staring at each other with cold snake eyes, and spat out the snake letter. "The will of Zeus. But I still have a grudge against the sun god Apollo." Indeed, the Titan goddess Leto was pregnant with 2 children of the main god Zeus, namely, twin siblings, the hunting goddess Artemis and the sun god Apollo. At that time, the jealous Hera sent Ticks to persecute the pregnant Titan goddess Leto. Fearing Hera, all the gods refused to protect Leto. The Titan goddess had no choice but to escape to the island of Delos to give birth. This is why Apollo hated Python. In fact, Apollo has already killed it once. Now in the forbidden area, it is not only to appease Apollo's anger, but also to save his own life. If the grudge between the two cannot be resolved as soon as possible, Python will refuse to work for Zeus. It was afraid that if it appeared somewhere else, it would attract Apollo's pursuit. Hermes said disdainfully, "This is what the Lord God Zeus means. As long as you kill human Lin Chen, the grudge you had with Apollo will be wiped out." As soon as these words came out, Python was immediately excited. He didn't have to hide again. "Can you still move around?" He curled up his body in excitement, and his long snake body stretched and contracted, causing the whole hill to crack and rocks to slide down. "No problem. Isn't it just a mere human being? Isn't it easy to kill him?" Hermes' message had been brought, so he nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. And Python's huge snake body also left the forbidden area and headed towards the distant place where humans live. After Lin Chen returned to the human world, he revealed his true appearance. As soon as he entered the tribe, countless people began to greet him. "Hero, you are back. Lin Chen, we are getting better and better at using this fire. Lin Chen, you are so amazing. Lin Chen, we have planted food for you on the land in front of your house. Lin Chen, this is the food we all hunted for you. Please accept it." Everyone gathered around, and Lin Chen couldn't resist his hospitality. He replied one by one and arrived at his home. It's said to be a home, but it's just a huge, clean stone cave. And this cave has been made clean and tidy by other grateful humans. It can be said to be the best place in the entire tribe. But this is just where he settled. He rested for a while. When your energy is replenished, people come to your door. This is a girl wearing only a grass skirt. Her face looks clean, but there is a lot of mud between her fingernails. This is inevitable. As humans, we simply cannot live as exquisitely as gods. It would be nice to be alive. She came in with a basket of melons and fruits she had woven, and said with a blush on her face, "This is for you." Seeing Lin Chen's surprised look, the girl misunderstood him as being disgusted, so she quickly explained, "I have done this a long time ago, but I don't know when you suddenly went out. Because I didn't know when you would come back, I picked fresh ones every day. You can eat with confidence." After saying that, the girl seemed to have spent all her courage, put down the basket, and ran away. It's considered thoughtful. Lin Chen sighed, but all he could think about was revenge, revenge on Olympus. Take revenge on the gods of Olympus. Although he can only collect some interest from the goddess of Olympus now, that day will not be far away. But, are you going to pick fresh fruits day after day? I wonder when I went out. She wouldn't have been so stupid if I had left a message outside the door. Leave a message? Lin Chen was thoughtful. It seems like it's time to start teaching people how to use words. Time passes day after day. The tribe gradually became lively. During the day, the children in the tribe came to learn writing, and the adults went out to find food. After having a fire at night, everyone's life will be richer, instead of going back to bed early. Everyone gathered around the campfire, and the children who had learned writing during the day taught the adults. Lin Chen was right next to him correcting him. People lived happily, and the world was filled with laughter and laughter. 1 month later. Congratulations to the host. You have once again changed the problem of humans not being able to use information, and you have been rewarded. The timeout time is increased by 5 minutes. The divine power is 100, and the immortal killing sword, sealed, is obtained. Lin Chen was overjoyed and thought about it silently. If you want to become a superior preparation god, you still need 900 points of divine power. It seems that advancement is not far away. The growth of divine power is very slow, and it often takes hundreds of years for a preparatory god to reach the next level. But Lin Chen was promoted from a low-level preparation god to a medium-level preparation god in just a few days. If those other preparation gods knew that his power had grown so fast, they would definitely be stunned with jealousy. After receiving the reward, Lin Chen couldn't wait to take out the Zeusian sword. The Zeusian sword as a whole is very simple and gray, with a layer of dark golden liquid flowing slowly on the surface. This dark golden liquid should be the seal. Huh. He raised his eyebrows, feeling the power of the Zeusian sword, and was surprised. I originally thought it was just a sealed sword, and it shouldn't be of much use. But this sword was full of terrifying aura. It doesn't look like he has no power at all. Could it be? His mind moved. He waved his sword gently, and an invisible sword wave was released out of thin air. The destructive power immediately swept across the land in front of him. Dust rises everywhere, filling the sky and the earth. When the dust dispersed, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. There was a forest of hundreds of meters in front of him. But now, it's gone in an instant. Lin Chen picked up the Zeusian sword and looked it over carefully and nodded with satisfaction. This weapon has such power despite being sealed. It's very good. The rewards of this system are very much in line with his wishes. He originally felt that among his rewards, there was nothing more lethal. Doesn't this reward a immortal killing divine sword? When the seal of this sword is released, his strength will definitely increase significantly. When the time comes, you can change your appearance and choose a main god to fight and try your hand at it. After all, revenge requires the ability to fight. At this moment, a strong wind flashed behind him, and a sense of danger came. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Are you here? You're welcome. 015. On the open space, you can see everything. Pai Tong saw Lin Chen standing there alone from a long distance away. No need at all, no matter how hard it is to look for it. It was triumphant and silently approached Lin Chen from behind, preparing to attack him, even if a mere human was not worthy of its careful treatment. After all, the strength between the two can be said to be worlds apart. In its view, Lin Chen has no power to fight back. But this is the nature of hunters, and little humans are its prey. It couldn't wait to see the other person's fear. This will be the best ingredient in a hunt. Just when it was swinging its huge body, moving left and right, gradually approaching Lin Chen, opening its bloody mouth, ready to bite Lin Chen to death. Lin Chen saw from the corner of his eye that on the ground in front of him, his shadow was gradually covered by the shadow of a huge and thick snake. And this snake's shadow is still opening its bloody mouth. He coldly played with the Zeusian sword in his hand. It's a good thing you're here. You just want to try out the power of this weapon. Pai Tongzheng was extremely proud and thought that he would definitely succeed. This was just the smallest task. Hearing what Lin Chen said, it was slightly startled, and its bloodthirsty snake eyes looked around suspiciously. There is not a blade of grass growing in a radius of hundreds of miles. There is obviously nothing. Lin Chen is just a little human being. It seemed that the other party was so frightened that he was talking nonsense. It continued to bite with disdain. The sharp snake teeth were about to bite Lin Chen to pieces, and when he swallowed it in one bite, no bones would be left. It suddenly had a bad feeling. Why is there not a single blade of grass growing around? Before it could think too much, the next moment, its body suddenly stopped. Not only it, but even the smoke from human cooking in the distance has been frozen. The time that time has stopped now is enough for me to kill you back and forth 100 times. Still want to make a sneak attack? Snort. Lin Chen turned around and looked at the huge snake beast with a disdainful sneer. Then he shouted in a low voice, "The immortal killing sword." He was quick and agile, slashing several times with one sword. Time stopped passing. Pai Tong, blood spurted out in an instant, and was chopped into 18 pieces. Completely fallen. It was solved so easily. Lin Chen took out a braided rope from the space, tied the bloody corpses together, and carried them on his shoulders, walking towards the tribe with brisk steps. Thank you, Zeus, for the gift. It seems that there will be meat to eat tonight. In the tribe. Oh my God, unbelievable. This is too awesome. Countless humans were stunned as they watched Lin Chen come back, carrying a huge piece of meat. What a huge beast this is. Lin Chen deserves to be our human hero. Who else could do this? Lin Chen is truly a unique human being in the world. No one can compare with him. People crowded the streets to welcome him, their hearts full of envy. The girl who had given me fruits before just hid far behind the crowd, full of inferiority. She understood that such a hero was not something she could imagine. If she could have the slightest contact with the other party and get the slightest pity from Lin Chen, that would be enough to satisfy her. Pity. She doesn't deserve it. Tonight we are hosting a barbecue party. After hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone cheered. Good. The barbecue banquet is being prepared in full swing. When it got dark, Prometheus and Athena arrived. Everyone gathered around the bonfire to grill meat, and the aroma of barbecue gradually filled the air. Thanks to Lin Chen's influence, this meat tastes so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious meat in my life. It makes me want to swallow it all. Ha 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 ha, are you stupid? This meat is so smooth and tender. Lin Chen gave it to all of us to eat. We are lucky to meet Lin Chen. Don't tell me. I feel better after eating today. Everyone ate the meat happily and felt that their bodies were getting stronger. There are even some human beings who have some old and hidden diseases, but they are gradually healing at this moment, and their bodies become lighter. Everyone is extremely grateful to Lin Chen. Most people regard Lin Chen as the leader of mankind. Is it that exaggerated? Athena looked at them hesitantly. As a god, she had never tasted any delicacies. All good things in the world belonged to them. Seeing how happily everyone was eating, Prometheus couldn't bear it anymore. So he also picked up the barbecue on the barbecue grill and ate it. Athena was also infected by everyone, and she was nothing more than a barbecue. When in town, do as the Romans do. So Athena also started eating. But when they took their first bite, both gods froze. While chewing the roast meat, Prometheus was a little confused. Is there something wrong with this meat? It's so fragrant and tender. Athena was also very surprised, because she ate the roasted meat with big mouthfuls. Her white and tender little face bulged up, and she was identifying the type of roasted meat while eating. As the goddess of wisdom, her knowledge is very broad, so she learned it in just a moment. This meat seems to be a super giant python. The two looked at each other and were even more surprised. In their understanding, the super python was Python. Prometheus turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Where did this meat come from?" Lin Chen smiled harmlessly and said, "Picked it up." Athena couldn't help but say, "Picked it up?" Seeing the two gods looking unbelieving, Lin Chen felt secretly happy. Then he nodded more firmly. "Yes, I picked it up." Seeing that Lin Chen didn't look like he was lying, both of them were very shocked. After looking at each other, their faces were solemn. Could it be Apollo? Apollo had a grudge against Python and shot him. But later Python was resurrected for special reasons. But he has been imprisoned in the forbidden area. Prometheus guessed this, but then overturned his guess. But that's not right. It can't come out on its own initiative. It must have been released by God. But who could it be? Both of them frowned, thinking this was a big deal. So they stopped eating barbecue and immediately walked along the road to look for it. Soon, they discovered that the ruined place vaguely contained inexplicable power. Athena squatted down, twirling the soil on the ground, and Zai gently sniffed the remaining power in the air, quite surprised. This power seems to be the power of the gods, but it is not the power of Apollo, nor is it the power of all the gods. When the two were even more confused, they bumped into Hermes. Prometheus' eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of questioning in his tone. "Hermes, what are you doing here?" I'm here to take a look and take a stroll," Hermes said hesitantly. Prometheus and Athena looked at each other secretly, and they suddenly understood. How could Hermes appear here so coincidentally? Appearing at the place where Python died? There is only one explanation. Python is afraid that Hermes set it off. Behind Hermes, there must be Zeus. Zeus is truly the immortal heart of mankind. The two of them were immediately frightened. Humanity was almost facing annihilation. But who killed Python? Currently, they are the only two gods who prefer humans. While thinking about it, Prometheus thought to himself, "No, there is another one. Could it be the god who stole fire?" 016. Mount Olympus. The steep Mahong Mountain. The summit of Mount Stephani. In the divine palace, Zeus sat on the main throne, and under his divine power, there was nothing to hide in the human world. He saw that the number of humans was increasing, and they no longer even drank hair and blood. The days became prosperous. He saw that humans regarded Lin Chen as a hero of the human race and erected a monument and statue to commemorate his great contributions to mankind. He saw humans emerging from barbarism, becoming literate, and growing food. Zeus's eyes were vicious and he snorted dissatisfiedly. How could humble humans live so well if they didn't get the fire from our Mount Olympus? If there is no fire in the world, then your species can only be regarded as the weakest. You actually regard Lin Chen, who tried to climb Mount Olympus and offended the pig god, as a hero? Oh, isn't this just a slap in the face? When the news of Lin Chen's death comes, we will know the consequences of offending the gods. When the time comes to take back the fire, I can't wait to see your despair. Ha! Zeus was arrogant and arrogant. After making the plan, he laughed even more crazily when he thought about the fate of mankind. But why hasn't Hermes come back yet? He couldn't wait to hear the good news. However, the next second Hermes walked into the temple. But what he brought was not the good news Zeus thought he had. Everything went smoothly in the front, and Python has already left the forbidden area to kill Lin Chen. But, for some reason, Python has been cut into pieces, and his body was picked up by Lin Chen and taken to barbecue and eat meat with other humble humans like him. What? Zeus stared angrily and stood up abruptly. Has anyone found out who did it? Hermes shook his head. Where Pai Tong died, there is a residual divine power. It should be a god. God. Who dares to disobey the will of his Lord God? He roared angrily. Who is it? Who is it that has done bad things to me over and over again? I will definitely kill him if I catch him. The wrath of thunder descended upon the skies of Olympus. The gods looked up, horrified and confused. What happened? Why is Zeus so angry? No matter who it is, it will definitely be unlucky for daring to provoke such a powerful Zeus. I'm afraid it's those humans. The last time Zeus got so angry was when Lin Chen offended Mount Olympus. Who brought that fire to the world? No one knew that everything was done by Lin Chen, who they regarded as extremely despicable and existed like an ant. He not only brought fire to the world, but also gradually strengthened the human race. He also killed the giant python Pai Tong and grilled the other party's meat, leaving no scraps behind. Not only did Lin Chen, the culprit, not calm down, he was in a good mood after seeing the thunderous thunder on Mount Olympus. It seems it's time to go to Mount Olympus again to collect interest. He decided so enthusiastically. However, after using the 1,000 changes to enter the Queen of Heaven's palace, there was no one there. Lin Chen is sitting on the noble throne of the Queen of Heaven. No matter who sees it, they will be shocked and think that he has blasphemed the status of the god. Stay and wait for Hera? Or leave? Lin Chen clapped his hands. Of course I don't choose either one. Since Hera is not here, it's time to change someone. Who should we attack this time? Lin Chen looked around Mount Olympus, but did not find a target. So he returned to the human world in despair, preparing for the next time he came back. But he happened to see a goddess, Demeter, who was the sister of Zeus like Hera. She is the goddess of agriculture, grains and harvests, and one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. She looks similar to Hera, but her appearance is kinder and not as majestic as Hera. The goddess wears a ring-shaped crown of golden wheat ears and sometimes holds wheat ears, daffodils, a torch, a fruit basket, a horn of plenty, or a sickle. He looks kind-hearted, compassionate, and has a hint of divinity. But, at this moment, she is holding a torch and sickle and is making the earth desolate. As the goddess of harvest, she controls the power of the earth and gives it vitality. She has boundless magical power, which can make the land fertile, plants luxuriant, and crops abundant. Or she can make the earth wither, all things wither, and no grass grow. It can make people have endless wealth, but it can also make people live in poverty. As a god, he actually attacks weak humans. Lin Chen looked at the other party coldly, his eyes seeming to spit out fire. It seems that now, the other party has accepted Zeus's order to make human beings suffer well, right? Just because he taught humans how to plant? So this time we are going to weaken the power of human beings and make the earth barren and barren of grass. Ah, what a despicable method. It seems that this goddess urgently needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise she would still have the intention to collude with Zeus? Wrong. If this is the reaction, Lin Chen thought for a while. Demeter's daughter seemed to have just been taken away by Hades. It turned out to be a poor mother. Then he should help the other person. After all, this is a woman waiting for help. Lin Chen is the most helpful. It really takes no effort at all. He stepped forward to get closer to the other party. Demeter saw this little god from a distance, but the other person just stayed where he was, not knowing what he was thinking. As a goddess, she doesn't need to avoid taboos, but when she sees this, the little preparation god who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth tries to get close to her. She shouted coldly, "You stop, otherwise you will pay the price." Lin Chen's arrogant appearance made Lin Chen very unhappy. Even Hera was impressed. He hadn't seen the goddess look arrogant for a long time. "Demeter, I hope you can maintain this attitude in the future." Lin Chen chuckled. Demeter didn't know why. She had never seen such a bold preparation god. You must know that there is a gap between gods and gods. And she, Demeter, is one of the 12 main gods. It can be said that he is in a high position. But the other party clearly knew who she was, but had no scruples. Why exactly? Lin Chen moved forward again. A little panic arose in her heart. She frowned and said, "What are you going to do?" Lin Chen spoke softly and coaxed. "Demeter, I'm here to help you." Demeter said disdainfully, "You? How can you, a little preparation god, help me? What can you help me with?" Lin Chen didn't care about her attitude and was very confident. "Demeter, I can help you find your daughter, but at the same time, you have to give me something." Seeing the other party's posture, Demeter's eyes widened in surprise. Can a little god of preparation actually help her find her daughter? Demeter didn't believe it, but she couldn't let go of any clues about her daughter. So she had a hint of eagerness on her face, frowned and said, "What?" Lin Chen stared at her. Demeter felt a little unnatural, and the tips of her ears turned red silently. "I want you." The undoubted words made Demeter stunned for a moment. and then she became extremely embarrassed and angry. What did you say? Absolutely impossible. 017. Demeter's categorical refusal made everyone feel very ridiculous. How dare a little preparation god dare to dream of her? Her husband is the leader of the 12 most powerful gods, Zeus. Lin Chen gradually approached her and narrowed his eyes. You sure? Impossible? Demeter seemed to be thinking of Zeus. The previous panic state of worrying about her daughter was completely gone, and she returned to her normal goddess appearance, noble and inviolable again. He even looked at Lin Chen disdainfully. Since you are a preparatory god, you should know my relationship with Zeus. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble for you? Seeing Demeter's ignorant look, Lin Chen laughed angrily, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Trouble? Just Zeus? Haha. Demeter, if you find another excuse, maybe I can let you go a little bit. Now, you missed this opportunity. Demeter was stunned, and her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. When it came to Zeus, the other party didn't show any resistance, but instead became more aggressive. Why is that? She was puzzled, but Lin Chen was standing behind her at some point. Demeter was agitated and was about to break away, but Lin Chen whispered devilishly in her ear. Demeter, don't you want to know the whereabouts of your daughter? As soon as these words came out, Demeter hesitated and felt herself surrounded by other auras. Everyone felt very uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and said, If you don't know the whereabouts of my daughter and tease me like this, then I will let you know the consequences of offending me. In fact, once she knew the whereabouts of her daughter, Demeter would not let go of Lin Chen, a little preparation god. Because the other party offended me, he should be severely punished. Seeing Demeter's serious look, Lin Chen's smile became more and more generous, and he even held her hand. When Demeter was shocked and wanted to use her divine power to scare away the opponent, she immediately taught Lin Chen a lesson. Don't be nervous. If you want to know the whereabouts of your daughter, you have to pay a small price. Let's think of it as interest. Demeter, your daughter was taken away by Hades, the king of Hades. As soon as these words came out, Demeter was so shocked that she even ignored Lin Chen's mischievous hand. How come? How could it be Hades? There can be no intersection between them. How could Hades notice her daughter? The other side represents the soul of the deceased and also represents ominousness. No, she must bring her daughter back. Demeter was very angry and even more anxious. But Hades, the king of Hades, is the brother of Zeus, and he also rules over the underworld and is in charge of life and death. Not that easy to deal with. The joints are intricate. Suddenly, her body felt numb, and Lin Chen's breath came from her ears again, like the voice of a demon. Are you angry that your daughter was taken away by Hades? Yes. Why? Why was it taken away by Hades? The other party should know that this is her and Zeus's daughter. Is he so disrespectful to Zeus? Demeter was startled and fell into a trance. Then he said harshly, It's just a coincidence. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the touch of his hand, which was soft and elastic, like 2 marshmallows. Seeing the other party struggling to death, he sneered. Then have you ever thought about why it's so easy and such a coincidence? Demeter didn't want to think about it. Her face turned pale. Hades, the king of Hades, must have become ambitious, so he secretly took away her daughter. All this belongs to Hades. Let me tell you, it's all Zeus' fault. When the dust settled, Demeter's psychological defense completely collapsed. Just murmured, What? What did you say? Even if you know it, what can you do? Demeter struggled with her expression and felt even more painful in her heart. Lin Chen looked at the other person like this with satisfaction, and then pushed in through the collar even further. I can bring her back if you want. Demeter's breathing was messed up, and she suppressed her desire to break free. Lin Chen stood there blankly and allowed Lin Chen to move, but he was still arguing. Impossible. Since Zeus acquiesces, there is absolutely no way you can do it. You are just a small preparation god, and the other party is Hades. Demeter both hoped that the other party had a way to deal with Hades, but also hoped that the other party did not. He wanted to deny his fate, but also wanted to save his daughter. Such a struggling expression made Lin Chen very happy. He liked the feeling of playing with the applause, so Lin Chen took his hand away and shrugged. You can choose not to believe it, but of course, you don't have much time left. Although your method of desolating the earth worked, by the time they compromised, your daughter should have eaten the pomegranates of the underworld. Then she can never come back permanently. Demeter was immediately surprised. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen even knew this. Zeus should understand that Persephone, their daughter, was originally the goddess of seeds. He is her god. Usually she returns to the ground in the spring, which represents the power of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Awakening the seeds begin, and they awaken to sprout. Unexpectedly, Zeus acquiesced. Demeter looked at Lin Chen with complicated eyes. Since he even knew about the underworld pomegranate, this might be the only chance. She could also threaten Zeus with desolation and have Hades send Persephone back. But if she really let the other party give Persephone some pomegranate seeds, then it's all over. Demeter finally sighed and closed her eyes, looking like she was ready to take whatever you wanted. Hurry up. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. The other party didn't know that the barrier of the small world had already been set up when he came. That's what Hera used. Perfectly worked. Seeing how polite Demeter was, the tips of her jade ears turned red and crystal clear. So he couldn't wait to step forward, ready to pick the fruits of his victory. Suddenly, several pieces of clothing flew out of the sky. Then there were some strange sounds. The time to pay the price lasts for a long, long time. Demeter was shaking all over. Looking at the sun chariot in the sky, she shed 2 lines of tears. She did this all for Persephone. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she couldn't even think of Persephone. 018. 2 hours later, Demeter collapsed weakly on the ground. The beautiful jade on the grass had been stained with the fallen jade liquid and was scattered everywhere. She was almost unconscious and smelled of heather. Lin Chen stood aside contentedly, looking at the other person's pleading eyes. He endured the exhaustion without fainting. He said calmly, "Okay, I promise you, I will do it now." Lin Chen left like this simply and neatly, seemingly without any nostalgia. Looking at the other person's back, Demeter picked up the clothes and put them on with trembling hands. Just as he was about to stand up, his legs gave out and he collapsed again on the dark green ground. In this green meadow, the green grass grows extremely lush. Her face was red and her eyes were complicated. She suddenly realized the question, why did she believe him so easily? Demeter tightened her clothes unconsciously. What happened to her? Why would she suddenly believe so much in an ordinary preparation god? Did the other party have some special ability that bewitched her? Or is it that he has become seriously ill and has sought medical treatment? She tidied herself up and tidied up the dark green grass. He had just regained some strength and was about to leave. Hermes is coming. Zeus wants to see you. Hermes said this, but Demeter, the usually noble and solemn goddess of agricultural harvest, lowered her head and looked a little panicked. Something feels wrong. Hermes asked her doubtfully with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Demeter was extremely flustered. Why does Zeus want to see her now? Did you discover something? No, impossible. She forced herself to calm down and return to her usual self. It's just that his expression is a little stiff. No, it's nothing. What to do? The thought of meeting Zeus made her heart agitate. After making that decision, she didn't know whether it was right or wrong. Although she hates Zeus, she is also one of Zeus's wives. If Zeus discovers, worried, she went to Olympus. Hades, everything is still too late, just for the sake of convenience. The power of stopping time. With the help of time again and again, Lin Chen quickly caught up with them and came to the palace of the underworld. Looking in the distance, the chariot of Hades, the king of Hades, was pulled by 4 black horses. Lin Chen stopped. As expected, Persephone has lived with her mother Demeter since she was a child, and never thought about marriage. This time Persephone teamed up with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and Artemis, the goddess of hunting, to pick flowers together. The earth goddess Gaia, with the tacit approval of Zeus, caused a daffodil to bloom on the earth. In the process of picking flowers, Persephone unknowingly drifted away from her friends. Just as I was about to pick that seemingly harmless daffodil, the ground cracked. 4 black horses appeared pulling the chariot of Hades, the king of Hades. He forced Persephone into the carriage and drove back to the underworld. Hades had fallen in love with her long ago, and with the acquiescence and help of Zeus, this plan was implemented. All this has been planned for a long time. That's why Lin Chen came directly to the underworld. In the palace, Persephone thought that Hades was just taking her to play out of kindness. At first I was very panicked and cried sadly. Only then did Demeter discover that she was missing. However, under Hades' coaxing, the little girl easily believed him. She has never been to the underworld, so she is very curious about everything and is having a great time. My heart is so big. Lin Chen's head was covered with black lines, and he shook his head speechlessly. Silently, he used the ever-changing changes to enter the palace, and then opened the barrier of the world's power, covering it. Persephone, you seem to be having a great time? A strange voice sounded, and Persephone looked around warily. It turned out to be a tall, handsome man with a very good-looking appearance. She asked innocently and curiously, who are you? To be favored by Hades, the king of Hades, Persephone is naturally very good-looking. But this good-looking appearance is a bit more green and incomprehensible. After tasting the taste of maturity, Lin Chen can't stand it anymore. He said calmly, I am the preparatory god on Mount Olympus. After asking and answering, Persephone lowered her guard and became a little confused. You're not in Olympus. Why are you in the underworld? Lin Chen helplessly spread his hands. Silly girl, I'm here to save you. Persephone was even more confused. Save me? I don't need saving. What happened to this god of preparation? She is very safe. Where can she be saved? As the daughter of the most powerful god Zeus, no one would dare to mess with her. Didn't you see that Hades, the king of Hades, was very respectful to her and invited her to play? It can be said that it is meticulous. Hades, the king of Hades, was his father's brother and could also be regarded as her elder, so she had no objection to this favor. Seeing her look like this, Lin Chen gave up explaining and changed the topic. Where's Hades? Persephone replied absent-mindedly as she continued playing. He went to work and let me play here by myself. He also prepared fruits for me. Lin Chen frowned and looked at the plate of fruit. Sure enough, it was pomegranate. There was quite a lot of pomegranates on the plate, and Persephone hadn't had time to eat them yet. He said loudly, Did you know that your mother, Demeter, was so anxious to find you that she made the earth fall into desolation? Persephone finally turned to look at him, surprised. Why is this happening? As the goddess of harvest, the other party never messes around. How could such a thing be done? She was just called to the underworld as a guest, and her mother was really. Because Hades wants to take you away and make you his wife. And once you eat these fruits, you will never be able to leave the underworld again. What? These words struck Persephone's mind like thunder. Did Hades want to force her to become his wife? Impossible. She is the daughter of Zeus. How could Hades, the king of Hades, do whatever he wants? This god of preparation is so bad that he could even make up such a lie. It's absolutely abominable. Persephone looked at him angrily. I do not believe. Lin Chen was a little impatient and didn't want to explain anymore, so he took out Demeter's hairpin. Fortunately, during those 2 hours, Lin Chen felt that the hairpin was irritating his hands, so he put it away in the space. Now it can be used as a proof. Do you believe it now? Persephone was surprised when she saw this hairpin. This hairpin was the one her mother wore most often. It seemed that the other party was really sent by her mother. So Hades, the king of Hades, really has impure intentions? How so? So, are you going to come with me? Persephone bit her plump lips and nodded obediently. Walk. 019. Mount Olympus. The radiance of God filled the entire mountain peak, and it still looked as peaceful as ever. Demeter's strength had long been exhausted by Lin Chen, and her long legs were trembling a little under the complicated and gorgeous skirt. As a god, Demeter had only one man in her life, and that was Zeus. Once the incident between herself and Lin Chen is spread, she will be despised by the gods. Godhead will also be stripped away. This also puts her and Queen Hera in the same situation. But later on, he at least had the same rights as Zeus, and had the right to deal with Zeus's women and illegitimate children. And she couldn't say anything and couldn't control it. In human terms, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is equivalent to being a widow. Therefore, she has been quite indifferent to that kind of thing for a long time. I never expected to receive coercion from a little preparation god, and this preparation god, he's so good at that kind of thing. In her vague memory, Lin Chen was 1,000 times stronger than Zeus. Even during those 2 hours, she couldn't worry about Persephone's safety at all, but instead enjoyed it. Demeter hadn't been like this for a long time, and she even got a bit of fun from it. After being tortured to pieces, he finally managed to recover a few points, received a letter from Hermes, and hurried back to Mount Olympus. After entering the palace, Demeter looked at Zeus sitting on the throne impatiently. Are you looking for me? Zeus saw the opponent's temper and cold appearance, and said bravely, Don't let the earth be barren anymore, or disaster will happen to all living beings. Demeter, that's enough. Demeter's eyes suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but glare at the other person. Did not expect. Demeter didn't have a good look on Zeus anymore, so she said angrily, What about Persephone? Don't you want to find her? As her father, aren't you worried about her safety? Demeter's question and the inquiring look in her eyes made Zeus somewhat alert. Even though he was usually sweet-tongued, he felt that these words were too much. After all, this was one of his women, so he smiled to please her. How could I not be worried about our daughter? Demeter, you are hurting my heart by saying this. I have found the whereabouts of Persephone, and the other party invited her to be their guest. Don't worry, I'll ask them to send Persephone back. Although Zeus said this, he already had a plan in mind. After all, he directed and acted all of this. How could he not know his whereabouts? As for agreeing to Demeter, it was entirely because it was already this time, and Hades, the king of Hades, should have succeeded even if he moved slowly. After eating the fruit of the underworld, No matter how angry Demeter was, Persephone would never come back. By then the done deal was over, and Demeter had no choice but to accept it all. He also made a good impression. What a perfect plan. Really. Sure enough, Zeus already knew the whereabouts of the other party. Demeter looked at Zeus's faintly proud look and was extremely angry, and said coldly, "Really? Then wait until my daughter comes back." After Demeter left, Zeus lowered his head helplessly. Demeter's character is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Huh, what does this smell like? The scent of heather lingered in the air of the hall for a long time. Zeus was confused for a moment, looked at the direction Demeter left, and murmured to himself, "This smell is so strange. I think I've smelled it somewhere. Where is it?" He thought hard, then suddenly thought about it, and suddenly realized. "That's right, Hera. I've been smelling it around Hera a lot lately. Already a few times. What is this?" The smell made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. Zeus didn't know that gods and humans were different in this matter. This was actually the flavor left by Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen is already a preparation god, this is in terms of divine power. He is still a human being. Demeter was in a bad mood. When she almost reached the door of her palace, she regretted being so aggressive just now. In this situation, will Zeus pay more attention to her, and then discovered something strange about her? You should know that she just put on the clothes and hadn't had time to wash them yet. Demeter was very worried. Hasn't Zeus discovered it? Should not. I just don't know if my daughter can come back after paying such a heavy price. She sighed, her face full of disappointment. Lin Chen is just a preparation god. Can she trust him? That is the place of Hades. She was worried, with a hint of fatigue on her face. At this time, she saw two figures in the palace, as if they had been waiting for a long time. One of them is Lin Chen, who made a deal with her, and the other one turns out to be Persephone. "Mother." Persephone quickly rushed into her arms, and the two hugged each other tightly. Demeter subconsciously hugged her daughter's waist before realizing it. "My daughter is really back. Lin Chen actually did it." She stroked Persephone's hair lovingly, feeling comforted by everything she did. Even if she devoted herself to it for more than 2 hours. It's all worth it. She subconsciously looked at Lin Chen, who was smiling, but not smiling, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Let me see, are you okay? Did you eat anything?" Demeter suddenly remembered something and quickly looked at her daughter from head to toe. Persephone said quickly, "No, this person came in time. I didn't eat that pomegranate." "Don't worry, mother." After glancing at Lin Chen, Persephone also understood the other party's good intentions, so she did not say the words "god of preparation" for fear of making the other party sad. Lin Chen doesn't have that much leisure. Now, it's Demeter's turn to fulfill her promise. "Persephone, please go out for a moment. I have something to talk to your mother about." Lin Chen smiled calmly, looking very gentle. After seeing her mother nodding, Persephone went out carelessly. Lin Chen looked at Demeter with an ambiguous smile and grabbed her waist. "I did what I promised you. How should you thank me?" Demeter's body tensed up instantly. 020. In the palace. This. What are you going to do?" Demeter quickly took a few steps back. The previous 2 hours had terrified her. Even the legs are weak. For the safety of her daughter, she tried her best to please and cooperate fully. Why is this person doing this again? After finally regaining some strength, she turned into her former self, a solemn harvest goddess. At this moment, Demeter's face was full of panic, fearing that the other party would do something wrong. Then he looked nervously at the palace door, fearing that someone might come and encounter something. Then she will be beyond redemption. "What are you doing? Don't you know what I'm doing?" "Demeter, stop asking questions knowingly." Lin Chen approached step by step, and the strong aura made Demeter take several steps back, completely losing her usual composure. "Once is a transaction. What were those 2 times?" Demeter held on and said, "Didn't I thank you already? Have you forgotten? Don't come here again." Unknowingly, Demeter retreated to the side of the bed, so nervous that she couldn't control herself. There was no retreat for her. What would it look like if you fell on the bed? But Lin Chen stopped her, smelling her own scent. His eyes flashed. No, Demeter, you are too naive. That's all it takes to ask me to take action, and it's only 2 hours. Thanks to those 2 hours, it gave me the motivation to save your daughter. As for now is the time for you to thank me and fulfill your promise." Listening to these remarks, Demeter almost laughed at his shamelessness and wanted to break away from the other party's arms. Then he refused righteously. "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never give in to you again. She is a majestic harvest goddess. How could she be threatened again and again by a preparation god? Now that her daughter has been recovered, she will never compromise. If she doesn't agree, what can the other party do?" So she toughened up, looked at the other party with disdain, and snorted. "If you hadn't saved my daughter, There would be no room in my palace for you to be so presumptuous. Lin Chen let go of his hand. Sure enough, after taking advantage of it, all the goddesses above him looked like this. He sneered. What? You want to burn bridges? Demeter, have you forgotten what you did with me? Demeter's face froze, almost unable to maintain her majesty, and then she pretended to be confused. You are a little preparation god. What can I do with you? Stop wishful thinking and leave now. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and a projection appeared with his hand. Haha, then I will help the superior goddess recall her memories. Demeter subconsciously looked at the projection and saw a picture of Demeter on the grass. Then the scene became even more unbearable, even more and more excessive. Minute by second, lifelike. It's their scenes, all recorded. Even later, Demeter drank an anime-sized amount of yogurt. You. Demeter's face turned red instantly, and her whole head felt hot, as if steaming from her head. She couldn't believe it. You can't even record this. Lin Chen sneered. Demeter, you don't want the gods, even Zeus, to know about this, right? Can you still become a goddess by then? Can I still have a place on Mount Olympus? What would happen if Zeus knew about it? Even if you are brave enough not to care about your own safety, what about your daughter? Demeter's armor was struck with sentence after sentence. Hearing her daughter, she raised her head. A look of panic appeared on her beautiful face, and opened her mouth to say something. Don't say he is the father of the child. Since he can give his daughter to Hades, the king of Hades, he can give it to others. You should understand that Zeus will never allow betrayal by those around him. Once your reputation is bad, your daughter will only end up worse. Of course, none of this will happen. It depends on what you do. Beautiful Demeter, the fate of you and your daughter lies in your own hands. Demeter was completely frightened. Her legs softened and she sat on the bed behind her, her face pale. Lin Chen was right. She couldn't bear the consequences of this. Once the gods find out, she will be completely doomed. A desecrated goddess will become the talk of everyone. Not only will his godhood be deprived of him, but he will even become the target of Zeus's wrath. She clearly understood how small-minded Zeus was, how suspicious and cruel he was, and could not tolerate betrayal. The other party even killed his own father in order to gain power. How could she let her daughter go? Persephone has just been rescued. Will she fall into a deeper abyss again? Not to mention that she herself couldn't bear the consequences. Demeter was silent and lowered her noble head. What do you want to do? Seeing that she was finally obedient, Lin Chen stroked her golden hair. Demeter, don't you know what I want to do? Take the initiative yourself. Demeter opened her eyes and looked at the other party. Lin Chen looked determined to win, which made her suddenly realize. All of this is the other party's conspiracy. She completely fell into Lin Chen's trap from the beginning. Demeter had never been teased like this before. She gritted her teeth and insulted. You actually do such a thing. The dignity of the gods cannot be violated. I am going to kill you. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. You may be able to kill me. After all, you now have powerful divine power, and I am just a small preparation god. But, now that I have this image, I have made complete preparations. If my life is threatened, I will immediately appear on Mount Olympus, or even in every corner of the world. Then word of your blasphemy will spread. Dear Demeter, you will be reviled by everyone. Demeter was stunned, closed her eyes in resignation, and cursed through gritted teeth. You are simply a despicable, shameless, and extremely hateful villain. But as she spoke, her body still trembled and she approached Lin Chen. The slender jade-like legs circled. It seems that you made a wise choice. Demeter, I'm so happy for you, Lin Chen didn't care about her curses. He had seen too many upright goddesses. So he closed his eyes and concentrated on enjoying it. Persephone was playing outside the palace, but suddenly, she stopped and looked at the palace door. What is this? It seems to be coming from inside. It's the fragrance of flowers, but not. She thought about it, but couldn't get the result, and she couldn't help but become curious and confused. Very strange. Here, Lin Chen also got the system prompt in a daze. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of Persephone being trapped in the underworld. Acquire 100 divine powers. The time stop is extended by 5 minutes. The original world expands by 100 meters. 021. Go in and have a look. If you don't go in and see, go in and have a look. Can't cause trouble. Persephone was caught in a dilemma and kept muttering with her back to the palace door. Persephone, what are you doing? Lin Chen's voice suddenly sounded, startling the girl. She turned her head, her innocent and lovely face full of confusion. Are you out? Where's my mother? Lin Chen thought of Demeter, who could no longer stand up, and smiled quietly. Your mother is already resting, so don't go in and disturb her. Persephone looked at the palace door worriedly, and then asked with some confusion, Lin Chen, do you smell anything? It seems to be getting stronger now. Persephone wrinkled her small and exquisite nose and sniffed the air to test. Lin Chen looked at her strangely, then coughed and said, It must be an unknown floral fragrance. It's very common. I've smelled it in other places too. Lin Chen said nonsensically in a serious manner. Okay, you go and play. I'm leaving too. Lin Chen was like a gentleman with a humble demeanor. He turned around and left after giving a few words of advice. Persephone looked at his back curiously, with a blush on her pretty face unconsciously. Speaking of which, Lin Chen seems to have saved me. Although he was just a preparation god, he was able to take me away without Hades even knowing about it. It's so mysterious. After leaving Demeter, Lin Chen had just returned to his residence. He couldn't wait to jump into the portable space. To be precise, this was his original world. I don't know how much the original world has expanded after receiving the reward. Now he can still measure this land with his feet. When his world becomes more and more complete, and the land area becomes larger and larger, he may have to fly. The scenery in front of me changed, and the small preparation god's residence became outdoors. He looked around curiously, and saw that the original sky, earth and ocean had appeared in the original world. The sky is extremely blue, and the ground beneath our feet is extremely hard and solid. As for the ocean not far away, the waves are sparkling, reflecting the sky and showing a blue color. There are some bushes next to the ocean, green and brown intertwined, showing vitality. Although monotonous, it looks like a paradise. Today my origin world is small, but it's real. Unexpectedly, some plants appeared on the ground. This is an unexpected surprise, let me try it. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, walked to the bush, and picked a fruit. This fruit looks ordinary, even a little pitted, green and brown. The next second, he put the fruit into his mouth without hesitation. This was his original world, and he could clearly feel that the fruit was not poisonous. After taking a bite, it melted in your mouth, and even Lin Chen's spirit was lifted. He looked down at the fruit and was extremely surprised. Because the system displays Divine Power plus 10, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was very excited. This fruit actually contains divine power? You can add 10 when you eat it, but how much can you add after it's mature? He looked at the bushes as if he had discovered a treasure. There was a hint of complacency. It was indeed his original world. It was so different. Immediately, he looked up at the sky again, as if looking at Mount Olympus outside his original world. Hatred is brewing in my heart, and my sharp eyes are like flying swords. It seems that the day of revenge is getting closer, Zeus. On the other hand, ever since humans had fire, they learned to read and grow food under the guidance of Lin Chen. Human civilization gradually began to develop. There are even some humans who believe in Lin Chen, but do not believe in gods. They take the initiative to become Lin Chen's followers and bring hope to other human gatherings. Soon, the whole world knew about Lin Chen, who brought the fire. It was he who let humans know that after using fire, they can eat cooked food. With food, the human body is no longer so fragile. People don't lose their lives just because of a minor illness. Some children with low immunity can also survive. Fire can also help humans resist severe cold and ferocious beasts, making human nights infinitely longer. Let human time have more possibilities. All of these are brought by Lin Chen. Therefore, almost every large human gathering place regards Lin Chen as a hero and builds monuments to commemorate him. Countless human beings are grateful for Lin Chen's contribution. Whenever they use fire and live a happy life, they will silently recite this sentence. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. However, as the number of human beings increases, life becomes better and better. Zeus felt angry when he saw this. Why? Everything human beings have is given by gods. In other words, it is all given by me. How dare they praise a human being who was punished by God? Even the fire was stolen by some unknown thief. If there is no fire, how can you get more and more? Also praise Lin Chen. I am simply tired of living. Zeus was very dissatisfied and called a meeting of the gods except Prometheus. Soon, in the largest temple on Mount Olympus, Zeus sat on the throne and said very dissatisfied, Despicable humans do not deserve fire from the divine realm, nor do they deserve any resemblance to us. This meeting is held so that everyone can come up with a reasonable way to eliminate human beings. As soon as these words came out, some gods were extremely surprised, while others sneered and didn't care. I agree. Apollo, the sun god, was the first to speak up. His eyes were sinister, and he was actually dissatisfied for a long time. Pai Tong was his prey, and his hatred had not yet been resolved. He only killed him once, and he hid in a forbidden area. Unexpectedly, just because of a little Lin Chen, Zeus agreed to let their grudges fall apart. He did not dare to blame Zeus, so he put the account on Lin Chen's head. What surprised him even more was that Lin Chen actually made a mistake and ate Python's flesh, also with other lowly humans. Damn it, that's his prey, his thing. Why should it be touched by humans? Therefore, 2 accounts were recorded on Lin Chen, and Apollo completely hated those humans. Those human beings are ungrateful. Their lives were given by gods, and now they have a rebellious heart. Naturally, this species is going to be wiped out. 022. One of the main gods said, "This Lin Chen is so famous. None of our 12 main gods can compare to it, even the great Zeus." Zeus flew over with an eye dagger, and feeling his anger, the 12 main gods spoke one after another. "I don't have any objection to killing humans, but I do need a reasonable reason. There are not only living beings in the world, we must also maintain an image in front of other living beings. Otherwise, you will only end up with a cruel reputation." Athena, the goddess of wisdom, looked unbearable and stood up and said, "I disagree. Human beings have not made any big mistakes so far, and this group is growing stronger and stronger. If gods intervene, it will be difficult not to be discovered by other creatures." Zeus looked at her. "You mean just forget it?" With a dangerous tone, Zeus was obviously a little dissatisfied. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, said firmly, "Gods can't interfere in these things, it's too cheap. Maybe human beings can destroy themselves. After a race is born, their survival is determined by themselves. When the time comes, it will naturally be a matter of life and death. No one can blame the gods." These words made the Lord gods nod their heads. It's just about annihilating the human race, so why dirty your hands? Looking at everyone's attitude, Zeus had no choice but to agree due to Athena's insistence. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, it's up to humans to decide life and death, but the specific method to use is up to me." What Zeus had in mind was, of course, that he had 10,000 ways to make mankind destroy itself. Just need to figure it out slowly. This meeting of the gods ends here. The other side. Prometheus looked at human life getting better and better, and he was very happy. At the same time, I couldn't help but think, they held a meeting, but they didn't let me participate? Are they discussing some plan that is detrimental to mankind? That must be the case. Prometheus was suddenly very worried. He muttered to himself, "It took a lot of effort for human beings to become like this, and they cannot let God's plan ruin their lives. I must find a way to stop this." You have to know what they are discussing. What kind of disaster will happen to mankind? His eyes were firm, and he made a decision. At the beginning, when Zeus and his father were fighting, Prometheus was able to block the blow of the previous generation of god-kings for Zeus. His strength is not that weak. So he used his magical power, and gradually, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he saw the picture of the future. Then he was horrified. What's going on? Will Zeus fall? Who killed Zeus? Zeus is an extremely powerful god, and no other god can defeat him. Who can be so powerful? Is it what was rumored before? Will Zeus be killed by his own son? But this person, Prometheus, saw this terrifying scene. A figure killed Zeus, and his body still exuded a terrifying aura. Who is he? He is definitely not the son of Zeus. Can you defeat Zeus? Will it be detrimental to mankind again? For the future of mankind, let me see you clearly. He opened his eyes wide and looked desperately. Perhaps his own obsession was very strong. Maybe a miracle happened, just when he was about to dissipate the huge light on the other party and see the outline of the other party clearly. This dark figure wrapped in dazzling light faced him coldly from the distance. When he met this gaze, the hairs all over his body stood up, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. The next second, the power comes back. Puff! Prometheus was instantly seriously injured, vomited blood, and fainted. His reaction shocked the surrounding divine attendants, who all surrounded him while looking around with vigilance. What's going on? Lord Prometheus. The divine servants used their divine power to warm him up and snatch him back from hanging on by a thread. Seeing him weakly opening his eyes, the divine attendants quickly asked worriedly, "Sir, what happened?" Prometheus was a little hesitant. He was afraid that there were people from Zeus among these divine attendants. At this point, he can't control so much anymore, he said with great difficulty. "I used my divine power to predict the future." His body was too weak, and before he fainted again, he kept repeating, "The god king will be destroyed, and a new king will be born." Fortune-telling? The god king will be destroyed, and a new king will be born? When the gods heard this, they were shocked. After looking at each other, they sent someone to report to Zeus. After a while, Prometheus' prophecy shocked the entire Olympus. What did he predict? The god king will be destroyed and a new king will be born? What is this? Zeus was extremely angry and terrified. His hands kept shaking, and a huge panic came over him. Who was the man who killed him? Who was that new king? Zeus kept looking for possibilities and suddenly thought of the past. He and his father both became god kings through patricide, and the prophecy of the tree elf, who was also his youngest son, would kill him. This also led him to frantically save seeds everywhere, just to prevent the last little son from being born. Zeus forced himself to regain his senses. Could this man be his son? Which son is that? Zeus looked confused. I would never allow such a thing to happen, even if he is my son. Zeus looked at his existing sons with an extremely cold look. Which one would it be? Hermes? Apollo? Then he shook his head. It shouldn't be these, but his youngest son. So, was this youngest son born? Or will it appear in the future? Zeus looked gloomy. Is Prometheus' prophecy true now? It is different from the prophecy of the tree elf. Is there another person? After all, the original prediction had no backlash. Now Prometheus is seriously injured and unconscious. No matter how you look at it, it is the prophecy of Prometheus, which is more accurate and more credible. After all, a price was paid. If it's not the youngest son, is it a human being? After all, they are developing and progressing too fast now. Zeus trusted his instincts very much. He had always felt that humans were a serious problem. In this case, the prophecy has come. Then he can no longer allow human beings to develop. You have to plan ahead. It seems that the plan must be implemented quickly. Zeus thought this way, and then held a meeting of the gods on Mount Olympus. After the gods heard the prophecy, they all talked about it. He was well aware of Zeus's movements. Now, I have already thought about what kind of surprise I will give humans. Whether humans live or die is up to them. Whether they can resist this temptation or not is up to them. No one can stop it. Zeus glanced sideways at Athena, who wanted to speak out, and stopped her. Hephaestus, come here. 023. Hephaestus stood up in confusion, and the gods became even more confused. What did Zeus want to do? The next second, they became even more confused. He had Hephaestus create a woman named Pandora. Woman? Just a woman? What bad consequences could this have for humanity? Athena was immediately relieved and remained silent. The gods slandered in their hearts. Pandora. This name is the woman with all the gifts? Did Zeus actually want to create an extremely perfect woman? No wonder it is said to give mankind a surprise. Soon, Hephaestus made a woman on the spot who could bring disaster to mankind. This woman was wearing a gorgeous golden robe made for her by Hephaestus. She was so beautiful that even the sun on the earth could not match it. Next, let us give this woman a blessing. Let her become the most perfect woman in the world. It is impossible for the gods to have any opinions about sending blessings. They are all thinking about what they want to give to this woman. After Zeus, Venus, the god of love and beauty, stood up first. Since this is a woman, she knows what to give. In order to make you more perfect, I will give Pandora the power of charm and temptation. Make all the men in the world crazy about you. All women are not as beautiful as you. As a result, Pandora gained unparalleled beauty and was even more seductive than she originally was. The messenger Hermes then stood up. I will give you the skills of being eloquent and humane, to ensure you understand the art of language and be lovable. Then, Pandora's ignorant eyes blinked, and her eyes became cunning. The third one is Athena, the goddess of wisdom. She touched Pandora's long hair and said, I will give you wisdom and understanding. In this way, your mind will not be empty, and you will be able to live peacefully in the world. As a result, Pandora's eyes became clearer, and the previous cunningness suddenly disappeared. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, stood up. I grant you a heart as big as the earth, tolerance, and empathy. Pandora's overall temperament suddenly softened a lot. Apollo, the sun god, also stood up and began his blessing. How can a perfect woman not understand art? I give you music and dance. The aura around Pandora was more unearthly than ordinary. Then came Hera, the queen of gods, and everyone gave Pandora enough things. Therefore, she just spoke lightly. I grant you self-respect and pride. Pandora instantly made people feel some distance, and her smile was so just right. It makes people feel gentle, but they don't dare to be blasphemous and approach easily. Finally, there is the god King Zeus. Okay, everyone has given you blessings, so what should I give you? Zeus happily stood in front of Pandora, who was already infinitely close to perfection, pretending to be distressed, but his smile did not reach his eyes. On the contrary, deep in his eyes, he was cold and decisive, vicious and malicious. I give you a super curiosity that always yearns for the new world. At the same time, he handed a box to Pandora and warned her. No matter what, Pandora, Good boy, you must not open this box. Pandora nodded blankly. Her beautiful big eyes seemed to be dripping with water. Immediately, Zeus returned to his throne, sneering in his heart. Pandora will definitely open this box. That's right, he didn't expect Pandora to do anything as a woman. But what's in this box is enough to destroy the world. And the curiosity he bestowed upon her would make Pandora unable to help but open the box with her own hands. This magic box contains all the evil in the world. It is an evil that no human being can bear. Greed, pain, nihilism, jealousy, slander, and countless other original sins that can make humans kill each other are hidden in this box. Once Pandora opens the magic box, it will be the bitter fruit of human choices. This is his conspiracy to destroy mankind. And it's a conspiracy that has nothing to do with them at all. He just needs to watch the show quietly, and mankind will destroy itself. All living creatures cannot blame them. They only laugh at human beings for bringing it upon themselves. After doing all this, Zeus said condescendingly, Pandora, now that you have the blessings of the gods, you are already a perfect woman. Although you are a human being, you are also a messenger of God. I will find a way out for you. Pandora held the magic box and looked at it with great curiosity. The box had a huge attraction for her, making it difficult for her to take her eyes off it. When she heard the words of the God King, she became a little curious. What kind of retreat is it? I plan to betroth you to a hero on earth. What do you think? Zeus said maliciously. This is also what he thought of. He wants to send this woman to Lin Chen's side. When the time comes, Lin Chen must also confess her mistakes. How can you be a human hero? Pandora was very happy because it turned out that the God King wanted to marry her to a human hero. This couldn't be a better place to go. For a human female, this is the best possible outcome. So she nodded firmly and uttered those words from her plump, flower-like lips. I do. Zeus looked pleased on the surface, but sneered in his heart and said, Very well, you are such a good boy. I will let Hermes send you to Earth. You must understand your mission. Mission? Serve Lin Chen, the hero of the world? Pandora instantly felt ready to die, and she promised, I will definitely remember my mission, great God King. As Pandora left, the gods lowered their heads, confused in their hearts. Zeus actually gave such a perfect woman to someone else? And it's the human hero Lin Chen that he hates so much? He was a man of debauchery, and he would not spare animals and all kinds of strange creatures. How could he let Pandora go? With blessings from the gods, Pandora's beauty can be said to put all girls to shame. Her temperament and charm make all men unable to take their eyes off her. It's definitely not simple. Especially the Queen Hera. Zeus did not discuss the whole process with her. Even she couldn't help but look sideways at a woman like Pandora. Also, as the aloof God King, Zeus was messing around with women everywhere, and she couldn't control it. How could he tell her such a trivial matter? Unlike usual, Zeus was willing to send such a perfect woman to the human world, instead of enjoying it yourself? Is there something wrong with this woman? Demeter also guessed that the woman appeared in the presence of everyone. Hephaestus fabricated it on the spot, and all the gods blessed him. It's probably not Pandora who has the problem. It's the box in her hand. The box of Zeus is absolutely extraordinary. Since Pandora was told not to open it, why would he give her the box? There must be some secret in such a box. 0.24. At the moment when the divine messenger descended, with great fanfare and glory, Hermes and Pandora appeared in the world. The appearance of the god caused shock to the people. They all focused their attention there. Hermes looked at everyone, raised his chin, and spoke with great disdain. I am Hermes, the god of the divine world. I am here to do an important thing on the orders of Zeus, the king of gods. The people saw the glory of the gods with their own eyes and heard such news. So they all paid their respects. There was also a small group of people who went directly to report Lin Chen, because now Lin Chen, as a human hero, is the leader of the human race. What happened? They definitely wanted to tell each other as soon as possible, then look for countermeasures. Pandora looked at everything in the world curiously, and when she suddenly saw so many people paying homage, she covered her mouth in surprise. However, Hermes raised his chin higher when he saw this scene. He didn't take anyone seriously. To him, humans are weaker than ants. By the order of the God King, I give the human hero Lin Chen the perfect woman Pandora. The common people secretly glanced at Pandora and showed their astonished eyes. A hero who was given a woman by a God King to humans? Isn't this just betrothal a woman to Lin Chen? The people cheered one after another. They thought this was what they should do. This is a good thing. Our human heroes must be matched with such a perfect woman. It seems that the gods know about Lin Chen's deeds. Lin Chen is really good. A sword matches a hero, and a beauty matches Lin Chen. Great. Countless words of praise came out one after another, but they were not exaggerated at all, because in their hearts, Lin Chen is comparable to a god. What did the real gods do? Humans don't know. But Lin Chen's contribution is something that all humans are grateful for. Lin Chen also came to the square at this time. The people around him noticed him immediately and stood in 2 rows to make way for him. Here you come, hero. The god king wants to match you with a woman. This Pandora is so beautiful. The hero is so lucky. Lin Chen walked to the front under the welcome of the people. Then he looked at Hermes and the beautiful woman with a half-smile. Pandora, he said somewhat playfully. This name is not ordinary. It seemed that Zeus could no longer control his thoughts, desperately wanting to destroy humanity. Hermes looked at this human hero who did not pay homage unhappily. Are you Lin Chen? That's right. Hermes handed Pandora to him impatiently. This is the woman God King Zeus ordered us to give to you, the human hero Lin Chen. Kneel down and thank the king of God. Right? It's a woman, not a goddess. Lin Chen looked at this woman who was looking at him, her deer-like eyes blinking, extremely seductive. Then he said very generously, I won't kneel down anymore. Since he gave it to me, I will accept it. Lin Chen's eyes were focused on the box Pandora was holding. He naturally knew that Pandora was Zeus's conspiracy. That box holds the secret to destroying humanity. But he accepted it anyway, because he had enough strategies to make Zeus lose his wife and lose his troops. You go back and tell Zeus that no matter how many women he sends, even if he sends a goddess, I can take it all. How could he waste a piece of his heart? Lin Chen said angrily, making Hermes feel uncomfortable all over. It is obviously a gift given to human beings as heroic women. Why did Lin Chen's words focus on guests? Equality. Yes, the look in Lin Chen's eyes was indeed one of equality. Why would he, a little human being, dare to be equal to the gods? Hermes was speechless at the arrogance of this human hero, seeing that the other party had accepted Pandora. Then he ignored it, turned around, and turned into light and left, delivering a message to God King Zeus. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't even care about the envoys from the divine realm, Pandora couldn't help but look at Lin Chen and was very happy in her heart. Is this her future? The people around him also felt that Lin Chen was neither humble nor arrogant, and that he was equal to the divine envoy, and they admired him even more. This is the hero of their human race, and such a powerful hero should be paired with such a perfect woman. Under the cheers of everyone, Lin Chen and Pandora accepted people's blessings and successfully got together. At this moment, the system reward is triggered. Change the plot of Pandora's marriage, get rewards, extend the time stop by 5 minutes, have 100 magical powers, expand the original world by 100 meters, and get a box of happiness. Lin Chen has become accustomed to the previous rewards. But the last one, a box of happiness. He looked puzzled, and when no one was around, he took out the box, only to find that he couldn't open it. Huh. He just read the introduction and suddenly understood. Isn't this the opposite of the magic box? Yes, this box has the ability to make people happy in the world and contains countless beautiful things. But to open it, you need Pandora. Isn't this simple? That curious woman will definitely not be able to resist opening the box. Lin Chen smiled. It takes no effort at all. He appeared in front of Pandora. Dear Pandora, this box is so heavy. I feel so sorry for you. How about I help you put this box away? Pandora was a little hesitant, but in front of Lin Chen, who had used the charm skill, she didn't want to refuse. After promising not to open the box, Pandora handed the box to him and saw him placing the box in a high place. However, she didn't know that as early as when she turned around, Lin Chen had quietly replaced the box and put the magic box into her own little world. Lin Chen raised his lips. Everything went so smoothly. Next, just wait for Zeus to regret it. He is very good at this trick. However, how dare Zeus use such despicable tactics to disturb the world and destroy mankind? It's so abominable. Lin Chen looked at the sky coldly. He wanted to give Zeus a full revenge. Pandora was a little curious. Why did Lin Chen keep staring at the box? So she came over and shyly hugged Lin Chen's waist. Honey, what have you been looking at this treasure chest for? Lin Chen showed a meaningful look. Oh, I'm just curious what's in there. When Pandora heard this, she remembered the instruction. No, you must not open it. God King Zeus said that you must not open it. Seeing Pandora so panicked and waving her little hands, Lin Chen grabbed her and said extremely calmly, I understand. From now on, you can keep it and I won't interfere. Then you turn your head and don't look. Lin Chen turned around and closed his eyes, only to hear the rustling sound. Pandora stood in front of him and said with a blushing face, My dear, let's get married. Lin Chen looked outside, and it was still daytime. He looked meaningfully at the girl in front of him and smiled lightly. Good. 025. This house is the most luxurious and largest house built by human beings in gratitude to Lin Chen. At Pandora's request, the two got married successfully. Only some strange sounds came out. Wait, what's going on with this action? Lin Chen, you know so much. Moreover, this looks very curious. Lin Chen, you are so awesome. Pandora was so exhausted that she fell asleep. When he went out, it was pitch dark outside, and Lin Chen suddenly realized that it was already late at night. Lin Chen turned to look at his newlywed wife Pandora, whose face was rosy, with a hint of charm in her beautiful face. He seemed innocent and ignorant of the world, but not anymore. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Zeus has really given me a great gift, and this Pandora should not be underestimated. Being curious, she actually didn't miss this aspect. It only took her an afternoon. His face was filled with satisfaction and his heart was burning. In a short period of time, we have developed everything that can be developed. It is really the best of the best. Lin Chen is very satisfied. He looked in the direction of Mount Olympus, and then smiled evilly. Since what Zeus gave me is so satisfying, I can't let him down. How to thank him? Got it. His eyes lit up. Then he transformed into the face of the preparation god and flew towards Mount Olympus. Just when he came to the mountain, not far ahead, he saw two figures. It's actually Zeus. Lin Chen showed a playful smile, unfolded the barrier to hide himself, and then hid aside to watch the show. The famous god Zeus was currently holding the arm of the goddess Aphrodite with one hand, trying to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Aphrodite, on the other hand, was extremely resistant and kept retreating. Be with me. I am the most precious god in the world. Aphrodite, my heart is completely robbed by your beauty at this moment. Please just obey me. Zeus was a little unsteady on his feet, with two blushes on his face, and he looked like he was drunk. Aphrodite was born in the foam of the sea, and her green eyes always remind people of pure lake water. When she first appeared in the world, her aura captivated all sentient beings as soon as she opened her eyes, and she became the goddess of love and beauty. Zeus was fooling around in many places, and she had heard about it. As a result, she accidentally met the god King Zeus today, and she couldn't resist it anymore. I really wanted to leave immediately, but Zeus kept stopping her, saying crazy love words and wooing her. She frowned, feeling extremely impatient. I don't want to. It's impossible for us. Zeus, go find someone else to woo. No one in this world can reject your grace. When Zeus heard this, he was very angry and wanted to capture this god of love and beauty. Why? Why did you reject me? Doesn't it mean that no one can reject me? So why are you the exception? Is it because of Hera? That woman is very jealous. You don't need to pay attention to it. Aphrodite wanted so badly to roll her eyes. Afraid of Hera, the wife of the god king? Is it because the queen is jealous? Of course not. Those compliments before were just for show. Aphrodite had no interest in Zeus at all. Seeing the other party shaking his head and keeping silent, Zeus said angrily, "If you don't agree, I will marry you to Hephaestus. He is the ugliest god in the world." Zeus, who had been gentle and courteous just now, suddenly changed his face. He said with a sinister look on his face, "If you don't get it, of course it will be destroyed." Aphrodite was even more disgusted with this sanctimonious Zeus and was unwilling to obey him, even coming up with such a disgusting method. "Zeus, you are so despicable and vicious." Zeus was not moved at all when Aphrodite insulted him like this. Instead, he gave an ultimatum. Don't want to marry him? Also, if Aphrodite, known as the goddess of beauty and love, marries the ugly and lame god Hephaestus, I don't know how many people will talk behind her back. If you don't want to face this, then just follow me. Don't worry, no one will know about what happened today. Aphrodite resented this threat even more. He just said coldly, "Impossible." Zeus was even more angry. He had already reached this point and was still rejected. "Then don't blame me." Immediately, Zeus turned around and left without any regrets. Aphrodite is a god after all, and there is nothing she can do if she doesn't want to. However, this ungrateful goddess must pay a price. Aphrodite knew that Zeus would retaliate, so she was extremely angry. "Zeus, if you dare to do this to me, I won't let you go." But what can a fragile and beautiful goddess do? Zeus didn't even look back. Lin Chen saw their quarrel from the side and remembered the original plot. According to the original plot, Aphrodite was forced to marry the ugliest god, Hephaestus, because Zeus could not pursue her. In order to take revenge on Zeus, she used her desire ability to drive Zeus, who still had a trace of reason, completely crazy. After that, Zeus dared to have S*X with any kind of creature. Scandals abound. So much so that Zeus became even more cruel than he is now, not even sparing stones. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. It turns out that this is the time. Isn't this the best time to taste the beauty first? It's a pity that the power of stopping is not long enough now, otherwise it can be taken directly. He was slightly regretful that the power of stopping time was not long enough now, and it was obviously not enough. Even if you use the ability of charm, you may not be able to seduce Aphrodite. After all, she also controls desire. Whether it will be successful or not remains to be seen. After thinking about it, Lin Chen gave up for the time being. After a while, he reached the top of the mountain and saw Hera. "You, why are you here again?" The extremely noble queen was extremely frightened. Lin Chen has been playing more and more excessively, and he may be discovered by Zeus at any time. What awaits her is eternal disaster. Is it strange that I'm here? Dear Hera, if I don't come, you, the shrine, may not be able to wait for your husband for a long time. Let me fill your emptiness, wouldn't it? Hera was moved, but she still looked away and subconsciously avoided saying, "We can't go on any longer, please leave." Really? Hera, you are naughty and like to make sarcastic remarks. Lin Chen stepped forward with an evil smile. 026. Don't come over here. We're done. Hera tried her best to suppress herself, and she didn't know when she started. Looking forward to seeing this god of preparation. But this is not right. She is a high-ranking queen with incomparable majesty. She is the head of the goddesses and even has the same rights as Zeus, or the god who controls marriage. As long as she holds on, everything is still in her hands. None of this can be ruined. As for this Lin Chen, he is just his daughter's friend. Lin Chen lay down on Hera's body carelessly. I was amused by the way Hera wanted to struggle, but then stood there blankly. Do you know what I saw on the way here? The topic changed so quickly that Hera didn't react for a moment. What do you want to say? Lin Chen is different today. If he still used those threats to threaten her, then she would have no choice but to be obedient. But the other party didn't? So what exactly did he see? I saw Zeus entangled with a goddess. As soon as these words came out, Hera, who was extremely loyal to marriage, was extremely angry. I knew he couldn't help it. Who is it? Zeus actually betrayed her again. Illegitimate children born from those despicable things are easier to deal with. But it is different from those born from a goddess. Although she also betrayed Zeus, she was forced to do so. There is an essential difference between the two. Lin Chen felt that this scene was getting more and more interesting. So he put his hands behind his head. Zeus was threatening the god of beauty into obeying him. Also, Aphrodite, the god of love and beauty, was naturally beautiful, and all the gods admired her. Her beauty is like the twinkling light of day, and her pink cheeks are like peach blossoms. Her long golden curly hair sparkled, and her eyes seemed to contain blue water. Zeus naturally couldn't resist her charm. After all, she is so shining and the most beloved goddess among the gods. No woman can bear that two men in a relationship with her are so boastful and obsessed with another woman. When Lin Chen mentioned the beauty of Aphrodite, the god of love and beauty, he even used a chanting and moaning tone. Hera was extremely angry, and jealousy ignited in her heart. I've seen him have thoughts about Aphrodite for a long time. How? You like that Aphrodite too? Hera sat over unconvinced, unconsciously showing off her superior shoulder and neck lines and releasing her charm. With everything under control, Lin Chen pulled the other party down and sneered. What? Dear Hera, have you figured it out? Aren't you going to cut off contact with me? Hera was angry and raised her head stubbornly. He challenged my bottom line again and again. Lin Chen naturally understood the unfinished words and just said in a seductive tone, "So you want to take revenge on him?" Hera nodded heavily. Yes, and we have to take revenge in front of him. Let him see it with his own eyes. Facing Lin Chen's demonic whispers, Hera herself didn't know whether she wanted to take revenge on Zeus, or whether she was dissatisfied and jealous of Lin Chen's boasting of Aphrodite. The moon chariot hangs high in the sky, spreading its soft brilliance to the world. Beside a beautiful long river, the moon is reflected on the water and the waves are sparkling. Zeus stayed quietly next to it, staring at the river with extremely focused eyes. Be patient, little fish, and get hooked quickly. He stared closely at the bottom of the water. His divine eyes could do this. I saw a school of fish waving their tails leisurely in the water, swaying from side to side and swaying, even puffing bubbles leisurely. His target was one of the fish following behind, with the largest tail like a gauze. The beauty is shocking. The patterns and colors on the body are so attractive. Yes, he was waiting for this little beautiful fish to surface and wanted to attack it. What are you doing? Ate this fish? No, of course not. His goal is naturally to get this fish. The species are different, so there's nothing we can do? What does it matter? Zeus is looking for this kind of stimulation. Zeus's heart was extremely hot, and he waited patiently with the mentality of a hunter. But what he didn't know was that Lin Chen and Hera, less than 5 meters away from him, were carrying out crazy acts of revenge. In the isolation of the small world, Lin Chen stared at Zeus coldly, moving wildly, but his heart was extremely cold. You're still coveting a fish. Zeus, he really doesn't change his sexual nature. Could it be that Aphrodite's revenge has already taken effect? If the gods of Mount Olympus knew that Zeus had set his sights on fish again, their expressions would surely be wonderful. Hera, on the other hand, endured it while looking coldly at the god 5 meters away, gritting her teeth with her beautiful face. Zeus, it's you who are unkind. Don't blame me for being unjust. As the Queen of Heaven, I have equal power with you, but you keep fooling around. It really breaks my heart. Not only did it break my heart, but it also failed to respect me. What you can do, I can do too. The emotions in her heart spread wantonly, and her entire state was very unstable. Even his eyes turned red, and the god of marriage in his body began to crack. The cracks in that godhead were shocking one after another. I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Ding, Hera's divine personality is broken, and she will be rewarded. The power of stopping time will be extended by 5 minutes. Obtain the Staff of Royal Power. The Staff of Royal Power can collect the power of people's faith and feed it back to oneself. Seeing such an introduction and such a reward, Lin Chen felt happy physically and mentally, and the corners of his mouth rose. It seems that this time is really not in vain. The reward this time is really satisfying to me. Now he is a human hero, and human help will increase his strength to a higher level. By then, he would have the capital to compete with Zeus. None of them noticed that Hera's involuntary evasive movements caused their positions to shift further and further, gradually approaching the boundary of the small world. Zeus didn't know it, but the moon in the sky was gradually sliding down. I waited and waited, but I still didn't see the fish. Even the most patient hunter couldn't help but become bored at this moment. At last, Zeus fell asleep waiting. 027. Zeus's action of closing his eyes and taking a nap made Hera even more unscrupulous. The two gradually learned knowledge crazily. What they learned made Hera very excited. She danced happily, her movements became bigger and bigger, and she understood more and more. Hera's divine crown was a little crooked, and her expression was in pain from this horrific punishment. In the end, she danced for too long and fell to the ground. She didn't even realize that they had reached the edge of the small world, and she fell to the ground too much, so she accidentally left the small world. Such movement awakened the god King Zeus. He turned around and saw that it was Hera who looked strange and her clothes were a little messy. He was immediately dumbfounded. Hera, why are you here? This is the human world. Didn't Hera always disdain to come to the human world? And it also appeared next to him, and he didn't notice it at all. Could it be that Hera was trying to supervise him? Why? Was her thoughts discovered by her? But you haven't taken action yet. Moreover, how could the godly queen, who was usually neatly dressed and extremely noble, appear in front of him like this? Seeing Zeus' doubtful eyes, Hera suddenly woke up and was startled. Then she forced herself to calm down. And he was mainly anti-customer, with a cold look. What do you think? If I hadn't gotten the message, why would I be here? Hera slowly stood up from the ground, and then adjusted her golden robe. Got the news? Is that really the case? Hera actually knew he was going to soak a fish? Zeus suddenly felt guilty, and felt a little lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. Otherwise, if Hera had caught him, there would have been no way to deny it. He was a little shy about telling his secret, so he quickly said, I just came to see the night view, nothing else. The information you got is not accurate. Dear Hera, you should believe me and don't listen to other people's instigation. As he spoke, he stepped forward, trying to appease his jealous wife. But as he approached, he wrinkled his nose. There is a strange smell in the cold air. It is so clear and cannot be ignored. It seems to have a sense of encroachment and provocation. Very unpleasant. He frowned and looked around, but there was nothing there except Hera. So he set his sights on his wife, and finally determined that it was indeed coming from her. By the way, dear Hera, why do you have such a strong smell? I smelled it last time too. What does this smell like? He asked directly curiously. Hera was startled, and her eyes involuntarily drifted to the side. Lin Chen was already sitting on a stone, looking at her with a smirk on his face. Hera knew that this smell was Lin Chen's, but she definitely couldn't tell the truth, otherwise she would be doomed. So she said impatiently, This is something I've been using lately, to be more beautiful and deal with those things for you. My wrinkles are getting deeper. What's wrong? By the way, are you really here to see the night view? What kind of scenery is there on Mount Olympus? Seeing Hera looking like she was about to settle old scores, complaining and being aggressive, Zeus scratched his head and wanted to escape. That's it again. That's it again. When will Hera learn to be more tolerant and stop being so jealous? He is the only god king in heaven and earth, possessing the strongest divine power, an extremely noble identity, and the admiration of countless creatures. Why does he need to explain who he wants to be with? Hera couldn't bear to see this, and always meddled in things. I was still a little interested in her beautiful face, but now I am getting more and more annoyed. But the other party is his wife after all, so it is impossible to completely ignore her. So Zeus used the greatest patience and said awkwardly, "No, it's nothing. It just feels weird." So what? I really just came to see the night view. Now that I've finished watching it, I'm leaving. Zeus hated Hera's control the most, and was jealous and stingy. He used his divine power and fled here quickly, but when he ran, even he didn't care about Hera at all. I still can't help but wonder, why was Hera so disheveled? This is so inconsistent with her usual style. Just now, I didn't want to face her questioning, so I didn't ask too much. Did she come to catch him before she even got dressed? This is possible. After all, he is so good and coveted by so many people. Hera's jealousy is so strong. This is not impossible. Only he can make her lose her normal demeanor. Zeus thought proudly. That's his charm. He thought again. Who could be the snitch? Repeatedly ruined his good deeds. I missed this beautiful fish today. I don't know when I will see it again next time. Could it be Hermes? Along the sparkling long river, the cold night wind whistled by. Hera couldn't help hugging her fair and thin shoulders. While she breathed a sigh of relief, her feelings for Zeus became colder. Well disguised, dear Hera, you surprise me. Lin Chen removed the barrier and clapped his hands. Hera just gave him a cold look, looked in the direction of Zeus, and sighed. Lin Chen didn't care that the other party didn't reply, but continued to seduce. It seems that Zeus, the majestic king of gods, is also dishonest. Hera, what are you thinking about? Hera bit her lower lip. The girl's delicate posture was clearly visible, and there was even a hint of vulnerability. How did it get to this point? How amazing it would be if the whole world knew that God King Zeus and God Queen Hera were playing their own roles and taking revenge on each other. What's even more shameful is that at first she just wanted to take revenge on the other party, and everything could be done to convince herself. But now, watching Zeus pick up the fish, not only did she no longer want to stop him, but she was greedy for Lin Chen's tenderness. No, not only Lin Chen's gentleness, but also his violence, temptation, and all the feelings he gave me had completely surpassed her husband. What kind of attitude does that god of preparation, who smiles evilly and is indifferent, with an unknown state of mind, treat himself? It's definitely not love anyway. Hera sneered at herself. Her disappointed and indifferent expression successfully pleased Lin Chen. So he said again, "It's okay, dear Hera, the almighty queen of the gods. He doesn't deserve this from you. Don't worry, you've already taken revenge on him." Hera's eyes were complicated. Was she really taking revenge on Zeus? Or are you continuing to push yourself into a situation of no return? The funny thing is that even if she understands this, she still can't refuse Lin Chen. 028. Hera seems a little strange. Lin Chen was thinking as he left the river. But he doesn't care. If the other party really wants to leave, then he doesn't have to save face for the other party. That would be Olympus's biggest scandal. Hera would just behave and do it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen shrugged and returned to his residence without a care. The most urgent thing is that he still wants to see his new reward. He took out the scepter of kingship, which was a very domineering scepter. The overall color is golden, very solid, and the weight is also very good. How to absorb the power of faith? He kept playing with the scepter, feeling the scepter in his mind. The moment the connection was established, he gradually realized that there was a lot of power of faith stored in it. So it was spontaneous? And he has felt that the power of these stored beliefs is still growing. The power of this scepter is also gradually increasing. He grinned in surprise. Presumably these powers of faith are provided by those who believe in him. With a thought in his mind, he shouted, "Extract divine power." The next second, a warm feeling traveled through his limbs, and the fullness of strength made him continue to work hard just now, causing his tired body to instantly recharge and become energetic. Add 100 to divine power. The system's prompt also let him understand the specific harvest this time. Lin Chen was immediately surprised and raised the royal staff. Then I thought to myself, from this point of view, I can become a superior preparation god soon. This speed is not unpleasant. We already have such a divine weapon, and if we just let it go, Wouldn't it be a waste of a heaven-defying reward? The staff of kingship relies on human faith to become powerful, and more faith can be transformed into the divine power he needs. It seems that one is to increase the number of humans. In this way, the power of his faith will gradually increase. Another goal is to promote yourself and let all humans know what you have done so that they will believe in you. The number of humans today has become more and more. This is all the result of his stealing fire, and fewer people have died of cold and illness. The next goal is to systematically make everyone believe in him. How can this be achieved? Lin Chen rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. At this moment, the timid look of the little human girl who was always paying attention to him made his heart move. Are you Mill? The girl had just decided on this name not long ago. Human knowledge is too lacking now. Therefore, nature and all the things that gave them survival were given names by them. Not to mention flowers and grass, since she learned how to grow rice. Rice is the unified name for this little girl. Mythology stood shyly in front of Lin Chen. This hero actually took the initiative to talk to her this time. God knows how sad Lin Chen was when the God realm gave her his wife Pandora last time. What's more, Pandora is still so beautiful that it makes people feel ashamed. From then on, she gave up and only silently liked this unique man in the world. Can you please help me summon everyone to the square? Mythology immediately took Lin Chen's words to heart. After nodding blankly, she went to inform every house with great dedication. And Lin Chen sat under the statue that everyone had piled and carved for him in the square, waiting quietly. After a while, when they heard the human hero Lin Chen summoning them, everyone came to the square in a hurry. The last time there was such a big scene was when the divine messenger descended. While waiting for others to arrive, some people also started talking. Hero, what happened this time? Lin Chen, did you discover something good again? Everyone was beaming with joy, because what Lin Chen brought to them was Anshan liming, which made them grateful for their survival. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing, making everyone feel even more mysterious. After everyone gathered, Lin Chen made a unified announcement. In order to make the human group larger, unite human forces, and survive better, I decided to build the country. Build a kingdom of humans that no wild beast dares to invade and no forest dares to underestimate us. That's right. In order to gain the power of faith faster, Lin Chen made up his mind to build a country. Notifying things will be more convenient only if all humans are gathered together. As soon as these words came out, people responded. Everything Lin Chen does, the final result will be good. They believe it unconditionally. They have been waiting for this human hero Lin Chen to lead them to a better tomorrow. Soon, they marked out a place with a radius of 100 miles as the foundation. Construction started according to Lin Chen's idea, intending to build a castle first and then expand it. A city must first have a center, which is equivalent to laying a foundation. Everyone has started to work, and people are very motivated. Lin Chen stood on the trunk of a century-old tree and watched everything with satisfaction. He could sense that the power of faith was gradually rising. When humans work together, believe in him, and do the same thing, his goal has already begun to be achieved. However, it's not enough. It's not that the power of faith is not enough, it's that building a country requires a lot of resources. He looked at the person in front of him and reported to him. Hero, the surrounding trees have been cut down, but now only 1/3 of the castle is. For construction to be completed, trees would need to be cut down from further afield and then transported. That takes more time. If you want to build a country, it will take even longer. Really? Lin Chen nodded. It is really too difficult to build a country with just this little power of human beings. After all, apart from wisdom, human beings are still very weak. What can we do about it? Lin Chen looked in the direction of Mount Olympus. Yes, since human power is too weak, of course we must rely on the power of gods. If all the trees are cut down, the city will look like a desert, which is not what I want. So Lin Chen decided to go to Mount Olympus to search Demeter's palace. As the goddess of harvest, she is in a good mood today and is watering the plants. When the hateful god of preparation stepped into the palace, Demeter froze. How could this devil come? Lin Chen teased. Demeter, what? Are you so happy to see me? Demeter said with a cold face. Despicable, what exactly do you want to do here? Lin Chen sat stately on a chair in her garden, tasting her tea. Demeter, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you for a potion that can make plants grow wildly. Demeter breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that wasn't the case, everything else was fine. That was the moment when the potion was handed over. Lin Chen took her hand and pushed her down among the flowers on the ground. 029. What do you want to do? Demeter panicked and struggled quickly. The flowers around her were crushed and their juices splashed. The fragrance of flowers filled the air between the two of them, and it seemed that they could feel an ambiguous atmosphere. Mount Olympus is a very beautiful mountain, like a picture scroll, radiant and shrouded in mist. And this garden happened to be shrouded in clouds and mist. What I want to do, Demeter, you should know. Lin Chen played with her blonde hair playfully, and the emotion in her eyes frightened the goddess. She said coldly, "Our deal is ended. I hope you can think clearly. You are just a preparation god. If I try to trip you up, you will be doomed." In Lin Chen's opinion, this low-level threat is simply childish and cute. So Lin Chen touched her jade ears. "Demeter, you are very naughty. Do you know what my backup plan is? If you don't know, then just obey me. Otherwise, as the famous harvest goddess, you don't want to lose your reputation, right?" He took off the gold earrings on Demeter's blonde hair, and the girl's long blonde curly hair immediately spread out. "You are so abominable. Do you think I will still obey you?" After a while, the voice of Demeter, who was still cursing, became softer and softer, and gradually became silent. "Demeter, admit it. You simply can't refuse me. I will never give in. Shoo." After a long time, Lin Chen came out of Demeter's palace with satisfaction. In the palace, Demeter was still unable to move and was trembling from time to time. It took a long time for her beautiful big eyes to turn from dull to focused. It turns out that the colorful dizzy dangling around is actually a rainbow. Demeter covered her eyes with her white hands and gritted her teeth and said, "Mean." Lin Chen naturally didn't hear her words. He didn't need to hear it either, because Lin Chen already knew that Demeter was completely out of his control. Lin Chen transformed into himself when he walked in a deserted place, until he got close to the kingdom where he was gradually laying the foundation. People frowned and were already reporting problems to him one after another. "Hero, there is no more plants to cut down now. Most of the people who went to cut down trees in distant places and transported them back had accidents. Either they were eaten by wild beasts, or they encountered harsh environments and struggled to survive. Yeah, what should I do, Lin Chen?" Obviously, Lin Chen is their backbone, so they will instinctively turn to Lin Chen for help. In their eyes, Lin Chen's appearance was almost like a god. "Don't worry, everyone, I've found a way. You just need to find some vaccines for the trees, then plant them around the castle, and just watch the rest." Lin Chen spoke confidently, and people spontaneously began to take action. There are still quite a lot of saplings. At least it is better than going to a distant place to cut down trees and then transport them back. Lin Chen closed his eyes and waited. In just a few days, everyone planted saplings hundreds or even thousands of miles around the castle. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out the plant potion obtained from Demeter. The potion was a vibrant turquoise color, and it smelled even more powerful. The smell is exactly the same as Demeter. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. He thought to himself, and then sprinkled plant potions around the castle as the center. As soon as the potion was sprinkled on the ground, the plants began to grow wildly. Big trees grew tall and straight, and soon turned into towering trees. The people were all stunned and clapped their hands and cheered. "A miracle! This must be a miracle! Lin Chen is so awesome. He deserves to be the hero of our human race. He is the god of our human race. Lin Chen is simply the king of people. He has fulfilled everything he promised. From now on, I only believe in Lin Chen." Before trapped in the cold and sick, Lin Chen brought fire and hope to mankind. Now Lin Chen has brought this magical potion, allowing us to unite and unite. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. On top of the tallest tree, Lin Chen held the staff of kingship and saw everyone looking in admiration. He nodded secretly, and the top of his royal staff is constantly absorbing the power of human faith. Dots of golden light flying aimlessly are entwined around the royal power, which is so beautiful and beautiful. People began to cut down trees again and build the castle belonging to the king of humanity. I believe that before long, many houses will be built around the castle. Transform a castle into a city. The destiny of the human race is gradually moving toward prosperity. Now I still have some leftover potions. How about? Lin Chen disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in his own little world. The small world is still the same as before, looking quite deserted. He walked to the bush, and there were some small fruits on it that could replenish his divine power. But they are all very young and have not grown up at first glance. I wonder if this potion will be useful for these fruits. If they can ripen quickly, then wouldn't I be able to gain another wave of divine power? So he poured some of the remaining potion on the bushes and nearby trees. Sure enough, these fruits began to grow and mature. As for the tree next to it, it grew crazily and then bore a huge fruit. This fruit is a bit like an apple. It grows much bigger than the fruits that the light gets from you. The colors also become bright and even fragrant, attracting people to pick them. Lin Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He directly picked the largest and only fruit on the tree. After putting it into his mouth, his eyes lit up. Isn't this delicious? While feeling full, the body is also nourished by divine power. The next second, something is breaking. At this time, the system's voice rang. Divine power plus 500. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the second-level intermediate preparation god. Breakthrough. Lin Chen is very excited. He is now a second-class mid-level preparation god. After the power of human faith was converted into divine power, Lin Chen vaguely felt that he was about to break through. As expected, this fruit directly helped him. Feel the power in your body. Lin Chen could clearly feel that compared to before, the capacity of divine power in his body had expanded 100 times. Now, he can defeat all mortal forces even without using divine power. If he used his divine power, even his former self would never be able to sustain a punch. This gap can be described as a world of difference. Lin Chen began to wonder, when he successfully breaks through to the Lord God, how powerful will he be? 030. The next step will be easy. After he reaches the upper level preparation god, the next level will be the lower god. As long as he becomes this lower god, he can have his own godhead. It's just that the required divine power reaches 10,000. Now the gap in divine power is too big, and we still need to figure it out slowly. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't think too far ahead, just take it step by step. The most important thing next is to build your own human kingdom. Although the fruits in my own little world can improve my divine power, they grow too slowly. He couldn't sit still and wait quietly like this. Zeus, my hatred for you is growing day by day, and I can't wait to see you kneel down and beg for mercy. I can't wait that long. He secretly thought, then only the staff of royal power, the power of faith, can be converted into divine power. As long as humans believe in him, the divine power will continue to flow. Lin Chen is naturally on the side of mankind. When he becomes stronger, he can also protect mankind. And humans will not lose anything if they provide him with the power of faith. This is a mutually reinforcing win-win situation. Zeus, do you look down on humans? Then let me show you the true strength of humans. After he came out of the small world, he stared coldly into the void, as if he could see the still lustful Lord God choosing his new prey. Maybe a rock, maybe a slug. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the castle was built with trees and stones. The castle as a whole is very majestic, and Lin Chen even went to find some natural plant dyes. Make the castle exquisite and luxurious. It's high enough to overlook the entire forest. When the castle was built, all humans cheered. There are more and more human beings. Since we have cohesiveness, everyone is running around telling each other. Everyone in the world knows that this is the largest gathering place of humans, and this is the kingdom of humans. Therefore, it attracts many diaspora people who come here admiringly. The power of the human race gradually gathered. But those outside don't believe it. Why should one human being lead the entire human race? Aren't the gods angry? Does God allow it? They remained suspicious and even thought that Lin Chen had stolen the fire. But these days, they have all been impressed by Lin Chen's personality charm. Hearing other people say that even the gods gave a perfect woman to the human hero Lin Chen, their eyes changed. When the castle was built, those outside could not help but feel confident. Like, not that difficult. The human race can really gather together. Lin Chen, what should we do next? After the castle was built, people fell into confusion again, like ants on a hot pot. Lin Chen stood in the center of the castle hall, facing the elected representatives among them with confidence. Come and see. This is our castle. Everyone came together to take a look and found a huge wooden table with some small models. In the center is a small castle carved from wood. In front of the gate of the small castle is the white plaster statue carved by everyone for Lin Chen, the hero of mankind. It is exactly the same as reality. It can be said that it is scaled down. Everyone was surprised. Isn't this too similar? Hero, what is around here? That's right. There weren't as many trees around the small castle as in reality. Instead, it is centered on the castle, surrounded by many, many buildings, which are lifelike. They are so tightly packed together that no one has ever seen them before. Lin Chen said enthusiastically, "Have you seen the outermost circle? This circle is our city wall. It can resist the invasion of foreign enemies and also play a protective role for us. Within the city wall is the gathering place of our human race." Someone said doubtfully, "There are more and more people now, so what if people can't rent in this area? Should the city wall be broken down and rebuilt?" Hero, Do you think this city wall can be temporarily exempted from repairs? Lin Chen was a little surprised when he looked at the man who spoke. He did not restrain human thoughts like a real god, and tamed them like pigs, only knowing mindless faith. If something happens to him, will these people make all kinds of wishes and tire him to death? Therefore, humans retain the ability to think, and Lin Chen will not stop it. After all, humans have no divine power, so they can only rely on him when encountering problems in the future that cannot be solved. What's more, their opponents are the gods of Olympus. When the enemy is strong enough, humans will also believe in him more. Of course not. If there are still people, and there are more and more people, then build another city in another place. Everyone suddenly realized. Someone asked, "What are these stacks of houses? Why are there such tall buildings and such short bungalows?" So Lin Chen said to them, "These are residential buildings stacked one on top of another, which is where you live. Each floor is a small home, and the combination is a place for human beings to live. It's almost the same as you are now, but it has changed from horizontal development to vertical development. Those bungalows are commercial streets where you can buy, sell, eat, drink, and have fun. Everything can be done here. As for planting, leave it outside the city wall. After the harvest season, everyone will bring it back for trading and processing." A complete set of urban facilities, one after another, complementing each other. The people were stunned for a while after hearing this. So that's it. We need to have a unified garbage station? There are actually schools, the ones that teach literacy. What? There is a place dedicated to medical treatment. Is it such a big area? Saving people is not easy to learn. This sounds so convenient, but it's just too difficult to implement. But I don't know why I feel so safe and impregnable, as if we really have a family and can see hope in the future. Lin Chen planned the castle and various buildings and other facilities for people one by one. He only talked about it this time. The next step is to leave it to the capable people. As expected, everyone who walked out of the castle had bright eyes and wanted to get out and do it right away. Thanks to the sharing of these representatives, everyone knew about this big plan for mankind. Everyone started to work in high spirits. Why do humans move so much? What? It turned out to be Lin Chen's fault? As a divine envoy, Hermes noticed such a big movement immediately. So Hermes was shocked and flew to Mount Olympus in a hurry. 031. Want to build a castle? Want to build a human kingdom? Absurd. Are these human thoughts rebellious? Zeus slapped the throne and stood up immediately, his whole body filled with anger. Hermes was standing below, with his head lowered, also puzzled. How could humans have such bold ideas? All creatures in the world should believe in the gods of Olympus. A new human that is that weak? Are you crazy? That's why he reported to Zeus in such a hurry. As for Zeus, he was pacing back and forth, never recovering from his anger, muttering, "It shouldn't be. Why did humans develop so fast? You actually went back to support the so-called hero who was thrown off the mountain by us? Ever since the fire was lost, I had an ominous premonition. What on earth is going on?" He frowned, a sense of urgency burning in his brows, and looked at Hermes coldly. What humans do is simply disrespectful to God. Of course, all this is not a big problem. The gifts specially prepared for humans should come in handy. Hermes was very smart, so he asked tentatively, "You mean Pandora?" Zeus looked confused and nodded, luring her to open the magic box quickly. The fate of human beings should be in their own hands, of course. This time, no one can blame the gods, because humans were killed by Pandora's curiosity. Self-destruction. Haha. I believe this ending will be ridiculed by all living beings in the world. Thinking of this, Zeus raised his lips in a good mood. World. All the men are working enthusiastically and full of energy. Women, on the other hand, do the logistical work and go to the forest to find food, and growing food in open spaces. Some people even wash their clothes in the river behind the castle. Since the castle was built, Pandora lived in the castle and few people came to see her. Because human men will be tempted by her appearance, and human women will be jealous of her beauty. On this day, like other women, she was washing Lin Chen's clothes in the upper reaches of the river. While beating, some other women passed by one after another. But they all just whispered and did not try to talk to Pandora. Pandora was a little disappointed, having tried to go along with them before. But the other party refused. Being smart, she figured it out quickly, and she excels even as a lone traveler. Until, "Are you that hero's wife? What's your name?" A little girl asked innocently, looking very thin. Pandora was filled with maternal love, put down the clothes in her hands, and then pulled her away from the river. "My name is Pandora. What's your name?" The little girl said dejectedly, "I don't know what my name is." Pandora suddenly felt heartbroken, so she comforted her. "It's okay. You will definitely have a name in the future. Why are you here? The little girl showed a shy smile. I can't walk when I see you. Sister, you are so beautiful. Why are you called Pandora? This is the name the gods gave me, which means perfection. The little girl tilted her head. Perfect? Why did the gods name you? Why are you the wife of a hero? If she were an ordinary woman, Pandora, who was somewhat clever, would not let down her guard so quickly. But this is a little girl. Her motherly love and tolerance tolerate everything about the other person. What's more, this is just a little girl. There is no way she has any evil intentions. Pandora was also very lonely these days, so she started chatting with the little girl. I was given by the gods to be the hero's wife. The gods gave me many gifts, so I am perfect. The little daughter raised her head and asked curiously, Gift? Is it in the box? I heard there will be many good things in it. I always hope to receive a gift. That feeling is simply mesmerizing. What could it be? Will it be clothing that can protect the whole body? Or the food you can't finish? The little girl thought simply. Her body was in tatters, which made people pity her. Pandora was also lost in thought. Is the gift a box? Yes. Zeus finally gave her a box. Is that a gift too? The qualities bestowed upon her by other gods must be gifts. What is this box? The other party said not to open it again. Pandora's beautiful face was full of doubts, and she couldn't help but said to the little girl, Someone also gave me a box before, but he told me not to open it. The little girl scratched her head. Huh? Someone actually gave you a box, sister? Then this must be a gift too. If it really can't be opened, then why give it to you? Wouldn't it be better for the other party to keep it to himself? The little girl said coaxingly, and Pandora suddenly realized it, with a trace of struggle on her face. Yes. If it really can't be opened, why did you give it to me? The little girl added more words. There may be something useful to humans in this box. It may also be able to help your husband and make everyone better. When Lin Chen was involved, another heavy weight was added to the fidelity of marriage. What is it? Pandora's curiosity reached its peak. The little girl on the side gave an imperceptible sneer. Yes, this little girl was transformed by Hermes. He knew clearly that this look would never arouse the other party's vigilance. In a few words, he successfully aroused Pandora's curiosity. Soon, Pandora could hardly control her damn curiosity and opened the evil box. Hermes didn't know that Lin Chen, just 2 meters away from them, used the barrier of the small world to watch their every move without stopping them. He had already noticed something was wrong, so he watched Hermes' poor acting skills as if he were watching a good show. Pandora, will you open that box? He is also looking forward to it at this moment. His wife, who is too beautiful, will definitely open the box. What will Zeus's expression be like when the time comes? He was looking forward to it so much. Lin Chen raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help laughing. This is the mantis stalking the cicada with the oriole behind, right? You thought you had a perfect plan, but actually your plan is just part of my plan. Night. Zeus convened a meeting of the gods, and this convening was very baffling to everyone. Only Hermes was smiling, eager to see the misfortune in the world. 032. Prometheus was rarely invited together. He had been recuperating since he made the prophecy. Everyone thought he would not come, but they were very surprised to see him. The king of gods doesn't want to see you, so why are you here? Hermes said sarcastically. Prometheus's face was pale, and he glanced at him lightly, looking like he had no desire. Since the council of gods has not given permission for me not to come, then I have not committed any foul. Okay, I hope your broken body can bear it after the meeting. Seeing Hermes snort and turn his head, looking very disdainful, Prometheus felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that Hermes knew the inside story, related to humans. Is it possible? Is humanity about to face a catastrophe? But Athena clearly told him that Zeus had let humans go. Shouldn't they leave the fate of mankind to themselves? He clenched his fists and became anxious. After the gods gathered together, Zeus sat on the throne and was in a good mood. But when I glanced at Prometheus from the corner of my eye, I felt very unlucky. Everyone, we have reached an agreement in the previous meeting to put the fate of mankind into the hands of mankind. Now that so much time has passed, I believe you must also be curious. What exactly happened in the world? Let us all take a look and witness this moment together. The gods discussed in low voices. Witness this moment? Is it possible that something is going to happen soon? Zeus must have some information, so he let us see it with such a big fanfare. Humanity is in danger. If you destroy it, just destroy it. A small race of ants. What is there to be concerned about? Just think of it as a good show. Zeus waved his divine robe, and in front of the gods, a human scene appeared in a circle surrounded by clouds and mist. The huge castle stood in the middle of the picture, leaving the gods puzzled. Has such a building appeared in the human world? When did humans develop so fast? Although this castle is not even as good as a small palace in our divine world, it is indeed surprising. What are they doing? It feels like a big project. The scene changes, and we arrive at the castle. Next to the flames, Pandora's beautiful figure appeared, with a troubled look on her face, and she kept pacing back and forth. In front of him was the magic box. Prometheus frowned. He heard that this woman was given to the human hero by Zeus. Zeus would not be so kind. So the problem lies with this woman? The gods were also a little confused. Pandora? She is indeed the most beautiful woman among humans. Even the gods cannot resist her charm. What is she going to do? Under everyone's gaze, Pandora remembered what happened during the day and the little girl's curiosity. What exactly is in the box? Is it a gift? If the God King really doesn't want her to open it, then why did he give her this box? This should be the will of the God King. Pandora thought again of the God King's meaningful glance at the end. He said that he must keep his mission in mind. What mission? Zeus showed a strange smile, and the devil kept whispering in his heart in anticipation. Pandora, what are you still hesitating about? Open it quickly. Don't waste the curiosity I gave you. Don't suppress your nature anymore. Open it, and let mankind walk into the arms of death. He raised his eyebrows, excited. Hera noticed his state and couldn't help but feel jealous. Could this Zeus be in heat again in public? World. While Pandora was hesitating, she finally couldn't bear the torment of curiosity and wanted to find out. Her slender white fingers opened Pandora's box. Zeus immediately stood up, wanting to celebrate and cheer this moment. Flood, poisonous insect, earthquake, and tsunami. The evil in people's hearts takes over them all and makes them all crazy. These scenes in his imagination will soon be staged. But a second passed. 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Just when he was confused and the gods didn't know what he was excited about. The sacred brilliance rose from the box. The light was soft and bright, and gradually rose to the highest altitude. Then it exploded with a bang, turning into dots that filled the entire earth. It's good weather. It is peace and peace. Wherever the stars go, even some humans suffering from diseases are slowly being cured. People all started making noise. This is a miracle. This must be a miracle. A miracle happened. My disease disappeared. Ha 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 ha. My legs are healed, and I can support the whole family soon. That's great. Oh. People cheered for such a miracle, and then said with great certainty, this must be because we believe in heroes and believe in Lin Chen. The glory that comes down. He is our human king. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, king. Thank you, Lin Chen. Looking at this scene in the human world, Zeus's smile froze on his face, looking quite funny. The gods were also very surprised. If humans believe in Lin Chen, aren't they just slapping Zeus in the face? The God King is going crazy again. Is human happiness what Zeus wants us to see? It's impossible. Zeus should have done something, but it backfired. Can you hide it from the eyes of Zeus? When did humans become so powerful? Humans are simply too bold. Look how angry they make Zeus. I'm speechless. The gods were cautious and did not dare to take a breath, only wondering in their hearts. They didn't dare to look at Zeus anymore, and all lowered their heads. Avoid its sharp edges. Zeus no longer cared about maintaining his own image. His face was twisted and turned green instantly. He was in disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible? All of this is impossible. He was furious and couldn't figure it out at all. What went wrong? This shouldn't be the result. He was like a wild beast, unable to find a way out. In the midst of his rage, he strangely regained his composure. Humanity. It must be the fault of humans. This group of hateful humans, I must destroy them. His expression was uncertain, and he secretly made up his mind. On the other hand, Lin Chen stood on the top of the castle because of the cheers of the people, raised his scepter with a smile, and the top gained the power of faith again. The power of these beliefs gradually gathered together. He looked at the dots of lights above and thought to himself, the power of faith can be extracted again immediately. This is worldwide, so the power of faith gain will be extra large. Those outsiders who gather together will also believe in him because they gain happiness. Sure enough, the system's voice sounded. 033. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of Pandora. Reward, Divinity Fusion, Godhead Fusion. You can fuse multiple godheads together. Lin Chen sat on the top floor of the castle, next to the shining scepter. The breeze blew the broken hair on his face, and his eyes shone like obsidian. He was suddenly excited and thought, this is a good thing. It is necessary to become the main god level. Although he is only preparing God now, with the speed at which his power is gathering now. Becoming the main god level is just a matter of time. To break through and become the main god level, there is a problem involved. The main gods all have multiple divinities. Athena, for example, is not only the goddess of wisdom and war. She also represents wisdom, science, art, textiles, and labor. With so many gods, her power is extremely powerful. It is also because of this that we can co-create humans with Prometheus. Her fighting ability cannot be underestimated. Another example is the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. She possesses a divine nature of absolute beauty, combined with love and sexual desire. Because it was born in the ocean, it is sometimes regarded as the patron saint of navigation. Artemis, the moon goddess of hunting, has more deities. She is the twin sister of the sun god Apollo, and is also good at animal husbandry, music, agriculture, navigation, and singing. She even had the priesthood of midwifery and asked for eternal chastity from her father, Zeus. It can be said that a main god controls many aspects. Of course, the rarer the godhead is, the more powerful it is. Lin Chen thought about this and immediately made a decision to merge the time godhead with the space godhead. After he obtained these two kinds of godhead, each brought great effects to it. Whether it is the godhead of time or the godhead of space, they all involve cosmic energy. The gods of this world controlled by the main gods are completely the same in heaven and earth. Generally speaking, it is impossible to control the godhead of time and the godhead of space at the same time. But he has the power of the system and can easily control both at the same time. Now he can also fuse the two to form a new godhead. I don't know how powerful the two will be after merging. Lin Chen can't wait. Godhead fusion. A low voice sounded in the bottom of his heart, and Lin Chen closed his eyes. The gentle evening breeze blew slightly past him, and there were only the sounds of various insects chirping around him. In his body, the two gods began to collide, constantly intersecting and merging. After a while, under the power of the system, a new godhead was gradually formed. Lin Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and the remaining light gradually disappeared from his eyes. He clenched his fists and said thoughtfully, "The godhead of time and space?" Originally, these two great gods belonged to Chaos and Kronos. The latter is the god of time, and the former is the god of space. Both of these gods are very extraordinary. Chaos represents the original order, time and space, and the carrier itself, the beginning of the world. At the beginning of the universe, Chaos was the first to be born alone, a boundless carrier full of darkness and light. After Chaos, the earth goddess Gaia was born first, then Tartarus, the god of the hell and the abyss, and Eros, the god of love, were born independently one after another, and the world began. The earth goddess Gaia is the current head of the main gods and the grandmother of Zeus. Gaia was born from the rift and was the first superprimordial god. Her appearance marks the beginning of chaos changing from disorder to order, and also marks the beginning of the creation of all things. Theogony describes her as follows: conflict and chaos come from Gaia, the mother of all gods, and it is this great mother goddess who gave birth to all the gods of the bright universe. In her body, we see both creation and destruction, order and chaos. In general, darkness and chaos are her essence. This shows how awesome Chaos, the god of space, is. As for the godhead of time, he is equally powerful. If these two great gods can be completely formed, he will definitely surpass the god King Zeus. After the fusion was successful, Lin Chen raised his lips with satisfaction. Now that he has a new ability, how could he not try the effect? Then he closed his eyes to Hades. In the blink of an eye, with the power of time and space, his original small world expanded again. In that alien space that only belonged to him, the sky became wider and the earth became wider. Lin Chen opened his eyes and found something wrong. It wasn't just the expansion of the area, but there seemed to be other changes. Lin Chen felt the passage of power, and the power he used this time was beyond his imagination. He slipped into his own little world and was keenly aware of the power of time. Is there actually a clear passage of time here? He was surprised to find that several clouds appeared in the sky, slowly moving with the air current. Before, his space could only be regarded as a static dead object. Those few fruits that could grow slowly and increase their abilities could be regarded as special cases. Now, however, his little world is more vibrant. Even some ordinary plants began to grow, not just individual ones. The entire world has the power of the law of time. No, my time-stopping ability can also be combined with space. He was surprised to find this out. In other words, he can create a still space at any time. This thing is fundamentally different from a simple time stop. Time stop is when time stops, and then it will explode. Referring to his previous battle with Hera, it was so hardy that Hera couldn't bear it, punished the other party severely. The static space is completely stopped, and no matter what happens, it will not affect anything inside. It is a more powerful ability than time stop. With such ability, wouldn't he be able to punish the many gods on Mount Olympus? Instead of waiting for your own time stop ability, time keeps extending? Just imagine, as long as this power is used on a goddess casually, the other party may not even know what happened. He has no interest in dead things, if only he could immobilize some bystanders. Haha, it must be very interesting. This power comes so well. After he left his original space, he walked out of the castle. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. Master Lin Chen. Master Lin Chen. In this town that was beginning to take shape and belong to him, countless people stopped what they were doing after seeing him and said hello to him with gratitude on their faces. After all, if it weren't for Lin Chen, they would still be in danger, plagued by diseases and wild beasts. What's more, a miracle happened last night, and everyone regarded Lin Chen as the only god. I wish I could immediately kneel on the ground and bow 3 times and 9 times. Lin Chen, on the other hand, all responded with smiles and nodded. Now we can test whether this power is useful. He murmured, and the quiet power enveloped the space. 034. After controlling the godhead of time and space, he can already use the power of time and space as he wishes. Then his mind moved, and in a place where humans can't see, even in the daytime, there are stars everywhere. Lin Chen casually created a still space, and everything in this still space, like magic, everything stopped. The humans who had been extremely respectful to him just now, as well as all the people in the distance who were noisily building town infrastructure, all stopped. The fallen leaves from the trees stayed in midair. Even the captive livestock animals stopped making noises, and one even raised 1 foot comically and spread its wings. The range is not bad. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. In this space, except for him, everything stopped. He took down the leaves that were hanging in the air and rubbed them into green branches. I took a closer look at the people next to me, and they were lifelike and full of life. Hey, isn't this? Was it called Xiaomi or Xiaodao before? It seems that he has gained weight and gained a lot of gray. Lin Chen saw the girl hiding behind the crowd, wearing ordinary linen clothes. Her eyes were still secretly looking in the direction where he was before, with admiration for him. I didn't expect your faith to be so pure. Lin Chen was a little surprised. This human girl, whose name he couldn't remember, was continuously providing him with the power of faith. Although it is like a drop in the ocean, it is insignificant, but he can be said to be his most loyal believer. It seems like life is really getting better. Lin Chen felt happy in this space where time stopped, like the only god, and touched the head of this loyal believer lovingly. The divine power allowed him to easily see the exquisite figure under the other person's clothes. Ahem, not bad. After making a comment and pinching it, he returned to the place where he stood before. After closing his eyes, time began to pass, and the confinement of this space was lifted. It has returned to its original appearance. Loud, real, and alive. I don't know why, but I always feel like Master Lin Chen is looking at me. Xiaodami's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and she hid behind the crowd, not daring to look into Lin Chen's smirking eyes. Soon, Lin Chen returned to Mount Olympus. After all, with new powers, how could we not test them on the other gods? They are all his enemies on Mount Olympus. Of course, everyone should try it together and let him collect interest. As he passed by, he heard a quarrel. You're dreaming. I will never obey you. Such a pleasant voice made Lin Chen stop in his tracks. Sun Sheng went to wait and see, and saw the extremely beautiful Aphrodite protesting angrily. Opposite her was not only Zeus, the head of the main gods, but also everyone else. It's really lively. Lin Chen thought to himself, and then watched the drama quietly. Aphrodite, what's wrong with Hephaestus? He is the god of fire, the god of forging and masonry, and the god of sculpture art. Do you think that I, the son of Zeus, am not worthy of you? Zeus put on a kind and good face for her, and easily arranged the marriage for her. Of course Zeus was very angry. This Aphrodite was so ungrateful. Again and again, she rejected his advances in private. He even used some kind of power to magnify his secret hobbies and thoughts. As a result, he repeatedly made fools of himself in front of Hera and the gods, although it is unknown whether Aphrodite did it. But after all, the other party has mastered the power of sexual desire, and he also talks wildly to him. If you don't teach her a lesson, where will your dignity be? And there are countless bystanders to this good show. This, since Aphrodite is not willing, then it is up to her to choose her future husband. Yes, Hephaestus is our brother. He himself would not be very happy if he forced himself on others like this. Apollo, the god of the sun, and Ares, the god of war, both coveted the beauty of the goddess and wanted to get her. So they all talked for her. After all, as the most beautiful Aphrodite on Mount Olympus, it would be a pity if she married the ugliest god of fire, Hephaestus. This is almost like Beauty and the Beast, not to mention Aphrodite is so resistant and resistant. I don't know why the Lord God Zeus had such a whim. Queen Hera looked on with cold eyes. She was in charge of marriages, and Zeus had been having thoughts about Aphrodite for more than a day or two. She knew it all. Although Zeus consulted with her this time, she was known as Aphrodite and was loved by many gods. I'm afraid it will cause discord among everyone. And Hephaestus, the god of fire, is the most dedicated existence, as long as he is determined to rely on Aphrodite for life. It can dissuade other people's thoughts and return the undercurrent of Mount Olympus to calm. Humph, it's just an excuse. Of course, Hera knew very well that as the queen of the gods, she could not disobey Zeus's decision, so she could only acquiesce. Aphrodite, whether you want it or not, your marriage is decided, Zeus said coldly, completely ignoring Aphrodite's desperate look. The goddesses Athena and others couldn't believe it. Zeus, as the head of the gods and the god king of Mount Olympus, you should not be so tyrannical. After all, Aphrodite is one of the 12 main gods. Why should she force the other party to do something she doesn't want to do? Yes, God King, Aphrodite is so resistant. Why do you have to arrange a marriage for her? The goddesses felt more sympathetic, so they all tried to persuade him. Zeus glanced at them. Okay, you don't have to say anything anymore. I've made up my mind. So there is a goddess who speaks without hesitation. Zeus, you are so tyrannical. Have you forgotten why your father was overthrown? As soon as these words came out, there was silence all around. Zeus's face was gloomy and terrible, and he gave the other party a fierce look, and the thunder was furious. Okay, no one can change the decision I made. No need to say another word. Without further ado, let's hold a party tonight for them to make a marriage oracle. Then Zeus walked away, leaving everyone behind. When the goddess of beauty Aphrodite saw Zeus acting like this, she was filled with despair, and her slender body began to tremble angrily. Zeus, if you don't make it easy for me, I will never make it easy for you. Everyone knows that this sentence is nothing more than an angry remark. What could poor Aphrodite do? The gods dared not speak out in anger, so they could only comfort the god of beauty after Zeus left. Lord God King is going too far, Aphrodite you. Well, the sun god Apollo, not to mention how distressed he was, felt even more regretful in his heart. Why couldn't the marriage be assigned to him? 035. That's it, Aphrodite. If Hephaestus treats you badly, we will definitely teach him a lesson. Ares, the god of war, was also in a very sad mood, but he did not dare to disobey the orders given by God King Zeus. Athena and other goddesses gathered around Aphrodite to comfort her. Aphrodite, how could Zeus do this to you? Did you catch something against the other party? Why did he target you like this? The God King has become more and more confused recently, and he would actually make such a decision. Facing everyone's concern, Aphrodite felt extremely sad. How could she say that she had rejected Zeus's advances and thus provoked him to retaliate? Is beauty really a sin? Hephaestus, on the other hand, was very happy in his heart, and his ugly face became even uglier when he smiled. He thought happily, the god of beauty is the most beautiful god. Before, he never dared to think that such a girl would marry him. Even if he wants to get married to someone, he may not be willing to do so. Now that he has gotten such a big bargain, of course he is happy. Zeus was still very kind to him. Seeing that Aphrodite was in a bad mood, he didn't think it was his fault at all, so he stepped forward to talk to the goddess of beauty. Dear Aphrodite, what kind of jewelry do you like? I have the best forging technology, and I will give you what you want most in the world. We will be together tonight. Aphrodite felt insulted by Hephaestus' words, with no trace of disgust on her face. Roll. Aphrodite's attitude was so unabashed, it was obvious that she disliked him. The surrounding gods also had different expressions and watched all this without saying a word. Hephaestus looked at the eyes of everyone around him and couldn't raise his head for a moment. He was filled with anger and his eyes changed. Okay, I wanted to be nice to you. Now it seems that it is not necessary. After we get married, let's see how I punish you. He couldn't get off the stage. Aphrodite felt deeply embarrassed to be surrounded by the gods again, so she quickly walked away. Aphrodite, you are too impulsive. Since you can't change the outcome, you shouldn't get too serious with him. Yes, poor Aphrodite. The goddesses felt bad for her. You all go away and leave me alone for a while. Aphrodite also felt shameless, and the sympathy of all the gods made it difficult for her to live with herself. The usually aloof beauty goddess Aphrodite is pursued by so many gods. Now she has to marry the ugliest god of fire, Hephaestus. She was simply too uncomfortable, How could she put her mood in order? She really didn't want to deal with everyone anymore. Athena saw her embarrassed state of mind and could only say, "Then let's leave, Aphrodite. We're always here if you need us." The gods left one after another, and Aphrodite stayed where she was. Tears of despair finally couldn't help but streak down her smooth and delicate cheeks. "Zeus!" she roared angrily. Even so, she was still shockingly beautiful, and the brokenness in her body could make the air freeze. Seeing the tears in the corners of her eyes, Lin Chen sighed, lifted his invisibility, and appeared in front of her. "Aphrodite, you don't want to be defiled by the ugly Hephaestus." As one of the main gods, Aphrodite's strength goes without saying. But it was clear that all the gods had left, so she dared to show her vulnerability. Now he was discovered by a little preparation god. She felt embarrassed for a moment, and then looked at this tall and handsome man warily. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" She looked vigilant like a little animal protecting herself, and even had tears on her cheeks, which was endearing. Lin Chen slowly approached the other party. "Don't be nervous, dear Aphrodite. I'm here to help you. If there's anyone who can help you now, it's me." Aphrodite frowned slightly, her white porcelain skin exuding a holy light. The blonde hair is draped over the shoulders, adding a touch of style. "You? Just you? You are just a little preparation god. Why should you help me?" Lin Chen smiled. "As expected of the noble goddess of beauty Aphrodite, I naturally help you because Hephaestus and Zeus are both my enemies. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Since we have a common enemy, do you want to join me?" Lin Chen extended the invitation, and his plain appearance made Aphrodite couldn't help but think about it. "Why can you do this? Why should I believe you? Zeus is the king of gods. His power cannot be defeated by all the gods combined. This is why I can only accept my fate." Lin Chen had approached her unknowingly, and then the devil whispered, "Really? I have seen your reluctance. As long as you join me, we can overthrow them." Aphrodite took a few steps back and said sarcastically, "Stop joking. If you had the strength, you wouldn't be trapped there, hiding in Mount Olympus. I am afraid you were just passing by and happened to see a little bit. If you are discovered by Zeus, you will be in trouble." Lin Chen shrugged and said, "I've actually been here all along and seen the whole process. I have such strength that Zeus can't find me at all. As the Lord God, have you seen it? In fact, no one can spot me." Lin Chen's confident look made Aphrodite look at her with suspicion. "It's just a small hidden ability. If you want to fight against Zeus, this alone is not enough. Zeus has an all-seeing eye and will find you soon. It's impossible for me to cooperate with you." Aphrodite's calm look intrigued Lin Chen. "Then let's wait and see. Let's see if Zeus, who you say has the all-seeing eye, can discover all this. How about a bet?" Aphrodite hesitated. This preparatory god was too mysterious. She has been forced into a desperate situation. She is absolutely unwilling to commit herself to the disgusting Zeus and such an ugly Hephaestus. They were completely ignoring her wishes and making her their plaything. She is a majestic Lord God, and this kind of persecution is simply rubbing her proud self-esteem to the ground. Although her reason told her that no one could be more powerful than Zeus, she still couldn't help but hope, and looked at him longingly with her big green eyes. "How to bet?" Lin Chen said leisurely. "If I can walk openly before the gods tonight, you will cooperate with me." 036. Above board? Appearing swaggeringly in front of all the gods. Undetected? How can it be? Is he crazy? Aphrodite looked at each other strangely. Then I fell into hesitation. If the opponent really has such ability, although he cannot confront Zeus head-on, but it can also help her do a lot of things. Maybe it would save her from that ugly Hephaestus. This should be the only hope. Aphrodite bit her plump lips. "Okay, I agree." Seeing that the other party had made up his mind, Lin Chen took the opportunity to say again, "Of course, I can also rescue you after I show up." Seeing the brazen talk of this preparation god, Aphrodite was still interested. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Lin Chen continued, "It can prevent you from becoming the plaything of Hephaestus and Zeus, but there is a price." Aphrodite is a little dazed and cute. As the goddess of beauty, she has always been loved and pursued by all the gods, and she is great convenience. She also thought that this god of preparation was also one of her suitors and admirers. Naturally, they will not ask for anything in return. When she suddenly heard the conditions, she frowned and said, "What price?" Lin Chen approached the other party, lifted a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, and said with an evil smile, "I want you to be mine." Suddenly approaching, Aphrodite had no time to avoid it, and after thinking about it carefully, looking at Lin Chen's extremely handsome appearance again, his palms felt a little warm. This person's appearance is also at the upper middle level in the entire Mount Olympus. She didn't know that Lin Chen's appearance had been transformed. Since she has to commit herself no matter what, at least this is what she chose. And if this person can really do it, then he at least has the ability to fight against Zeus. Both powerful and handsome, she chose such a person who was millions of times better than the disgusting Zeus who did everything, and the ugliest Hephaestus, the lame god of fire. What's more, as she is in charge of sexual desire, she doesn't have such taboos in this regard. So she made a decision quickly. No problem. You made a right choice, beautiful Aphrodite. Lin Chen took one of her arms and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Then, see you later. Looking at Lin Chen's leaving figure, Aphrodite felt a little sad in her heart. He's not offensive, he's even a little heartwarming. But, my fate hangs on him. Will it succeed tonight? Am I looking at his body, or is he like a god rescuing me from the fire pit? On the other hand, when Zeus saw all the attendants in the huge palace starting to arrange for the party, the anger in his heart calmed down a little. He thought of the beauty who repeatedly rejected him, and sneered. Aphrodite, you want to reject me? This is simply impossible. No one can refuse me. The whole world is my Zeus's world. You are also in my bag and cannot be avoided. When the party starts, I'll marry you to Hephaestus. From now on, I can conquer you as much as I want. It's been a long time since he met a goddess who resisted him like this, not to mention she was so beautiful and so desirable. The desire to conquer has reached its peak. He seemed to have thought of some sexy and exciting scene, and his whole body became very excited. I even want to go to the beautiful river last time and find that beautiful fish to vent my anger. Let's wait a little longer. The party still needs me, and Aphrodite still needs me. The party started soon. This speed made all the gods unbelievable. What Zeus did was getting more and more ridiculous, but they didn't dare to say anything, and they were very happy to come to the party and send their blessings. The huge shrine has been decorated with flowers and all kinds of sparkles. Although the environment was hastily created, it was still very festive. He didn't seem to be neglecting it all. It was as if Zeus was really willing to facilitate their marriage, but Aphrodite was ungrateful. You're here too. As soon as Ares, the god of war, walked in, he saw Apollo with a bitter look on his face. None of them expected that they would end up marrying the pig-like Hephaestus after pursuing the beloved goddess of beauty. It's almost like a flower stuck in cow dung. Make them uncomfortable. They also mentioned to Zeus that if they must give Aphrodite a marriage, it would be better to let Aphrodite choose among the gods. The longing look in his eyes almost said that he was ready to have S**X. But Zeus didn't hear it at all, and instead went his own way. The gods soon arrived, but everyone's expressions were not good. Gods like Apollo all looked bitter and melancholy, completely unable to be happy. The messenger Hermes, as a lackey of Zeus, gloated over all this. After all, Aphrodite is usually so arrogant. Who would have thought that she could end up like this? Goddesses like Athena were extremely angry. Zeus could ignore Aphrodite's wishes today and decree a wedding for them another day. It's all up to him. This kind of irresponsibility and things out of their own control are what they hate the most. And some people who don't know why are very happy. I just came here to gather the number of people and send my blessings. After the gods arrived, God King Zeus took God Queen Hera to the throne. But even in wedding clothes, Hephaestus, the god of fire, was still too ugly to look at, and Aphrodite, who was incredibly beautiful in a beautiful dress, walked in the middle of the palace. Zeus spoke. Now, I send my blessings to the god of fire Hephaestus and the god of beauty Aphrodite. From now on, they will become husband and wife, advance and retreat together, and be loyal. As he spoke, he grinned happily. He couldn't be more relieved that Aphrodite, who was fighting against him, would get such an ending. So he kept talking a lot. What should I do? Will mine really be destroyed in the future? Aphrodite had no hope and was very worried. Right in the middle where the gods were divided into two sides, on the red carpet, Lin Chen appeared swaggering under the eyes of all the gods. Aphrodite was shocked and quickly looked to both sides, then to the god king and god queen sitting high up. No one's expressions changed at all, until Lin Chen stood in front of her. She rubbed her eyes in confusion. How is this possible? How did you do it? Lin Chen winked at her mischievously. Secret. Now it's your turn to keep your promise, Aphrodite. The next second, Aphrodite was hugged, and her beautiful face suddenly panicked. What are you doing? This is a wedding. Lin Chen smiled. Do you think they can see you? Only then did Aphrodite realize that everyone seemed to have lost sight of her. Before she could understand what was going on, she was pulled to her knees. Come on, Aphrodite. Lin Chen pressed her head down. 037. Oh no. Aphrodite felt like the world was spinning, and she finally celebrated her wedding grandly, on top of the temple of the sacred Mount Olympus. Under the watchful eyes of all the Olympus gods, Lin Chen pinned him down on a blanket covered with red cloth. The hard ground made her knees hurt for a moment, and she felt very dazed. How could this happen? Well, she realized something. Was Lin Chen thinking? Above the main hall, in full view of everyone? He is crazy. She agreed to the terms of the deal, but she didn't say it at all, and she executed it immediately. She is one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, a high-ranking deity who is worshipped, prayed, and worshipped by the whole world. She is in charge of multiple gods, sending extremely extravagant and unreasonable love to all creatures in the world. Make a huge contribution to the reproduction of the world. She is the goddess of love and beauty. Aphrodite felt like her whole body had fallen into madness. In her long life as a god, she would never encounter such a thing no matter how much she thought. She felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted, and under such circumstances, Lin Chen fulfilled her promise. She couldn't believe it, and then became extremely panicked. Her whole face looked very helpless. If the gods of Mount Olympus saw it, she would transform from a high-ranking god to something worse than the dirtiest dirt on the floor of the room. Zeus will be furious, and she, the main god, will be completely deposed and become the laughingstock of Olympus and all living creatures in the world. How could she possibly accept it? Not discovered? Impossible. The most powerful and powerful gods in the world are all gathered here. How could they not be discovered? Aphrodite was so desperate that she even shed 2 lines of crystal-clear tears. Lin Chen doesn't care what Aphrodite thinks. After all, one size for one size is very fair. He performed the mechanical movements with incomparable indifference, but his eyes were fixed on Zeus sitting on the throne, and he felt the pleasure of revenge in his heart. Zeus, this is not the first time in front of you, but this is far from the harm you have done to me. Just wait. I will pull you down from the throne, eat all your bones and blood, and tear your skin and flesh. Thrown into the mud, you can only look up at me forever. He thought this in his mind, and then pulled Aphrodite's golden hair with great indifference and continued. The first one to react was Hephaestus, who was grinning from ear to ear as soon as the wedding started. He could clearly see the jealous eyes of the male gods around him. Dazzling as Apollo, as powerful as Ares, they all fell at his feet. When it comes to marriage, it can be said that he is envied and jealous by men all over the world. So what if he looks ugly? So what if his feet are bad? So what if his background is not good? At least when it comes to marriage, he is so proud that he has accomplished something that most men cannot do. And all of this was brought to him by the god king. During the ceremony, Hephaestus had always been grateful to Zeus on the throne. He even winked with the other party, because under Zeus's signal, he vaguely understood the price to be paid. But that's not a problem. After all, if it weren't for Zeus, he wouldn't be able to get Aphrodite at all. Rather than being his wife, who had been played with, and the constant envious looks from the people around her made him more comfortable. What did it matter what Zeus wanted to do as long as no one knew? That's fair enough. Hephaestus smiled obscenely. He couldn't wait and wanted to tear the other party's clothes to pieces after the ceremony. The gorgeous robe made him feel dazzling, as if he was not worthy of the other person. His ugly pride was a constant reminder, because although the male gods around him all looked at her with jealousy and envy, those goddesses who were above her felt extremely sorry. As if he was completely unworthy of Aphrodite, Aphrodite jumped into the pit of fire. This made him very unbearable. When the ceremony is over, Aphrodite will completely become my wife, and I will pull her off the altar. As long as it is defiled, no one can make irresponsible remarks. He thought extremely darkly. But, not long after the ceremony started, Aphrodite, who was clearly standing next to him, disappeared. How can this be? Aphrodite, my wife. She was here just now. Where has she been? Hephaestus screamed in surprise, with extremely panic and huge confusion on his ugly face. He dragged his bad leg and looked around, unable to believe that the most beautiful duck in the world, which he was about to get, was missing. In the entire palace, all the gods panicked and began to look around, making a lot of noise. How could this happen? Where is Aphrodite? She was obviously still here just now. Why did he suddenly disappear? I don't know. Could it be that some kind of cover-up method was used? Can this wedding go ahead? Aphrodite must have run away from her marriage, right? But with her ability, can she run away from her marriage in full view of the public? Lord God King must be very angry. I can see that his face has changed. Indeed, on the throne, Zeus narrowed his eyes and made no movement. It's just a little trick, Aphrodite, but you actually dare to go against my will and do such a thing. Do you think you can escape? No one can escape from the clutches of my Zeus. He said this with great pride, and Hephaestus was on top of the hall, looking for his bride. After all, He is the protagonist of this banquet. If the bride runs away, he will become the laughingstock of all the gods. He hid the uneasiness and anger in his heart, and seemed to be really searching on the surface. But I was thinking in my heart, if I find the other party, I must teach the other party a lesson. Let her not dare to disobey herself and do such rude things. It turns out that you really can't see it. That's great. Aphrodite saw everyone's reaction and slightly let go of the panic in her heart. If the gods saw her with all her clothes off, she would be doomed. But even so, she was still very uneasy when Hephaestus was looking for her. The temple was very large, and during the previous wedding, she stood not far from Hephaestus. Under the other party's search, Hephaestus was even in front of Aphrodite recently. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he even looked at Aphrodite for a moment. I saw Hephaestus murmuring, "Aphrodite." This situation made Aphrodite hold her breath. Did he find out? She stopped concentrating and wanted to pull away immediately in a panic. But Lin Chen would not let her go. He held her down as if he were a mortal enemy and started to attack and sprint. 038. Aphrodite couldn't break away at all, and tiny sounds kept coming out. She panicked again and tried to contain herself. What if those gods heard me? She felt the ultimate madness and excitement. Fortunately, Hephaestus averted his gaze and obviously didn't notice. While she was relieved, she was also a little angry. This person is really too much. She is also a main god after all. How could she do such a thing without saving her first? It's too much. God's pride did not allow her to do such a thing, but she could not resist at the moment. After all, her reputation and status are all in the hands of the person in front of her who does whatever he wants to her. She could only be more obedient, but the unyielding look in her eyes was still caught by Lin Chen. Not convinced, Lin Chen quickened his movements as if fiercely, and Aphrodite rolled her eyes in punishment. At this time, congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot. Earn rewards. The fusion of time and space godhead increases by 1%. The stoppage time is extended by 5 minutes. Get the loyalty seal. Seal of loyalty. As long as it is engraved, it will remain absolutely loyal to you. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Chen smiled lightly. The first two things were expected, but in the end, he felt it was very novel and very timely. This reward is quite good. As soon as Lin Chen changed hands, the seal of loyalty appeared on his hand. It is light yellow in color, and there is some flowing yellow halo in the seal, which is not simple at first glance. He snorted coldly and stamped the seal of loyalty on Aphrodite's smooth and delicate forehead. The yellow halo loomed over the beauty's body and then disappeared into her body. Aphrodite had fallen into confusion and was not aware of this at all. It just felt like there was something extra on my body. It's like a gentle cage, or like a yoke made of silk. She looked back and saw nothing. What happened? She felt that this feeling was wonderful, as if the man in front of her was trustworthy. She felt inexplicably that the brilliance of Lin Chen was so powerful that she couldn't afford to resist at all. So I served more attentively. After a while, the battle between Lin Chen and Aphrodite entered a new round of madness. Using Aphrodite's surrender and obedience as seasoning, Lin Chen was extremely satisfied. At the banquet, "Why haven't you found it yet? Where has Aphrodite gone?" I used all kinds of divine powers, but I didn't notice the other party. How could Aphrodite disappear out of thin air? Hephaestus seemed like a clown, standing in the middle of the party. All kinds of noises kept coming to Hestorf's ears, which made him feel extremely embarrassed, and his face turned very red. So couldn't this be a trick done by Aphrodite because she didn't want to marry him? Does this woman look down on herself so much? After all, during the wedding, his wife suddenly disappeared, which hit him in the face. Because she couldn't be found, the banquet turned into a farce, and it was so chaotic. Everyone is looking for her. Zeus also changed from the initial confidence to extremely angry. He felt like something was out of his control. If this was a trick played by Aphrodite, it would have been found by now. But none. Absolutely not. Just when all the gods turned their attention to God King Zeus on the throne, Zeus gritted his teeth. "Very good. I want to see where you are hiding." Since all the gods could not be found, he was the only one to take action. He raised his hands, his eyes suddenly glowed, and he opened the all-seeing eye. Under the all-seeing eye, nothing can escape his sight. Hera frowned at the side, with a hint of confusion and a hint of premonition on her noble face. Could this be related to that person? Aphrodite, who was fighting with Lin Chen just above the main hall, was very nervous. She knew only too well how powerful the God King was. Once discovered, she will die without a burial place. She was so nervous that she looked at the throne, even trembling, and wanted to retreat. But due to the loyalty seal, she did not dare to resist Lin Chen's attack. I can only bear it silently. Under the public gaze, all the gods also stared at Zeus's face, waiting for the answer. Suddenly, Zeus's face changed, and Aphrodite felt panicked and a little bitter. Has it still been discovered? Is she about to die? Why is Lin Chen still so indifferent? Is he really not afraid of being destroyed by Zeus? While Aphrodite was thinking wildly, Zeus shook his head. Not found. Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief. All the gods were very surprised. How could it be possible? Even Zeus couldn't find out where Aphrodite had gone. Zeus felt very confused. This should not be the case. He didn't doubt his ability at all. He just felt that something was gradually losing control. Demeter and Hera on the throne looked around, their beautiful eyes full of inquiry. Hera was very familiar with such a scene. If she really couldn't find him, she could only think of one person in the world. That is Lin Chen. He was the only one who had those abilities, and he was happiest doing it in front of Zeus. She recalled those crazy scenes, and the excitement still left her with lingering fears. Could Lin Chen have done this? I don't know why. Hera was very unhappy, because this means that it is definitely profitable for Lin Chen to do this. Picture what? Complex feelings arose in her heart. Demeter pursed her lips. If it was really that person who did it, he might be at the place where Aphrodite disappeared. They might not have left yet. That man was so ridiculous that he kept all lives in the dark and openly slapped all the gods in the face. What else can't he do? While she was thinking this, Zeus' unshakable status was slowly shaking in her heart. After all, at present, it seems that Zeus is far worse than that person. In every way, the farce ended unhappily as the bride disappeared and the gods searched to no avail. Lin Chen put the beauty into her own small space and took her out of the wedding. Aphrodite looked at this man with complicated eyes, and she was quite dissatisfied with him before. It was obviously just a transaction, and it should be cooperation between both parties as equals, but the other party ignored her wishes. But for some reason, she only had full admiration for the other person in her heart. 039. Lin Chen had just left not long ago and returned to his own preparatory god palace. Before the palace door could be opened, a divine light appeared. It's Hera. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this woman to come so quickly. Before the light on her body dissipated, she asked urgently, Aphrodite, is this your fault? You know what I'm talking about. Her questioning look made Lin Chen frown. You said the god of beauty. Seeing Lin Chen's playful smile, Hera was extremely angry. Does her disappearance have anything to do with you? Only you have this ability. In the small space she was carrying, before she could be let out, Aphrodite saw the appearance of Hera, the queen of gods, through the barrier and was stunned for an instant. Is Hera, who is aloof and extremely proud, also involved with this mysterious man? Did they also do something very ridiculous? Lin Chen said simply, yeah, so what? His fearless look made Hera even more angry. Do you know how much impact this incident had on Olympus? Zeus's ability is very powerful. Once this farce is found out, you will die without a burial place. Although Aphrodite is beautiful, how much trouble you will cause if you show compassion. Why on earth did you do this? After this series of questions, Lin Chen looked straight at this noble goddess and then smiled. He leaned closer and said, why should I tell you? Dear Hera, are you jealous? The noble god queen was stunned for a moment. Her eyes and face were very unnatural. The anxious mood before was instantly soothed by Lin Chen's gentle and ambiguous questions. I didn't. Of course, only a little bit. But more of it was dissatisfaction with Lin Chen for provoking the authority of Mount Olympus. After all, to shake Zeus, to keep Zeus in the dark, to separate and disperse his rights, is to shake one's own position. Lin Chen's behavior would cause an uproar no matter which god saw it. Then eliminate the dissenters. Within the boundary. Not to mention how depressed Aphrodite was. Lin Chen was not gentle at all to her just now. The battle between the two wanted her to be completely defeated. For some reason, she has some taste for food. Outside the boundary, looking at Hera who lowered her head, she instantly looked like a little girl. Lin Chen stepped back again and distanced himself. The tenderness before suddenly disappeared. He said with great indifference, really? Hera, do what you have to do and leave me alone. You have to understand a truth. No matter what your intentions are, it's best not to mess with me. After all, our affairs have been exposed. I can run away, but you can't. Such cold and rational words instantly caused the last bit of unknown emotion in Hera's heart to dissipate. Her face was pale, her teeth were gnashed, and she was furious. He has been pinching his handle all the time, so he can only be obedient like a dog. Lin Chen is a devil. She thought of that afternoon in the garden again, among thousands of flowers. One wrong step, every wrong step. She felt extremely regretful that her initial revenge had put her in this situation. Even if he knew that all this was Lin Chen's fault, all he wanted to do was target his husband Zeus. She had no choice but to help the other party cover up. Now there is no other way but to go to the dark side. Zeus was the one who felt sorry for himself in the beginning. If that's the case, then he should completely switch sides. She then stiffened her face and pretended to be gentle. I'm just worried about you. Lin Chen saw that Hera's shoulders were relieved of strength and her face looked disappointed, and she also understood that the other party had figured it out. Want to use the seal of loyalty on Hera? That's such a waste. This woman wouldn't dare. He turned around and left without hesitation. How should he retaliate against Zeus next? I found a deserted place. Lin Chen released Aphrodite. You should know clearly in your mind what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Aphrodite nodded, still worried about the intimacy between the two just now. But Lin Chen doesn't like others to interfere in his affairs. Therefore, she said with some reluctance, when can I see you next? Lin Chen looked at the other party in surprise, looking at the bruises that could not be concealed under her gorgeous clothes. Talk later. Then he turned and left. Aphrodite stayed where she was and bit her lip. She didn't know what it was like until Lin Chen left for a while and her rationality began to return. What should I do next? After she stayed there for a while, Hera approached her. It is still as noble and inviolable as ever. As if nothing had happened, she was still the most noble god queen in the world. Aphrodite, I finally found you. Mason nodded coldly. Hera didn't care. She was just warning. You are not satisfied with this wedding, but after all, this is an order given by the god king. Don't do anything to disgrace Olympus. Aphrodite became a little impatient for a moment. Her big green eyes stared straight at the other party, her beautiful face showing some mockery. Dear Hera, noble queen of the gods, don't you know that it is your husband, Zeus? Please forgive me first. She felt that she had no place to vent and was very irritated, so she said again, Hera, you're not clean either, so you'd better not mess with me. Hera suddenly panicked, feeling bitter and wary. How long had they known each other for so long? But Lin Chen believed her so much that he told her and his affairs to the god of beauty. I know you betrayed Zeus. If he knew, would he spare you? Why do you care about my business? Hera was also aroused. She was so proud that she had only shown tenderness in front of Zeus and Lin Chen. Why would a mere beauty dare to threaten her? So the tit-for-tat response, Dear Aphrodite, have you forgotten something? How did you leave the wedding? Don't I know? If Zeus knew anything, it would be the same for you. There was a tense situation between the two beautiful goddesses, and they were almost about to fight. Thinking of something, Aphrodite said again in order to gain the upper hand. Don't betray Olympus. Are you on Zeus's side? Oh, then Lin Chen belongs to me. Such a mysterious man should be my husband. The queen's pupils shrank, and then she expressed calmly and confidently. How long have you been here? It's just a novelty. Aphrodite said, Love doesn't matter who comes first, so what if you are the queen? Aren't you still unable to compete with me? I will definitely dominate Lin Chen. Her contemptuous smile irritated Hera, and the queen responded coldly. Then let's see who can please Lin Chen better. The betrayal of Olympus was no longer mentioned between the two of them, but instead, a fighting spirit arose. 041. The stars on the staff of royal power gradually extinguished. After the gathering was completed, Lin Chen skillfully slipped into his own little world. This place is much more vibrant than before, and with the power of time and space, he can feel the passage of time here. Flowers bloom and fade, and their glory fades every year. What time brings is vitality and hope. He first sat on the beach and watched the sunset. It was an extremely pure world. No one will bother you. This is his own space. The water ebbs and flows and the sand is very soft. When he stepped on it, he felt relaxed both physically and mentally. The orange-red sunset made the entire sea surface sparkling, and he looked into the distance. I just think this scenery is absolutely beautiful. In the future, this place will gradually become a real world, and I will be the only creator, the only god here. He spoke slowly, without any doubt, very calmly, like saying how nice the weather is today, generally, because this will indeed be a fact and will become a truth in the future. It's time to get down to business. After the romance, of course, improve your strength. He slowly walked to the bushes and the huge tree next to them. The inconspicuous fruit on it is exuding a strong aura, which is the aura of divine power. Simply mouth-watering. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the fruits fell off the branches one after another, and all poured into his palm. Just eat some snacks first. I don't know how much power so many small fruits can have. He murmured and quickly finished the fruits. Perhaps because they are ripe, or perhaps because of the blessing of time and space. these fruits seemed to have a different taste. Close his eyes and feel the divine power flowing through every pore of his body, making people extremely comfortable. He felt it quietly, feeling the gradual filling of divine power. He walked under the huge, sacred tree again. This tree had given him a surprise last time. Now, the golden fruits on it were shining, obviously ripe. If anyone sees it, they may not be able to resist the attraction of the other person. It's enough to make one salivate. This is the good stuff. He took it off, and it melted in his mouth. But for a moment, when he felt the cells in his body crackling and expanding, feeling as comfortable as a massage, the sound of the system rang. Divinity plus 500. As expected, last time, his divine power was increased by 500. It seems that this is a fixed growth rate. Congratulations to the host for changing from a second-class intermediate preparation god to a first-class intermediate preparation god. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows again when he heard the voice from the system. Unexpectedly, he had enough divine power to upgrade him to a higher level. You know, after breaking through to the first level, he will be able to become a true lower god. One step closer to taking revenge on Zeus and taking the position of God King under Zeus. And not only that, as the level increases, there are many benefits brought to him. Lin Chen raised his palm and clenched it with his slender fingers. He was keenly aware that his divine power was stronger. The power of faith and the divine power brought to him by the fruit have greatly increased his strength. His current control of the power of time and space is also more powerful. Let me try to see what level of power I have now. If you don't try, how can you accurately grasp your own strength in battle? So he raised his palm and began to use his most proud power of time and space. The power of time and space is the key to his victory over Zeus. Therefore, he must fully master this power so that he can catch the opponent by surprise and defeat him. After the fragments fused, he had not felt it properly. Because his power was too weak before, he could only achieve some small conveniences. It was as if the gate of time and space had opened a backdoor for him. He could move around at will with his power, but he could not control it. It is not that easy to fully control the fusion of two huge godheads. But now, a black substance gradually appeared in his palm, growing slowly and turning into a black ball-like substance. This black ball contains huge, terrifying power. It's like a black hole in the universe. Even if you take a second look, you will be sucked in. Lin Chen's forehead was already covered with a thin layer of sweat. If he wanted to control the power of time and space, he still needed to practice. However, I have been able to condense the power of time and space in my palm. His smile is eloquent, and only in his own little world can he show his true emotions with peace of mind. But, not enough. This is just the power of time and space. Although he has condensed it, he must learn how to use it to exert its maximum power. You can't just throw this black ball out. That's too low level. Suddenly, he thought of how Zeus threw him off Mount Olympus in the first place. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously, and he began to gnash his teeth. That day, it played endlessly in his mind. Just you? A mortal like an ant. Are you worthy of offending the authority of God? Disturbing God's peace? Blaspheming the glory of God? Dirty humans, get out. Immediately, a whip turned into thunder, and lightning whipped him off Mount Olympus. If he hadn't already had a very good physique among humans, I'm afraid the moment the lightning struck his body, he had been electrocuted. Crackling, sizzling. The moment the electric current touched his body, he felt that his whole body was numb. It took a long time for his body to recover. And all of this was given by Zeus. Zeus. Lin Chen didn't lose control of his emotions, but the name spilled out from between his teeth, as if he was calling for a lover. The arrogant God King can never clearly see his own position, and he is aloof from the beginning. Arrogance, pity, charity. All living things can only survive under such circumstances. His expression suddenly became cold, and then he covered it with his other hand, and then began to gradually and slowly pull the black ball. He can try to condense the power of time and space into weapons, just like Zeus made thunder and lightning into weapons. As long as his weapon of the power of time and space takes shape, the objects it touches will collapse in an instant. This is much more powerful than the opponent's thunder and lightning weapon. It's not at the same level at all. If he does it, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow. He could even imagine Zeus's extremely shocked look. That was a look that made him extremely happy. Zeus, just wait for me. I will definitely let you taste the feeling of falling from the sky into the mud. And this day is getting closer. 042. Recently, Lin Chen has been experimenting with the power of time and space in his own little world from time to time, and how to shape the weapons condensed into them. It's almost like a headache. The power of time and space, as the most powerful and original force in the multidimensional universe, is also the most difficult to control. It is really difficult. There is no doubt that it is special, but trying to control it is like dreaming. After all, Lin Chen himself is just a person, and those who first mastered the power of time and space were the beings born from those special powers. It is completely incomparable. Lin Chen has a headache, a very bad headache. After so long, he could reluctantly make the little black ball gradually become slender. But it will take some time to polish it into a weapon. The years are quiet, and the days pass slowly. Mount Olympus, in the palace of Zeus, the god king, who was gorgeously dressed and looked arrogant, looked at the scene on earth in the crystal ball. His face was so gloomy that water could drip from his face. Damn, these humans are so arrogant. Don't they know how they were born? Now I believe in a lowly ant. Hateful. God's life is infinite and therefore long and boring. In addition to having fun, Zeus just wants to see if the world is under his control. But recently, more and more things are out of his control. The unavailable Aphrodite suddenly disappeared from the wedding, making the entire wedding a farce. Although Zeus was confused, he was also embarrassed to pressure the other party to marry Hephaestus. We can only put the other person down for the time being. Otherwise, if they get married again and the other party disappears, it will simply be a challenge to Zeus' status and divine power. This is the most taboo thing for Zeus. After all, what kind of existence could allow Aphrodite to escape from the wedding without telling him? Whether it is a lower god or a major god, they will all question his strength, questioning his status. That's what he absolutely doesn't want to see. Therefore, he could only acquiesce, acquiescing that he knew how Aphrodite disappeared, and acquiescing to the other party's presumption. In fact, it is too bitter for a mute to eat Coptis chinensis. Worrying things happen one after another. Recently, he felt that the ominous premonition was getting stronger and stronger, so he suddenly took out the crystal ball. Then he saw a scene that made him extremely angry. Castle? Kingdom? How long has it been? Zeus was so angry that he almost sent down divine punishment. Lin Chen, why should such a lowly ant have a statue like a god? And enjoy people's faith, worship, praise, and trust just like gods? All of that is given by God. Including human beings themselves, they only exist with his permission. How dare they, how dare they? Zeus was so angry that his whole body trembled. His head was filled with rage, and his heart was filled with rage. He just let the other person go temporarily, but he didn't expect that humans would give him such a big surprise. You know, the Pandora's box made him feel as sick as eating a fly. Now, the petty quarrels of human beings that he despised have turned from a castle into a kingdom. Is this okay? In the entire world, among all living things, the power of human beings has become stronger and stronger. Gradually, it will become the leader of the species. Of course, Zeus was unhappy. In addition to possessing wisdom, human beings should be at the low end, struggling to survive and begging for mercy. It's better to pray for God's mercy. Now, mankind has become increasingly out of God's control. What's more, this is Lin Chen's kingdom. Zeus couldn't stand this growing power. Ordinary animals would definitely not be able to invade Lin Chen's kingdom. Those layers of walls gave him a headache just looking at them. So he exchanged it for the messenger and one of the 12 main gods who was his most powerful confidant, Hermes. The two discussed in the palace for a long time, and Prometheus faintly heard a word. His expression changed drastically. His heart had been with mankind ever since his recovery, when Zeus summoned Hermes. And after discussing it quietly for so long, he realized something was wrong. After hearing that word, he informed Athena and entered the palace together. Chimera. When Zeus saw the two of them coming in, he immediately stopped talking and became furious. You entered my palace without permission. Athena had no choice but to salute, and then said gently, Dear Lord God King, we overheard it. Should we give an explanation to the gods for this matter? That's right. Zeus actually negotiated with Hermes to send the Chimera. This is a fire-breathing monster, born of Typhon and Echidna. It has a lion's head, a sheep's body, and a snake's tail. Once put into the human world, it will cause catastrophe. With the lessons learned from last time, Prometheus immediately realized what Zeus' true purpose was. Moreover, he heard with his own ears that Hermes' order was to destroy Lin Chen's kingdom. Isn't the purpose of annihilating the largest kingdom among humans just to annihilate humanity? Humanity has finally prospered, and with its current status, Zeus did this just to tear up the treaty. He was not allowed to participate in Pandora's last visit, but this time it was carried out quietly. This is simply not leaving a way for humans to survive. Fortunately, Athena arrived in time. Prometheus knew that Zeus was not interested in him, so he just bowed his head and then cautiously proposed. Last time, the God King used Pandora to test humans, but this time he directly used chimera. Isn't it a bit unfair? The obstruction of Athena and Prometheus made Zeus's face darker and darker, and finally he became furious. What do you know? I have my own considerations. This is just a test for mankind. They stole fire and did so many things. They didn't even respect the gods. These are heinous crimes. I sent a chimera just to see if they had the ability to unite as one. Don't stand in the way. Prometheus and Athena looked at each other and could only lower their heads and remain silent. They all know clearly in their hearts that a test is a test for mankind. He clearly said that after sending Pandora last time, he didn't care. As a result, Pandora failed and the world became happier. The way he was furious is still vivid in my mind. Now he wants to tear up his agreement and test humanity again. These are all just excuses. Zeus's current appearance clearly leaves no room for negotiation. Prometheus and Athena came out of the palace dejectedly. Hermes followed, then taunted. Have a finger in the pie. As a god, how can he side with humans? Is it possible that because you created human beings, you have feelings for them and are responsible to the end? Take your place. He smiled mockingly, causing Prometheus and Athena to silently clench their fists. 043. People's fate should not be determined by gods. They are intelligent creatures. And since last time, Prometheus retorted, but Hermes didn't care. The fate of all creatures in the world should be decided by the gods. It should be decided by the God King. Prometheus, you've overstepped your bounds. After Hermes finished speaking, he turned and left to worship the task assigned by the God King. What should I do? The God King is determined to destroy mankind this time. Prometheus was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, unable to find a solution at all. How could humans withstand a monster like the Chimera if they were so fragile? Athena pondered for a moment, then looked at some little tails following behind, and said firmly, "Your injury hasn't healed yet, so you still have to stand still. Zeus will definitely send someone to follow you if you do something that makes him angry. Then he will definitely punish you severely. As for the humans, let me inform you, but that's all I can do." Prometheus felt a little guilty. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and force, would definitely be able to avoid Zeus' tails. Just a notification. Will humans not be able to cope with it? Athena lowered her eyes, then became a little indifferent. Prometheus, that's all we can do. The fate of human beings should be decided by themselves, whether to give up and let the monsters slaughter them, or to rise up and resist. They are the children we made, and maybe we should trust them. Prometheus looked like an old father with tears in his eyes, watching Athena leave with great worry. World, the land of hope. Athena wore tattered clothes, like a scavenger in the wild. She leaned on her crutches and looked up at the tall city wall. The words on the plaque are strong and powerful. The land of hope. She looked at the people coming and going for trade and living a good life and farming, and vaguely remembered the last time. Last time the kingdom was not established. Where did Lin Chen, the human hero, get fire and bring hope to mankind? At the same time, people were protected from bacterial diseases, wild beast attacks, and overwhelming cold. They were sitting on the same spot in the castle that had not yet been built. Bonfire party, energetic snake meat, singing and dancing. Drowsing from the memories, Athena's eyes were firm, and she was led by the person at the door who showed the direction. First we came to the main square of the land of hope. There is a huge sculpture here, which looks like the human hero Lin Chen. Yes, a huge sculpture has been erected again. And this is in the outer city, dedicated for everyone to admire. As for the sculpture in front of the castle, it was to prevent so many people from disturbing the city lord. Excuse me, Lin Chen. So they built the main square on the outside. Listening to everyone's praise for Lin Chen and the happy smiles on people's faces, Athena was overjoyed. Dusk falls. In front of the huge castle, Lin Chen was about to go home when he saw his sculpture next to the pool. An old man who looked like a beggar was sitting there, wearing a tattered hood. A few strands of white hair were vaguely exposed. Heroes of mankind should be given to those who stutter. Seeing the wrinkles on the old beggar's face, he stopped him from leaving and handed over the broken bowl in his hand. Lin Chen curled his lips. Then follow me into the castle. My wife should have prepared dinner. The old man no longer hesitated or followed, but looked at the other party very firmly. Good hero of humanity, I am a prophet. Humanity is about to face huge difficulties. The supreme existence sent down a fire-breathing monster called a test for mankind. Escape. The seeds of hope will eventually remain. Lin Chen understood these trembling words as soon as he thought about it. It seems that Zeus is causing trouble again. As for the old man in front of me, he had already seen through the other party's identity, but he did not reveal it. So he held the other person's hand and tilted his head. Prophet, I believe what you say. Thanks for stopping by and giving the tip. Athena unnaturally wanted to withdraw her hand, even though this was her changed appearance. But there won't be any change in touch. Lin Chen's hand was warm and broad, causing ripples in her heart. You're welcome. Run away quickly, otherwise it will be too late. He turned to leave. However, Lin Chen's words rang out again. We will not escape. We are not afraid. These firm words made Athena extremely surprised. He turned his head sharply and stared at the other party. That's a fire-breathing monster. It was sent by the gods. You guys are a bit arrogant like this. Young people don't want to be praised and lose your mind. Lin Chen shrugged and leaned on his statue, not caring. Don't worry, don't be afraid. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost. Athena had no choice but to turn around and leave. She felt extremely angry. What is going on with Lin Chen? Do you really think you can be the savior of mankind? Do you really think that you are a god among humans? He is probably too arrogant. Forget it if he doesn't run. Why not let others run too? Can he really protect everyone? It's simply a matter of life and death. Does he know how powerful Zeus is? Athena was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. This is the limit of what she can do. After leaving the city, she sat on a high mountain and hid her figure. The look on his face was a little sad. Immediately, these children who have been given wisdom by themselves will disappear. It would be a cry, a sound of despair. She thought of that look, and thought that the happiness on everyone's faces would disappear. Quite irritable. This is all Lin Chen's fault. He is arrogant and arrogant. Even more arrogant than the God King. She gritted her teeth in hatred. If humanity eventually dies, Lin Chen will definitely take the blame. No way. The main thing she can't do is reveal her identity, and she can't disclose information about the monsters coming, because people won't believe her. She could only watch helplessly. Soon, in the distance, huge clouds of dust spread across the sky. Athena's worried look was palpable. Chimera, here we come. On the city wall, with the defense knowledge taught by Lin Chen and so on, they have a perfect set of means to attack the enemy. Easy to defend, but difficult to attack. But this is only for ordinary people or ordinary beasts. As a kingdom, people have formed a garrison to guard the city. Therefore, this unusual sight was seen from a distance. Someone became vigilant. Quick, close the city wall. Go and report to the king. The rest of you, everyone, get your weapons ready. Everyone panicked, and while the messenger ran away, the others were trained to hold bows and arrows. Prepare stones, prepare stones. Everyone is ready. 044. When the dust disappeared, a huge monster appeared in everyone's eyes. Because it was in a hurry, there were still 1 or 2 flames in its hot breath. What is this? Everyone was stunned. Athena shook her head slightly. It's too late, it's over. In the city. Monster. This is a monster. There are monsters outside. Please don't go out. What? How come a monster appears? Can we still be alive? Oh my God, is this a disaster? No. We have a hero. We have Lin Chen. He will bring us hope. The hero is very strong, but can he really deal with monsters? The messenger has gone to inform the king. Don't worry. There is no more powerful person in this world than our king. Everyone is blindly confident. Even if they are worried, their faith unites them. Castle. King. King. The messenger flew into the castle, then gasped and fell to the ground. Okay, I understand. Let's go. Lin Chen was not surprised at all and silently looked towards the distant sky. Then take the lead and step away. The beautiful Pandora looked at him worriedly, but did not dare to stop him at all. Although they have not been together for a short time, she has already discovered that Lin Chen's character is very straightforward and hates being controlled by others. The messenger looked at Lin Chen's tall back, confused. He didn't say anything yet. How could the king know? City wall. Let me go. Everyone stood in a row and used the bows and arrows they had prepared long ago to shoot at the huge monster. Even though they were scared, they did not flinch at all. Because I received education and received training. They understand that standing behind them are the people of the entire land of hope. They cannot retreat. As long as we wait until the king arrives, everything will be solved. A shower of arrows all pierced the chimera. The proud monster did not take these attacks seriously. After all, he has the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a tail made of a python. Its breath is filled with fire. Just when it opened its mouth and wanted to use flames to solve all this and burn these people to death, all the arrows hit his body. There was a dense tingling sensation and even some numbness. 483 Chimera is angry. Roar. The soldiers guarding the city looked at this scene with satisfaction. This bow and arrow was no ordinary bow and arrow. All are quenched with poison. That's why you can attack monsters. In anger, the Chimera hated these humans even more. It thought it was a fat trip, but it didn't hurt. The monster, which was as big as a city wall, had bloodshot eyes flashing and began to open its mouth. The hot breath is about to be exhaled. The commander shouted immediately, "Don't let him open his mouth. His breath is full of flames, and there may be magic attacks. As soon as it opens its mouth, we interrupt it. Archers prepare. Catapult." The guards all shouted, "Yes, that's right. The archers have just consumed a wave of bows and arrows, and now they urgently need to replenish them. Time for the catapult." Huge stones were thrown out one after another. The smashed chimera ducked in all directions, grinning in pain. The earth was also shaken by his jumping movements, like an earthquake. Athena looked at this funny scene and was surprised. She didn't expect that weak humans could endure to such an extent. It's actually possible to fight against such a monster. I admit that you have developed very well, but to deal with monsters, this alone is not enough. Athena slowly shook her head. These are just pediatrics. The end of mankind is ultimately the word death. Sure enough, the chimera couldn't get close to the city wall and use brute force to destroy the human kingdom. Then just use. It stood a little further away and then gathered strength. Roar! Huge flames spurted out, burning all the bows, arrows, and catapults on the city wall. This kind of flame is not an ordinary flame, so all human weapons have been burned clean. People were running around in despair. It's over, there's no way we can win. This monster is too strong. Once the flames come out, there is nothing we can do against him. The people in the city also discovered this scene. Everyone hugged their families tightly and shed tears from the corners of their eyes. How long has it been stable for so long? Why did it encounter such a disaster? Weren't you fine just now? Human attacks are useless, so we can only do nothing. Athena also closed her eyes and looked again. The wailing sound that was about to ring in her ears was something she didn't want to hear anymore. Beast, you alone want to destroy mankind? The power of time and space. Lin Chen has arrived. He stood in the barrier, and no one or God could find him. On his finger, a small circle of black space-time power was slowly rotating, as if carrying some mysterious power. Go ahead. The black power of time and space penetrated the chimera's body like a small snake. But after a moment, the flames that the chimera spewed out crazily became smaller and smaller. When it felt strange, its body suddenly shrank. First, shrink 10 inches. Then the whole thing is shorter. Look, the monster has changed. It has become smaller. All the people who had fallen into despair were ecstatic when they saw this scene. Quick, put the weapons up again. Let's see if we can't kill it this time. Just as people were preparing, the chimera had been returned to its childhood appearance by the power of time and space. It's like a mini bunny that can be trampled to death if someone steps on it. It tried to spit out flames again fiercely, but all it spit out were only small flames. At this time, arrows rained down. The stone fell. Chimera turned into meatloaf. The human attack will completely destroy it this time. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't believe it. He didn't cheer until he was completely confirmed. Win. We win. How could this happen? How could the other party suddenly become smaller? It must be some god who passed by and saved us. Otherwise, how could there be such power? Thank God. Thank you to the gods who protect mankind. People cheered. They didn't know it was Lin Chen's hand. They just felt it was some god and began to sing praises. Lin Chen was invisible in his own barrier, feeling the vibration of the royal staff. He nodded with satisfaction. It turns out that in this way, people's faith history will also converge to him. Then it won't be in vain this time. The other side. Athena closed her eyes for a long time, but she heard the cheers of humans. She just felt inexplicable, not wailing, but cheering. Are humans crazy? When she opened her eyes, she was completely confused. Humans survived? Not only did he survive Zeus's conspiracy, but he also killed the chimera? How can this be? You mean, the mission failed? Zeus was in disbelief. He gave up his usual demeanor and stared wide-eyed. You know, that is an extremely powerful monster. How could it not be successful? Hermes wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. What a joke. How could Zeus touch him when he was so angry? The other party's temper has become increasingly grumpy recently, and this is one unpleasant thing after another. At the very beginning, there was a good fire in the shrine, but it suddenly disappeared. Even though he used his all-seeing eye, he couldn't find a trace. In the end, it was discovered that it had fallen into the hands of humans. How can I bear this? He sent the demonic snake to cause trouble, but was solved by an unknown force and roasted into flesh by humans. It's simply a shame and a shame. So, in order to eliminate this shame, he summoned the gods and made the most perfect work, Pandora, and sent her to Lin Chen in the lower world. Curiosity made Pandora open the box, but instead of releasing the source of evil, So much happiness and all kinds of things that are beneficial to mankind flew out. It's like shooting yourself in the foot. This matter has always been a thorn in Zeus's heart. He doesn't understand what is going on. Due to his promise, he ignored humans for a while. Finally found some fun, Aphrodite, that incredibly beautiful god. He wanted to get her, and even resorted to marrying her to the ugliest god to take revenge. Give yourself a break. The results of it? On the wedding day, the gods arrived just as he was delivering his wedding speech. The bride, who was supposed to be at home, disappeared, and I can't find it no matter how I look for it. He tried his best and opened his all-seeing eyes, but still couldn't find it. This was simply a loss of face for him. According to his abilities, he should be the most powerful god in the world. Even the 12 main gods combined are not as good as him. It's now, one thing is beyond my control. Not only has the ugliest god become a laughingstock, but his status in their hearts may also have plummeted, although they dare not say it. But Zeus knew in his heart that if his ability was not there, he would not be able to convince everyone. Just like having the god Queen Hera, even if the other person is jealous, he only dares to make some small moves, and does not dare to really disturb him or flirt with others. The world is like his huge playground. He can do whatever he wants here. However, ever since humans appeared, things have never been the same. What happened to all this? Human, he roared angrily. He was already furious and couldn't find a place to vent his anger. Seeing that human beings have actually established the kingdom of hope and still have incredible faith in that annoying Lin Chen. This kind of belief even surpasses that of gods. How is this possible? This is simply contempt for the gods. To be precise, he is contempt for Zeus. Is it possible that Athena did this? I seemed to see her following her to the lower world, but I kept staring at her, and she didn't take any action, just watching from a distance. As one of the gods who created humans, it is understandable to do so. Hermes said hesitantly. Zeus raised an eyebrow. She is not important. She doesn't dare. What is important is the other person who cannot be carried away. As long as you take good care of that person. Hermes said respectfully. Zeus said again. This matter is behind. There is a hidden power in the end, which is beyond imagination. Call the gods to discuss. Fight the enemy together. With a gloomy face, he finally made this decision. So he convened a meeting of the gods. Hermes was responsible for informing. Within a moment, everyone gathered in the main palace. What's going on? Meetings of gods have been held too frequently recently. Ahem, be quiet. The god king seems to be in a bad mood recently. Don't offend him. Why are you in a bad mood? Is it the same thing as last time? Aphrodite escaped from the wedding. That was last time. The Pandora that was sent actually contained the source of evil, and you didn't tell us? In the end, the car overturned and gave a big gift to mankind. Ahem, it's not. Stop talking now. God King is looking at you. Zeus sat on a high throne, looking down at the gods, and said shamelessly, human power is getting stronger now, and they are getting more and more arrogant, and they no longer look down on the gods. Last time I went to believe in Lin Chen who offended Mount Olympus, we clearly had God's will on them. Pandora was given to them, but they were ungrateful and attributed all the credit to Lin Chen. It's so abominable. To punish them, I sent to Chimera to teach them a lesson. But now, something very bad happened. Chimera was solved by an unknown force. After speaking, Zeus waved his hand directly, and a picture appeared in midair. It was exactly the scene where the Chimera, which was huge and spitting fire, became smaller and smaller, and then was blown into meat patties. Everyone was very shocked when they saw this scene. Originally, they all resented Zeus's remarks. No matter what is good for mankind, every high-sounding thing is aimed at destroying mankind. Zeus really knows how to package himself. And to teach people a lesson, he actually sent the Chimera. Who doesn't know that human beings are very fragile? When there is no fire, countless people die of illness and cold. The Chimera was obviously sent to destroy people. Then after seeing that video, no one could sympathize with human beings, nor could they maintain their indifferent expressions. How so? How could the Chimera be wiped out so quickly? By humans? No, there is a very strong, mysterious force that makes the Chimera shrink. I'm afraid only the power of time can achieve such power, right? Who will have the power of time? Athena was originally at the scene, but she couldn't bear to continue watching, so she didn't actually know what was going on. Until she saw this scene, she blurted out, "Is it Kronos, the god of time?" Kronos? Does he still exist? It's impossible. Everyone understands the power of Korolos, the source of the universe. If he still exists, it's not the gods of Olympus's turn to make the decision at all. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. He has disappeared a long time ago. How could he suddenly appear? There should be a mysterious power that exists, and then it steals the law of time. Who can do such a thing? Is there a mysterious power behind Mount Olympus? Everyone felt very frightened and shocked when they thought of this. The place they thought was extremely safe was actually not safe at all. 045. Seeing that everyone understood the importance, Zeus stood up. He spoke extremely seriously and angrily. No one can disobey me. No one can shake my position. Since the other party wants to protect humans, that's fine. His eyes were extremely dark. Then let the humanity he wants to protect go to destruction. Zeus's reaction was completely reasonable, and the gods all sympathized with humans. This is simply a clear declaration of war. But instead of stopping them, they were all afraid of the unknown power. Perhaps this is the only way to force the opponent out. Hera, who was also sitting on the throne, looked cold and indifferent. The same goes for Aphrodite below, as if everything has nothing to do with her. The two of them looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. The winner has not been determined before. Lin Chen's attitude was also very ambiguous, and he didn't favor anyone. This also makes them more tit-for-tat, trying to entangle Lin Chen whenever they get a chance. But they still couldn't grasp Lin Chen's whereabouts. That man is too mysterious and powerful. As for Zeus, humph, who would take this god king seriously? Whether they do it voluntarily or because they have to, they are already in another camp. After the meeting, Athena walked on Mount Olympus, recalling the content of the meeting just now, and she was also very curious. So that's it. I personally went to remind them to leave quickly. As the leader of mankind, Lin Chen was not only indifferent, and he doesn't care at all. So it turned out that he had such confidence. An unknown being who has mastered the laws of time. Why does such a being stand behind human beings? Is this the confidence that mankind has had in the past? What exactly is his relationship with Kronos? How did it get involved? She recalled the previous scenes and suddenly realized. When the fire disappeared at first, and when the snake went to cause trouble, he was solved by unknown people. Lin Chen dragged the snake carcass back and boldly roasted it and ate it. He said he picked it up. Could it be that it was sent by the god behind it? No. I have to find out what kind of relationship he has with Kronos. Athena made up her mind and went to the world. The land of hope. This place has become more and more prosperous, with people living and working in peace and contentment and trading. There is a huge sculpture in the center of the city. It is the statue of Lin Chen. It is an existence that everyone admires. When countless people pass by here, I will stop and close my eyes to pray. Thank you, Hero Lin Chen. Thank you, Hero Lin Chen. Thank you, Hero Lin Chen. In this huge square, from time to time, there will be a group of white doves, quietly descending on the fountain around the statue. The beautiful picture attracted countless people to stop, and it was extremely spectacular. Athena just changed into a magical costume this time, with 2 long braids on her back. She put on the linen clothes of ordinary people, but her temperament was still indifferent. Every time she passed by this city, she would be a little surprised by how it changed again. Humanity under the leadership of Lin Chen is really getting better and better, no matter what. The emergence of human beings also has her share of power. She was naturally more pleased to see humans living well. When we arrived at the tallest castle in the city, the castle had been built more and more perfect. It's also getting more and more gorgeous. Looking extremely comfortable, Pandora was drying her clothes on a high building in the castle. Every time the beautiful girl bounces, someone below her is watching. That elf-like girl is not a product of the human world at all. Lin Chen was sitting on the tallest tree basking in the sun. The weather was very good today. Therefore, he felt very good when he thought of Zeus's angry appearance. Seeing Athena's arrival, he raised his eyebrows, but made no move. So Athena easily climbed up the tree, her 2 fluffy long braids swaying in response to her master's movements. Unlike her usual noble and solemn look, she is a bit more cute and naughty. Sitting on the huge branch next to Lin Chen, Athena asked curiously, "Why do you have the protection of the power of time? Do you know where Kronos is?" She speaks out and goes straight to the point without any blinding or cliches. Lin Chen was sunbathing with his eyes closed, but when he heard her say this, he only opened one eye. Then he tilted his head slightly. "Huh? I don't know what you said." Athena was speechless. I have already seen that scene. The chimera shrinks because of the power of time. Otherwise, humanity would have been destroyed this time. There must be someone with the power of time to help you behind the scenes. And you said you picked up that snake last time. How could it be such a coincidence that you were the only one to pick it up? Seeing what the other party said so clearly, Lin Chen waved his hand helplessly. "So what? I won't tell you." The light words made Athena, who usually had a very strong self-esteem, unable to accept it. "I didn't hide my identity at all. The other party should know about me." Yet he ignored her like this. Athena finally couldn't stand it anymore. "I'm a god. Are you sure you don't want to tell me?" Her faint threat made Lin Chen sit up. His expression was calm and not afraid at all. God? So what? Athena was a little stupid. The other party was just an ordinary human being. After identifying himself clearly, the other party was not afraid. On the contrary, there is a hint of provocation. Kr. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Kong had a hint of disgust in his eyes. God? Gods are nothing but lofty and extremely hypocritical existences. How could Lin Chen be so hostile to the god who created them? You must know that all living things should be grateful to the gods and believe in the gods. Why do you say that? Athena puffed up her cheeks, a little unconvinced. Because every god performs his or her own duties, albeit a little selfishly. But the operation of everything in the world depends on gods. Little humans dare to slander gods. Why should he? Why? Zeus wants to destroy mankind, but he also wants to dominate human women. Haha, what kind of mentality do you think he has? Isn't that just hypocrisy? Such a mocking tone made Athena furious, but she couldn't refute it. How could the other party know what the god king did? She pursed her lips, not wanting to admit it. I can only bite the bullet and say, you are insulting the gods. Don't forget, you were created by gods. Lin Chen felt even more ironic and looked at her with a half-smile, which made Athena feel a little uncomfortable. How could he, who was obviously just a little human being, destroy her state of mind again and again? She felt a little flustered for no reason. Then you, a god who was almost killed by Zeus and could not be born, why do you always write against Zeus? The short and concise words instantly touched the deepest part of Athena's heart. How did you know? Is this what the being behind you told you? Don't worry about how I know it. Just tell me whether what I said is right or not. Athena could only remain silent. She was speechless. She did almost not survive the birth. She was also very dissatisfied with the god King Zeus. Lin Chen also said, since you want to know the information about the person behind me so much, I'll give you a chance. Chance? What chance? Athena repeated the word, which was so foreign to her. No human being can boldly say to the gods, give them a chance. Lin Chen smiled evilly. How about a gamble? Athena was aroused to be competitive. What to bet on? You know she is the goddess of wisdom, war and art. No matter which aspect, she can be invincible. A little human dares to compete with her. Isn't this overestimating one's capabilities? Lin Chen said again, let's bet on what you are best at. Since you are the goddess of wisdom, war and art, let's bet on this. Best of 3. If you win, I will tell you the gods behind us humans and everything you want to know. But again, if you lose, such words made Athena even more curious. You are so bold. Why do you think you will win? Okay, since you want to gamble, then I will accompany you. If I lose, haha, although it is impossible to lose, it must be fair. Tell me, if I tell you, what do you want? After saying this, she saw the man sitting opposite her smiling even more heartily. She had a bad feeling for no reason. If you lose, then you have to take off your clothes in front of me. Athena was in disbelief and even stayed there for a moment. This was an expression that she could not normally show. She suddenly revealed her true form, her noble and indestructible appearance, making it difficult for people to look directly at her. She said angrily, you are blaspheming God. Humanity. You are so brave. Instead of being afraid, Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. You can choose to refuse. I didn't force it. It's you who want to know the news. It's you who want something from me. I'm actually not very interested in you. Please give me flowers. These words made Athena feel even more ashamed. What's the meaning? Could it be that as a god, the other party still looks down upon me? Athena shook her unclear mind, feeling that she was walking into his trap step by step. She is really a little curious. If it is really the god of time, Kronos, then everything in the world will be reshuffled. She must know who is the person who has mastered the power of time and what is his purpose. This was too attractive to her. However, she is not as impulsive as other gods. Her wisdom and sixth sense told her that Lin Chen's serious appearance did not look like he was lying at all. But why? The other party is just a human being. Where does he have such confidence? Could it be that the god behind him will help him? She couldn't help but look around, thinking, since he is so confident, he probably came prepared. I want to go back and think about it. She bit her lip in confusion. Up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Athena disappeared from here. She returned to her palace. Meet when troubled, she would shut herself away. Should I agree or not? Did he deliberately say that request to make me give up prying? How could any human bet with such a request? And damn, he actually said he wasn't interested in me. Wrong. He is not interested in me. I should be happy. 0-0, but why is it so awkward? As a goddess, she cannot be blasphemed, but she cannot tolerate being ignored by others. Is it because he has Pandora? Because he has the most perfect girl, so even the goddess doesn't care. She didn't know why she cared so much about what the other person said. She tried to bring her attention back to the stakes. It's okay to win, but the news I know is definitely very important. But what if we lose? Thinking of the consequences of losing, Athena felt embarrassed again and even turned red. That guy actually asked me to take off my clothes in front of him when he lost. Hateful. If others find out, I will be beyond redemption. Become the laughing stock of the gods and all living creatures. This price is really not something she can bear. She became calmer. How dare he compete with me? It's my best skill in wisdom warfare, and so on. The god behind him will definitely help him. After all, he is only a human being. With the power of time, can I really win? She muttered to herself, feeling that there was a big pit in front of her, waiting for her to jump down. But she really couldn't give up the temptation. What's wrong with you, my child? A gentle and loving tone sounded in the palace. Athena was a little surprised and looked back. It turned out to be her mother, the goddess of the ocean and the third-generation goddess of wisdom, Tis. At this time, Métis happened to come to see her. Since she is a mother, Athena no longer has to worry about it alone. She only hesitated for a moment before telling Métis about it. As gods, time has no concept for them. Therefore, their similar faces are like sisters. But Métis still had a touch of kindness on his face, and while listening to Athena's story, his hand was slowly stroking the other person's hair. Relieve the other party's anxiety. But after hearing the bet proposed by Lin Chen, she felt furious. How dare he tell such a bet? Oh, this human being is so brave. I want to see what kind of confidence he has to dare to say such a thing. How dare he think of blasphemy? If he offends my daughter, I will definitely give him no good fruit to eat. Athena quickly stopped her. There must be strength behind the other party. There is no need to offend the other person. But she really wanted to know the result of winning. Seeing her confusion, Métis said, "It's okay, dear child, let me solve this trouble for you. I will go find out for you first, and then we will decide whether to agree or not after we find out his truth. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you fight without danger." Athena instantly felt safe and quite uncomfortable. "Thank you, mother. Just leave this world." Métis transformed into a mortal and came to the kingdom of hope. She was also extremely surprised by the changes in human beings. It turns out that human beings have developed to this point. No wonder Zeus is so destructive. Thinking of the purpose of her trip, she looked around and found Lin Chen-san. 046. Brother. The little girl jumped, trying to attract Lin Chen's attention. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with understanding. Turned around and squatted down. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? The little girl transformed into Métis saw Lin Chen as normal, asking innocently, "Brother, is that huge statue you? Wow, you are really awesome." The innocent words, coupled with the white pigeons flying in the square, everything is so beautiful. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. In fact, he had already seen through the other party's true identity. It's just that he thought the other party was transformed by Athena, but it turned out to be Métis. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This pair of mother and daughter is really interesting. One turned into an old lady and an old man, and the other turned into a little girl. TSK, just to lower his guard. I want to see what is the purpose of your trip. Who in the land of hope doesn't know that this statue is actually him? And this little girl missed the mark from the beginning. But he pretended not to know anything, and instead coaxed the little girl. This statue is indeed me, but I am not powerful. I am just a very ordinary person. It's just that everyone trusts me. Métis lowered his guard slightly when he heard this. I don't believe it. My brother must have lied to me. They say that only those who have made great contributions will be placed in the center of this square. They say you are very smart, no smarter than gods. As long as I pray to your statue, I will become very smart. The little girl said childishly. Lin Chen sneered deepened in his heart. It turned out that the other party was here to test his strength. So he said deliberately, I didn't expect that you would actually find me. To be honest, I am indeed very powerful in the 640, and even the legendary goddess of wisdom is smarter. If you must become very smart, you might as well believe in me, the god of wisdom, Athena. At least I can teach you something. The little girl said in surprise. What? Big brother, are you telling the truth? Lin Chen laughed again and held the little girl's hand in a playful manner when the other party unnaturally tried to break away. Hold by force. That's natural. If you want to learn other things, you can come to me. I'm very good. Not to mention Athena, even her mother, the first-generation goddess of wisdom, can't compare to me. So I am more than enough to teach you. Haha. The little girl smiled awkwardly, and Métis was speechless at his arrogant words. After getting the answer he wanted, Métis returned to Athena's palace with peace of mind. "How's it going, mother? Does he really have that strength?" Métis replied very disdainfully. "Don't worry, he's just an arrogant boy, just an ordinary person. There's no need to worry at all. Only stupid people can be so arrogant. He is just a little clever and still wants to be on par with the gods? Impossible. He is very arrogant, saying that he is already above tens of millions of people in the world. Oh, everyone knows that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Even if he is superior to tens of thousands of people, he cannot compare to gods." Such affirmative words made Athena feel relieved. But he said it involuntarily. What if the person behind him, the being who controls the law of time, helps? Métis waved his hand. Then it's even more impossible. The so-called bet is of course one-on-one. If someone helps, the treaty can be broken. If he doesn't keep his promise, we don't need to fulfill it either. Athena was completely relieved. She naturally believed her mother's words. Since my mother said so, her eyes were firm. Okay, then I decide to agree to his bet. Who is the person behind this? I will find out soon, world. Feeling the fluctuations of divine power in the air, Lin Kong showed an expected smile. Lin Chen, I agree to your bet. I hope you won't forget your words. Athena is wearing a divine costume and looks majestic. The majesty of the war goddess was released in an instant. Lin Chen was not afraid at all, remained very calm, and responded with a sneer. Are you sure? Already knowing the opponent's trump card, Athena will naturally not be frightened by his bluffing situation. I am sure. Watching the other party fall into the trap, Lin Chen said, "Since there are 3 bets I proposed, you choose the first one. Otherwise, you will be accused of bullying you." Lin Chen is dressed in ordinary clothes. Apart from his outstanding appearance, there is nothing special at all. So Athena sneered, and she was indeed as arrogant as her mother tried to test. Mother has tested out that his intelligence is not very good, but what about the other items? After thinking for a while, she said, "In the first game, let's compare it to war. Let's take a look at his other strengths first. On the top of the castle, the scenery here is very good. There were even soldiers guarding in the distance. But the soldiers were all well trained and kept their eyes open. How do you plan to compete in the case of war? Then shall we create a simulated scene? As a goddess, Athena is naturally extremely smart and confident. She is a rare war god among goddesses." Lin Chen clapped his hands. He had already prepared things for the other party. The soldier waiting at a distance took something and came over, placed on the stone platform on top of the castle. On this stone platform, there are some strange horizontal lines and words painted. Chu River, Han Dynasty. What is this? Athena was a little curious. Lin Chen took the box and placed it on the stone platform. It's very simple. This thing is called chess, and it represents war. Immediately, Lin Chen took out the things and began to introduce them. Athena felt very magical and was amazed. Was this invented by Lin Chen? There was no such thing in the world before. The goddess of wisdom is naturally extremely smart. After listening to the rules, she understood the secrets of chess. He took a deep look at Lin Chen. This could indeed represent war. How many surprises can the other party bring? Have you understood? You haven't done it before. Don't say I bullied you. Seeing that the other party was stunned, Lin Chen asked one more question. Athena came back to her senses. Huh? Who are you looking down on? I've known it for a long time. Come on. No problem. She happily sat on the side of the stone platform. Her gorgeous divine outfit transformed into a more everyday outfit, highlighting her beautiful figure. 2 long fluffy braids hang down to the ground, shining in the sun. The whole person seems to be able to reach out and touch it. It is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts itch. But Lin Chen was indifferent, and his heart was terribly quiet at the moment. He followed the chess record in his mind and started playing chess quickly, as if he didn't need to think. Athena was almost done, and he was able to do it immediately. Athena found it very incredible that the other party was so fast, so she bit her lip and speeded up not to be outdone. However, Lin Chen did not fall behind at all, and there was an afterimage between the two of them. The chess game had become increasingly tense, and Lin Chen began a rapid killing spree. Until he captured Athena's chess piece, Lin Chen said very calmly, "General." In Athena's dull expression, he said calmly, "You lose." I lost." Athena murmured in disbelief. How so? She is the goddess of wisdom. She can't beat ordinary mortals in this small game that represents war. This is impossible to happen. She is one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, and she holds a huge amount of weight. War, wisdom, etc. are believed by countless creatures in the world. How could we lose here? She was still holding a chess piece tightly in her green fingers and was stunned in place. His expression was embarrassed and speechless. Lin Chen would not spoil her and said teasingly, "What? Don't you know the rules? Now you don't want to default on your debt, do you? Athena glared at the other party, and at this moment, the extremely high self-confidence in her heart collapsed. She couldn't help but look at the person opposite her carefully. Lin Chen, as the leader of the human world, is considered by countless people to be comparable to a god. He brings fire, brings hope, and brings blueprints for people to live and work in peace and contentment. He single-handedly made the world believe in him. When she listened to people's prayers, she would even be vaguely aware of the absent-mindedness of those who originally believed in her. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, hero. May God bless Lin Chen with health and prosperity. Wisdom will last forever. May the goddess of wisdom bless Lin Chen, the leader of the world, for a long life, safety, and health. Such mixed prayers also made her feel very complicated. All human beings were created by her and were given wisdom by her, to distinguish it from other creatures. But among them, there is one person who is more important than her. At first, when Prometheus discussed with her how to stop Zeus from destroying mankind, she was still in a wait-and-see state. She is just the helper of Prometheus who is obsessed with mankind. But humans broke through her lower limit time and time again, and she watched humans gradually become stronger, watching humanity become what it is now. What she didn't expect was that Lin Chen was also a human being. He actually has such great creativity. A game as broad and profound as chess not only represents war, but also represents human nature and strength. She is a chess player, and the game between the two fascinates her. How did you create such a thing? Athena asked unwillingly. She simply could not accept her failure. Lin Chen looked at her quietly. This is not important. Athena, I am willing to admit defeat and take off my clothes. High above the castle, the sun shone down, and there was a layer of brilliance between the two of them. The breeze blew against my face, but it took my breath away for a while. That little human leader said this calmly, as easily as drinking a cup of tea. But these words are blaspheming the noble gods in heaven that humans can never reach. Athena gritted her teeth, feeling complicated. At this time, Pandora, who had long hair and a perfect face, walked over. She took a piece of animal skin. The cloak he made was draped over Lin Chen's body, and then he naturally kissed Lin Chen's cheek. I remembered that it was you who gave me wisdom. Pandora looked curiously at the girl in extraordinary clothes across the chess stone table, a little shocked. Immediately, she suddenly felt very guilty because Lord God King repeatedly told her not to open the box. But she still couldn't restrain her curiosity and finally opened the box. Now that the gods have descended to Earth, are they coming to raise an army to punish people? Okay, Pandora, go down. I have something else to do here. Lin Chen patted the girl's arm around his neck. The other party relies on him very much, but is cautious. This kind of gentleness and respect made him very useful. It has to be said that this perfect woman given by various gods is indeed very suitable for him. After Pandora left in fear, Lin Chen once again looked at the goddess opposite who bit her lip and remained silent for a long time. Let's start. His indifferent look was completely different from his gentle tone towards Pandora just now. This made Athena angry. She still can't accept that she really lost. Looking at the man in front of her, she suddenly felt that he was very mysterious. The other party actually beat her in this aspect, and he used such a creative thing. This is something that most people and most gods cannot do. Okay, I'll take it off. After all, the bet has been placed, and Athena is not the kind of person who refuses to pay. He just had doubts in his heart. His mother had obviously tested him. He was an arrogant person. Why doesn't it look like that now? Is it because he created this chess piece, so he is more experienced? It must be like this. I just underestimated the enemy. It's just the first game anyway. Just think I'll give in to you. She thought to herself, and then put her hands on her gorgeous clothes. Even though she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't help but tremble. She actually took off her clothes in front of such a humble human being. This is simply incredible. Hurry up, Lin Chen urged, staring at her neck with interest. Athena was immediately very humiliated. She closed her eyes and took off her coat. In an instant, her figure was fully visible. The long lace is tied around the waist, making her waist even more voluptuous. The graceful curves were reflected in Lin Chen's eyes, and he lowered his eyes. It's just average. Athena became even more angry, and she finally restrained her inner tangle. I had no choice but to take off one piece. This is how the other party reacted? This is so insulting. Athena couldn't help but look in the direction Pandora was leaving, and then glanced at Lin Chen with contempt. Sure enough, superficial just one woman they created can make Lin Chen's eyes completely blind. You seem unconvinced. Then I'll take a look. After saying that, Lin Chen began to admire it wantonly. Every inch of Athena's appearance, from top to bottom, left to right, not letting go of anything. This girl is indeed very perfect, with a soft and heroic appearance. The two long fluffy braids hang down to the soles of the feet, adding a touch of naughtiness and cuteness. Diluted her majesty as a goddess. If it were normal, Athena's hair should be standing high, and then there would be a golden crown like a Valkyrie. Today's hairstyle is a bit lively and friendly like the girl next door. But you can't look at her expression, because Athena's eyes are about to burst out with anger at this moment. Hashtag. With a faint warning, Lin Chen sneered. You can't even look at it, and you can't do it without looking at it. You are quite changeable. Athena felt offended and wanted to kill the man who had caused her such shame and humiliation. B. There is no way. The bet has been placed. Next one, compare to what? She closed her eyes and tried to calm down, then gritted her teeth and spoke. 047. In fact, it's just a piece of clothing, and it's just an outer shirt, so it doesn't reveal too much. But Lin Chen's playful eyes made every second of her undressing seem to slow down. That feeling of humiliation stayed in my heart for a long time. Athena snorted coldly. This was just the first round. She underestimated her opponent, and that's why she was like this. It won't be that simple next time. She must work hard to win the battle and make this mortal kneel down and repent. Let him understand how foolish it is to offend him. Seeing Athena's cannibalistic gaze, Lin Chen remained very calm and seemed not to be affected at all. The two of them were sitting next to the stone table, and their eyes were blazing with fire as they looked back and forth, as if they had fought for 800 rounds. Since you are so unconvinced, let's be smarter than you are good at. Lin Chen said lightly. In terms of wisdom, he crushed Athena, the goddess of wisdom. I'm sure her expression will be very pleasant when the time comes. Wisdom? Oh, mortal, you are overestimating your capabilities. Although it is better than the other two, I will never let you win again. Lin Chen sneered and raised his eyebrows. Really? Get ready to take off your clothes. Athena was furious and stood up immediately. You. She realized that this little mortal had such an impact on her mood and quickly adjusted it. After forcing myself to calm down, I said, how to compare? Looking at Athena's beautiful figure, Lin Chen said calmly, let's do this. Let's find 5 poisons each. Poison? Athena looked at him in surprise. What is the relationship between poison and wisdom? Yes, we are looking for 5 kinds of poison each, 10 kinds in total. Find 10 more kinds of herbs, and then we each randomly choose a poison to eat. Then we each go to prepare the antidote. Whoever prepares the antidote or is faster wins. How about that? Hearing what Lin Chen said, Athena instantly became interested. Is this person really not afraid of death? You must know that some poisons are simply blood-sealing for ordinary people. There is no doubt that Lin Chen is just a small human being. Although he has eaten monster meat, his physique has been improved. But there is no comparison with the goddess. You sure? This was proposed by the other party, and as a goddess, she has always been humble to the other party. 27. If the other person wants to die, she has to help him, right? Of course. Do you want to give up the game? Lin Chen looked at her with raised eyebrows, and the deep meaning in his eyes made her couldn't help but look away. Athena rolled her eyes. Could it be that the opponent had some trump card to win? Or is the other party bluffing again? She felt that she could no longer see through this man more and more. It has to be said that the other party can become the leader of mankind and even make everyone believe in a god comparable to him. There is some truth to this. No matter how you look at it, this bet is in her favor. As a goddess, the poisons and even herbs she finds are very special. It can be said that it can make her invincible. She reminded disdainfully. It's too late for you to change to another one now. Otherwise, you will definitely lose. Human, you are so arrogant. There is a price to pay for arrogance. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth coldly. There's so much nonsense. How about comparing? Athena was furious for a moment and stamped her feet. Don't regret it. She felt that her approach of reminding the other party was simply too stupid. My mother was right. This person is arrogant. In this game, she has used her wisdom to find the hidden rules. She plans to use this unspoken rule to win. Human beings are human beings, and they don't see this. She will win this round. Regarding the god behind Lin Chen, he could only reveal the information obediently. The first is for her to find the kind of poison that will kill you immediately if you eat it. Lin Chen's human body would definitely not be able to bear it. 18. There is a risk in this, and that is that it will be empty if it is really unbearable. He died accidentally. The information she wanted to know was completely missing. That doesn't fit with why she made the bet. Therefore, she can only use the hidden rules to win. The unspoken rule is that if she finds a herb, she can undo a certain poison. But if the remaining herbs cannot be used to prepare the antidote for the second poison, she will definitely win. This is a completely reasonable rule. And with her extremely long life and extensive knowledge, it would be easy for her to find poisons and herbs that meet the requirements. Then, having achieved their goal, the two of them started looking for it separately. Pandora watched the two people leaving on the castle, holding her chin in her hands, feeling a little confused. What are they doing? The goddess Athena even took off one piece of her clothes. She didn't know why, but she couldn't help but feel a little wary. But this strange feeling and all the wisdom kept her silent. Hope everything is fine. She could only support what Lin Chen wanted to do, even though she was really curious about what they were doing. If you work harder next time, he will definitely tell me. Pandora seemed to have thought of something. A blush appeared on her face, and she showed a sweet smile. It didn't take long. Lin Chen and Athena, who searched separately, returned to the top of the castle. In front of them were 10 wooden pipes, and these wooden tubes are all filled with poison. They have turned the herbs into juice, and the degree of poison in it is completely different. Athena stood aside with her arms folded, facing this human who dared to offend her. She would never hold back. Lin Chen, the old god, was there and could not see any psychological dynamics. He generously said to Athena, who had already taken off her coat, "You go first." Athena didn't care about him. She just stepped forward and looked at the 10 wooden pipes. After struggling for a moment, I picked one at random. She opened the wooden tube, and the disgusting smell inside came out. No doubt it was highly toxic. She didn't hesitate, just raised her head and put the wooden tube to her mouth. Then drank it all in one gulp. There was still a trace of purple juice left on her mouth, and she looked unchanged at all. "It's your turn." Hearing the goddess speak like this, Lin Kong raised his eyebrows. It seems that the other party is very confident. Lin Chen randomly picked one of the remaining 9 poisons and raised his head. He drank the poison very simply. There was no hesitation at all, which made Athena a little impressed. Those who can put life and death aside are ruthless people. She is a goddess, and it is impossible for her to die. But the other person is just a human being. Not only did he dare to make a deal with God and make a bet, he even dared to drink something that might not have an antidote. Is he really not afraid of death? Athena shook her head and stopped thinking about it. But provocatively, "Lin Chen, you will definitely lose. If you admit defeat now, I can still find an antidote for you." Lin Chen smiled cheerfully. "Not always. Uncertain?" Athena looked at the other party's smile and was silent for a moment. "Be tough. See if the other person can still laugh later. At present, all antidotes to poisons must be combined with a universal basic herbal medicine." In the pile of herbs they found next to them, there were very few basic herbs. Athena walked forward unceremoniously and directly gathered all the herbs together. "Then start pounding the medicine aside. Then I'll start. If you don't detoxify, human, do you really want to die?" Lin Chen smiled as if nothing happened, but there are already some black lines on his neck. It was obvious that he was starting to be poisoned. It is naturally impossible for Lin Chen to be really poisoned. His physical condition is such that the poison may be digested before it enters the body. The same goes for Athena as a god. If this game continues, both of them have actually suppressed this divine body. Only then did those poisons take effect. Athena's face has gradually turned gray. This is the side effect of the poison she took. The side effect of Lin Chen drinking the poison was huge damage to the internal organs. In fact, both of them were just insisting on their words. The side effects caused by the poison made them very uncomfortable. Even Athena felt that there was a burning feeling in her heart that could not be expressed. This was why she couldn't wait to step forward to prepare the antidote. Of course, I also want to use up all those basic herbs. Let Lin Chen have nothing to do, and then automatically admit defeat. Thinking secretly, the antidote in Athena's hand has been gradually prepared. She turned to look at Lin Chen, who still didn't make any movement, and guarded the antidote in her hand vigilantly. Then he drank it in one gulp. But after a moment, the gray look on her face gradually faded away. Her poison was cured. However, she felt more and more strange. Lin Chen stood motionless, with a strange smile on his face. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you get the antidote? Do you want to die?" Athena was shocked and stepped forward. The black lines on Lin Chen's neck have gradually spread to his face. He seemed very scary. The distance between the two became closer and closer, and Athena began to wonder if the poison had the function of making people stunned? Or is this human body so weak that he is no longer able to survive? That must not be the case. If Lin Chen dies, who will tell her about the god of time? She has suffered great shame and humiliation, and she must not let those efforts go to waste. She made her fingers and placed them lovingly on Lin Chen's nose, wanting to feel his breath. Suddenly, Lin Chen reached out and grabbed her hand, and then rubbed his face that was stiff with laughter with the other hand. I didn't expect that this side effect would make people laugh, which is a bit similar to Webnovel with a smile. Smiling 5-step epilepsy? Athena felt puzzled. Is this the name of a poison? How come she has never heard of the name of the poison? Presumptuous. Athena suddenly reacted and shook off Lin Chen's hand, feeling very uncomfortable. There was also a hot flash coming from deep inside. It was strange, but she chose to ignore it because it was just a negative effect. It will disappear soon. Lin Chen looked at the other party's reaction and smiled heartily. The other party probably drank the poison he prepared. He deliberately added some non-poisonous herbs to it. I'm done. You've lost this round, Lin Chen. Let's move on to the next round. Athena said proudly. However, Lin Chen did not do anything. He ignored her and walked to the herbs instead. That's not necessarily the case. Athena was not happy to see the other party being so ignorant. So he revealed his purpose completely. I can tell you directly to save you time. One of these herbs is necessary to unlock the 10 kinds of poisons. Unfortunately, I have used it up now. Therefore, you will definitely lose. Definitely losing? Lin Chen chewed these 4 words in his mouth and spoke slowly. Then he turned to Athena and sneered. Yeah? Immediately, in front of Athena, he walked directly to the remaining 8 wooden tubes of poison. Then he picked up one of them and opened the lid. Athena was stunned and looked at this human being strangely. What on earth do you want to do? Whatever you do now is in vain. Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? Ah? Are you crazy? Athena could no longer take care of her majesty. Her eyes widened. 120 because in front of her, Lin Chen drank the tube of poison he picked up in one gulp. Do you want to escape the bet and commit suicide directly? Athena couldn't believe it. How could such a person exist? But what shocked her even more was that Lin Chen drank the remaining 7 tubes of poison one tube after another. In an instant, Lin Chen's body went through various changes. His face turned dark for a while, then pale for a while. For a while, a huge tent was even erected, which made Athena blush and her mouth was dry. The human being she created actually has such a huge amount of goods? The effect of poison is vividly displayed on Lin Chen. If you lose, you lose. There is no need to drink all this. Athena was in awe of this human being at this moment, and there was no one like him in the world. What on earth is he doing? Athena had never encountered anything like this in her long life as a god. She thought she wouldn't be shocked anymore. But this little human Lin Chen actually dared to bet with her. Forget it. In the first game of war, the opponent was able to create a chess game that even amazed her. And in this chess game, she actually lost. Forget it if you lose. In the second game, she used the hidden rules to use all the herbs. Lin Chen should have been willing to admit defeat. However, now the other party seemed to have been stimulated by something, and actually drank all these highly toxic poisons. Nothing could be said to ease Athena's mood. You don't want to die? You drank all this. She even thought that Lin Chen would explode and die under the influence of these poisons. However, a minute passed. 2 minutes have passed. Lin Chen's complexion gradually improved, and the black lines gradually receded. Ibis J. Is he okay? Athena met Lin Chen's calm gaze and was shocked. After drinking so much poison, he was okay? How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. How could it be possible that nothing happened to you? Lin Chen sneered. Do you think I can't think of your thoughts? Will you also leave an unspoken rule for you to win? Athena suddenly understood, but still couldn't figure it out. None of this explains how you could be okay. Lin Chen breathed out slowly. Of course you can't think of it, because this is something no one in this world or this universe can imagine. In this world dominated by Western gods, naturally, they would not understand the wisdom and methods passed down from the ancient Eastern gods. Athena was puzzled. Is there anything else she doesn't know? Could it be about the god of time? What is it? She asked curiously, but Lin Chen slowly spit out 4 words. 048. Fight fire with fire. As these 4 words were spoken, Athena became even more incomprehensible. Fighting fire with fire? What is this statement? But it seems to make sense somehow. Athena was shocked. He didn't expect that such a method could really solve the problem, like chow if you count it hard. It can be said that Lin Chen found another way to get rid of the poison under her mischief, and in a way she didn't know anything about. From an intellectual point of view, she did lose. Lin Chen watched the other person lower his head and remain silent for a long time, but he sneered in his heart. This is the wisdom of 5,000 years of civilization passed down by the Huxia gods. How could the Western gods understand it? Still using hidden rules? It's simply impossible to get on the stage. If you want to be shocked, let me give you a bigger shock. The kind that makes you irrefutable. What does it mean to fight fire with fire? Where did you learn that? Athena asked curiously. Lin Chen walked up to her and slowly touched her cheek with his hands. Athena took a few steps back and looked at him with cold eyes, quite wary. Oh, you don't need to know this. You just need to know that you lost. Athena couldn't accept this result, although mentally she knew she lost. But as the goddess of victory and wisdom, how could she allow such a thing to happen? And the information she wanted to know hasn't been revealed yet. According to the rules, I was the first to prepare the antidote, and I was also the first to detoxify. I have never heard of this method of yours. You are lucky if you can detoxify it. We can only call it a tie. A tie. Lin Chen said these two words playfully, and he looked at the other party with a half-smile. Are you sure it's a tie? Athena took 2 steps back, showing a very stubborn expression. Of course it's a tie otherwise. You don't really think you can beat me, do you? Lin Chen no longer smiled, but stared straight at the other person, silent. Athena looked left and right, always feeling that her dignity as a god was almost gone. He deceives mankind and makes excuses. This is simply not how she behaves as the goddess of justice. She could only forcefully regain her respect. Otherwise, you would have one more than half, and both of us will abide by the bed agreement. I take off. But at the same time, you have to tell me the news about the god behind you. Athena gritted her teeth and made such a decision. Lin Chen crossed his arms and raised his lips. Oh, is it so? If I really lose, it's impossible for you to fulfill my request to take off your clothes. In your heart, you actually know very well that you lost this game of wisdom. Me, she already represents fairness, so she can't say anything more cunning. If it were Hermes, I'm afraid the other party would say all kinds of clever words without blinking, to deceive these humans. But as the goddess Athena who is closest to humans, she simply cannot do those things. But if she were asked to take off her clothes, it would be too difficult to make a decision. Lin Chen, I have taught humans many things. Is this playing the emotional card? Lin Chen smiled, his eyes even colder. Prometheus. And when you stood on Zeus's side and watched the demise of mankind. The unfinished words left Athena speechless. Of course she understood what the other party meant. She was on the side of mankind, but she was not as dedicated as Prometheus. She came to remind mankind of the great catastrophe, but she has always been a bystander. Even if human beings are really going to perish, she can only choose to watch. She was one of the gods who created mankind, and she also connived with Zeus and allowed mankind to die once. So it's even. Seeing that she couldn't say more, Lin Chen became a little impatient. After the dust settled, he said those words coldly. Take it off. Athena still couldn't come to her senses and retreated 10,000 steps to this bet. As the goddess of wisdom, how could she lose here? But the facts told her that she had indeed lost, and she had lost very ugly. The other party knew her little tricks and allowed her to do it. Lin Chen, what kind of person is this person? It's really terrible. Although she knew that she had lost, Athena was still entangled in the situation. Because it was only the first game before, and she could only take off one shirt, but she won 2 out of 3 games. Lin Chen actually won 2 games in a row by himself. If you really take it off, that would be naked. How can this prevent her from being shocked and entangled? She felt a little dazed and didn't understand what was going on, leading to the current situation. 2 days ago, she was still a towering goddess, but now she had to take off her clothes under the eyes of this human being. How embarrassing is this? And if word spreads, her reputation as the goddess of war wisdom will be ruined. Who else would believe in her? She will become the laughingstock of all Olympus. Become the talk of everyone. How could Athena accept such a result? What? You want to cheat? You can't afford to lose. Lin Chen looked at the other person calmly, admiring the struggle on the other person's face. Who can't afford to lose? I'm willing to admit defeat. Athena said this forcefully, but she couldn't lift her hand and put it on her collar. The aloof goddess was forced to turn into a little girl at this moment, with tears shining in her eyes. I felt extremely ashamed inside. She first untied her fluffy braids and let her hair spread out. Under the sunlight, the golden light shone brightly. She was dignified and beautiful, and she once amazed the gods who were watching her. She has a fair oval face and a straight nose, showing her unyieldingness. She took off her belt, and May's clothes fell apart. Athena lowered her head and pursed her lips. She had been living in the mortal world since the birth of mankind, taught mankind various survival knowledge, and created the initial survival tools for mankind. She has made great contributions and is deeply loved by mankind. Now I feel like a child being watched by myself. She is the goddess of art, teaching humans various crafts, as well as painting, music, poetry, dance, and other arts. She is also the goddess of court and order. She is elegant and noble. But now, she took off her clothes in front of Lin Chen. The sun shone on her body, making it difficult to open her eyes. As the clothes were slowly taken off, Athena gradually lost her clothes and pants. And this bit of fabric couldn't cover her figure at all. Her long hair was unnaturally blocked on her chest, covering her graceful figure. Athena felt Lin Chen's admiring and gradually heated gaze. She had never been offended and humiliated like this before. It's all terrible. She looked at the other party coldly, the anger in her heart getting stronger and stronger, and she wished she could completely eliminate this human being who had pulled her down from the altar. Is it enough? They have already taken off their clothes and are still so proud. As expected of Athena, even after reaching this level, her mouth is still so tough. Athena's extremely slow movements also made Lin Chen very dissatisfied. Come on, you still have some clothes and pants. Why is this hair stuck in front of your chest? I already lost the last unspoken game, and I still want to find another way. Come up with new rules. Lin Chen's words made Athena furious. Her eyes seemed to be spitting out fire, and she wanted to kill the human being in front of her. However, she simply couldn't do it, and her current appearance was completely unconvincing. Seeing Athena like this, she would rub her eyes, thinking she hadn't woken up. The goddess, who was too noble to be blasphemed, at this moment, exposed a large area of naked skin and stood awkwardly in place. Let the man in front of her stare at him without blinking. If you lose, why don't you just take off one piece? She lacked confidence and spoke reluctantly, knowing in her heart that this was very unreasonable. But she still tried to play dumb. She no longer cares about the winning promise, knowing the news about the god behind it, etc. The focus now is how she can escape from her shell. Correct. Isn't this just a human being? Why did she have to surrender so obediently? Blinking her eyes slyly, she used her magical power to try to blind Lin Chen's eyes, making him think that she had kept her promise. Golden light gradually appeared, and Lin Chen looked at all this clearly, and his dissatisfaction grew bigger and bigger. Very good. If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. That's the case. That's just taking off your clothes. It's too cheap for you. Athena thought that the divine power had been exerted on Lin Chen and was about to leave proudly. When passing this man again, she stopped and her teeth itched with anger. This guy is just too much. Lin Chen, just wait for me. You actually saw me like that. I will never let you go, because... After saying that, she reached out her hand and poked Lin Chen's cheek angrily, feeling extremely embarrassed. But Lin Chen, who she thought had fallen into an illusion, coldly reached out and held her finger at this moment. Athena was extremely surprised. How could you? You didn't fall into my illusion? Aren't you an ordinary human being? When she came close, there was a fragrance that lingered around her, and her glowing skin made it difficult to keep her eyes open. Lin Chen pulled gently, and such force made the unsuspecting Athena lose her balance, and she suddenly leaned on Lin Chen's body. Her dull look was completely different from before, and she looked a little cute. But Lin Chen said coldly, "If you want to do some tricks, this won't work. Have you forgotten what kind of existence is behind me? He has already made preparations. Although it won't help me cheat, it won't let you escape either." As soon as these words came out, Athena was very upset. She has lost all her dignity now. If she had not been discovered, she would still be the aloof Athena. After being discovered, she was so embarrassed. I still don't understand what happened. How did it get to this point? She struggled to break away from Lin Chen's restraints, and the smooth touch disappeared. Lin Chen continued to look at the woman in front of him and said, "You also know very well in your heart that I have won 2 out of 3 games. How could Yelena not know? But what to do with her dignity as a goddess? She didn't want to take off all her clothes in front of this human being, even if this human really beat her. I have to say that Lin Chen is impressive and brings many surprises. No man can be as mysterious and powerful as him. As a human being, he has gone as far as he can. Compared with the gods on Mount Olympus, Lin Chen is simply too strange. But these are not the reasons why she is willing to fulfill her bet." She lowered her head and bit her plump lips, looking at the other person pitifully. Fighting silently. Compared with war and wisdom, how could she lose? But when the facts were in front of her, she couldn't refute it. But even if she lost, she didn't lose willingly. Lin Chen saw that she was very dissatisfied, so he spoke. "Okay, let me give you another chance. Do you want it?" Athena thought that the other party was impressed by her and was about to show a happy look. Lin Chen's next words shattered her illusions. "I want you to know that you are not good at all." The cold words awakened Athena's mind. "You are so arrogant. Human." Lin Chen frowned and showed a playful smile. "What? I, a little human, defeated you and made you very unhappy? Athena, just tell me whether you want this opportunity. If you don't want it, just take it off." Athena gritted her teeth. "Okay, just do as you say. If you can win the 3rd game, I will agree to whatever you ask for." Her heart has lost its sanity. She cannot accept failure in her life, and she still suffered a big loss at the hands of humans. She has money. This is so proud that she can hardly bear it. Looking at the other party's appearance, Lin Chen felt satisfied. The third art competition. Lin Chen said, "You come up with the questions." That's right. Since the other party is so dissatisfied, let her come up with the question. If she still loses, even if she asks the question, she will have no reason to argue. Athena is not humble to this human being. If she loses this time, she will have nothing. This consequence is never something she can bear. So after thinking for a while, she raised her eyes and said, "Then let's see whose creation is more popular than what you create." Lin Chen is indeed very strong, but how can he defeat a god like her in this aspect? She is the goddess Athena who is believed by the whole world. Every time she inadvertently creates something, everyone will be amazed. What does the other party compare with her? It's impossible to beat her just by relying on that chess set. That's just a gadget. Beauty and art exist in everyone's hearts and eyes. Everyone can see that what she creates is art, because she represents art. Feeling slightly more confident, Athena began to sing the final tune. "If I win, everything before will be wiped out. Are you sure about this?" Lin Chen shrugged. "Of course, but don't forget, if you lose, you will agree to all my requests. Denial is useless." Athena didn't want to think about the result, and threw away her hair as if to escape. "No problem." She waved her arms with a cool look, and every movement she made was so pleasing to the eye. Under her focused gaze, light emerged in midair, and a looming statue appeared in it. Everyone in the world stopped when they saw this scene. This is a miracle. 049. It's Athena. She started her creation again. I don't know what kind of work she will create this time. Looking at this unformed appearance, it seems to be a statue. Every creation of Athena is so shocking, and I believe this one will be the same. Music and art intoxicate the human heart, praising the goddess Athena. Praise to Athena. Praise to Athena. Athena stood at the top of the castle, sweat slowly breaking out on her forehead. No one understands art better than Athena. She was intoxicated, listening to the praises of humans. He showed a confident smile. Lin Chen just looked at all this indifferently. To him, all this was just child's play. After a while, Athena created a statue. During the creation process, everyone was already attracted by this statue. When the statue fell, they all gathered to watch. The statue succeeded. Not only did it succeed, it also radiated light and attracted the attention of countless people. Every line is so beautiful and so difficult to figure out. It is not only beautiful, but also mysteriously attractive. The work of the goddess Athena is simply perfect. Every place is just right. Is today a good day? I actually saw Athena's miracle. Only the goddess Athena can make such a statue. It is so beautiful. This is art. When I saw a statue like this, I couldn't help but stop. This must be a beautiful thing in the world. I am extremely happy now, and Athena brought all of this. Music and art are intoxicating. When I saw this statue, I seemed to hear the most perfect music, flowing in our minds. Praise Athena. Praise to Athena. Praise to Athena. People gathered around the statue and kept talking about what was in their hearts. In the sky, Athena's miracles also attracted the attention of the gods. Aphrodite cast her gaze to the lower world and raised her eyebrows in surprise. What kind of day is it today? Is Athena in such a good mood? What a perfect creation. Such light is not even as bright as the sun in the sky. And such a statue should have appeared on Mount Olympus and among the divine palaces. This is something that belongs to heaven, not this world. On the other side, Prometheus was also extremely 227 amazed. Oh, isn't this my friend and good partner? I have been deprived of the right to go to the human world, but she is living quite well in the human world. What happy things happened to you that led you to create such a perfect work? She actually gave such a statue to a human. Did she also fall in love with humans like me? That's simply great, this statue. It's so perfect. I have to congratulate her. There were several other gods who also sighed like this. They even used their divine power to send blessings to Athena to express their surprise. The top of the castle. Athena listened to the praises of the crowd and raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Did you hear that? Even the gods in heaven recognize my art. You lost this round. What can you do to attract the attention of the gods in heaven? Athena believed that she was sure to win, so she spoke with some provocation. Comparing art with himself, Lin Chen simply overestimates his abilities. However, Lin Chen ignored her at all and instead pointed to his kingdom. Look! Athena was puzzled and looked down in the direction of his finger. It was a whole land of hope. Standing on the top of the tallest castle, you can see the kingdom of hope going around in a circle. The city outside the city is impregnable and magnificent. Athena didn't understand what he was talking about. Look, what happens next? Don't be pretentious. It's your turn to create your own art. You must reach a level that will amaze all the gods in the sky before you can beat me. She was very obsessed, and she couldn't accept the fact that she had lost the previous 2 games. Lin Chen was a little speechless, and then said, "This is my art, can't you see?" Athena felt baffled and almost laughed angrily. "You haven't created anything yet, so you point to this place and say it's your art? Where's the art? Don't you understand the meaning of art?" She had never seen such art in her life. Lin Chen kindly answered her, "My art is clearly in front of your eyes, but you turn a blind eye. God, you are so proud." He shook his head sadly, and before Athena was about to get angry, he began to explain. "The land of hope is my art. Its name is unity. People are too insignificant in front of nature. I believe you also know how cautious and pitiful human beings lived in the past." Athena was silent. As one of the gods who created humans and even observed them, she could best understand the hardships humans face along the way. The original human beliefs were all about being able to have enough food and clothing and being protected from wild beasts. You can avoid freezing. They live like uncivilized savages or the lowest beasts, but because they have no sharp claws, because they did not have enough defensive fur, they fell to the bottom of the biological chain. They suffer because of their wisdom, unlike other living beings who are in an unenlightened state. Human beings are most like gods, but least like gods. Gods are high above, looking down at the suffering of all living beings. Human beings, who look most like gods, are constantly experiencing pain. As long as the gods show a little favor, mankind will be extremely happy. But bad Zeus would not allow such a thing to happen. If humans live as well as gods, then how can we differentiate between humans and gods? Lin Chen's words continued. Any ferocious beast, any wind and rain, will cause them to lose their lives. But I formed a kingdom for them. From now on, they don't have to live in the open or live in the open, and they don't have to be afraid of predators. I teach them to learn knowledge, recognize words, and use tools. We all live in harmony. Don't pick up lost items on the road, and live a happy life. Athena was silent. She didn't speak for a long time, and the breeze blew her fluffy hair. She sighed quietly. Yes, everything Lin Chen said is right. Art is amazing, and Lin Chen has reached the point where everyone is shocked. She thought of the meetings of the gods that Zeus could start again and again. She recalled the surprise of countless gods. How long had it been since they had seen me? She lost, and he lost very completely. 55. She was pushed down Athena's side. The statue she made can have countless people stopping and marveling. But all that is only temporary, because humans will be affected by food and clothing. Art occupies only a small part of human life. However, she set her sights on the center of the huge square. Countless people just pass by there. They will stop when they see the statue about Lin Chen. Pray silently to the statue. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you, Lin Chen. The statues were ordinary, except for being very large, and they were made by humans. It has neither radiance nor beauty, but it won, and won completely. What it brings to mankind is a lasting shock, and what it brings to the gods is also a constant shock. It has become an eternal art, and Lin Chen brought it all. Athena could no longer refute. She could only look at the other party. What's your third request? Accept your defeat, fulfill your bet, and leave as soon as possible. Even if she takes off her clothes, she still admits it. Unexpectedly, compared to war, wisdom, or even art, she couldn't compare to the person before. No solution anymore. Hurry up and fulfill your bet and leave. Lin Chen raised the corners of his mouth. I want you. As soon as these 3 words came out, Athena was shocked. What did you say? You heard her wrong. How could this human being in front of you be blasphemous? This is simply too bold. How dare he actually say that? Athena refused without hesitation. Absolutely not. I can agree to any other request you have, including finding you the most beautiful woman in the world, whoever you want can be. Only I can't. Seeing the other party's sophistry and resistance, Lin Chen sneered. Athena, you are a god. Don't forget, you swore an oath on your godhead. If you don't agree, then from now on, there will be no goddess Athena, don't you understand? This sentence completely struck a chord in Athena's heart. Yes, she had indeed sworn by the godhead. Just now, after the second bet, Lin Chen saw through her trick, so when she made the last bet, she was already blinded by the desire to win. That would make such a big mistake, I swear by my godhead. If she doesn't agree, there will be no goddess Athena in this world. How could she accept this? While she was struggling, Lin Chen was already approaching. Feeling the touch on her face, Athena stood there blankly. A strange feeling came. There were only a few pieces of clothing left on her body. Since when? Since when did it get to this point? Athena was extremely shocked. Her eyes were complicated. when she recalled the very beginning. Could it be that she had walked into this human trap step by step? But in the beginning, she was greedy. She wanted to know the news about the god behind it. So she made a bet with this person. Her arrogance, the pride of a god in her long life, made him not take this human being seriously at all. Wisdom. She had already noticed something was wrong at first. However, the entangled psychology allowed greed to take advantage of it again. Mother's temptation is to make her believe without brains. That's why she was unprepared, because this news was in her pocket. How could humans resist God? And in fact it is. No creature in this world can resist God. Betting with God is simply asking for death. But Lin Chen, why is he special? Athena still can't figure it out. Can Lin Chen be as good as the gods? Already naked, Athena closed her eyes in humiliation. She lost this war completely. And a new round of fighting is about to start. Lin Chen's actions show that he will never stop. Athena has never been touched. If you want to leave, you can just use your divine power to leave here immediately. But she didn't dare to leave. The price for leaving is to deprive the goddess Athena of her divinity, which she absolutely cannot bear. If she was deprived of her right to be a god, then she might as well die. She felt extremely regretful. She should not have made a bet with this little human being and should have restrained her curiosity. What does the news about the god behind it have to do with her? Why ask for trouble? Only now did she realize that the top of the castle was very large, and there was even a couch at the corner. While retreating step by step, Athena sat on it in panic, very soft. Finally she was pushed down. Time passed by, and the sun slowly set. No one disturbs them, because this is a war without smoke between them. After breaking through the initial psychological obstacles, Athena becomes fierce. It is Lin Chen. The group will cause such a thing to happen. She bit madly, as if she wanted to vent the anger in her heart. But she couldn't bite at all. Everything was just scratching. At the top of this castle, Athena felt extremely ridiculous, and finally indulged in it involuntarily. When there are so many stars in the sky, it has already entered the night. Lin Chen also left with satisfaction at this time, and it was time to go back to sleep with Pandora. Athena had a complicated mood and lay there without any strength. She felt extremely wronged. How could she become like this? Athena longed for independence and insisted on never marrying. She, Artemis and Hestia were regarded as the three goddesses on Mount Olympus. She is the protector of young girls during their unmarried period, as well as the protector of women's labor and childbirth. She was already judged to be smart and powerful when she was not born, but now she is being treated like this by a human being. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. Before that, her little face was already full of tears. At this moment, the system's voice rang. Congratulations to the host for changing the identity of Athena, the virgin goddess, and receiving excessive rewards. The level increases by 3 levels, and the timeout is extended by 10 minutes. The integration of space and time godhead increases by 5%. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment and then became very excited. This was a 3-level promotion in a row, a whole 3rd level. Now he has directly changed from a 2nd-class high-level preparation god to a 1st-class high-level preparation god. The next step is to truly step into the divine class and become a lower god. Lin Chen clearly felt that the divine power in his body was vast, expanded 100 times than before. Moreover, it possesses the power of time and space at the same time, and the fusion degree reaches 10%. He can now try to condense weapons. As long as he succeeds, it will be enough to ignore all the preparation gods. Even some 3rd-class lower gods are no match for him. Such strength improves simply too quickly. Sure enough, we still have to change this plot to get huge rewards. The bet between him and Athena was not in vain. 050. High on top of the castle. It's very quiet here, and the stars in the sky are still twinkling. The soft cave in the open air allows Athena to see all this clearly. Her body was already covered in bruises from the battle. She had never lost in such a mess. After Lin Chen finished, she left on her own without even covering her with anything. There was no pity for her, which made Athena sad. She wanted to transform into clothes, but she had no strength at all. She even retained her original posture and had no strength to sit up at all. If we talk about the previous battle, she could not help but shed rational tears. Words that lead to tears streaming down your face. Now, she was really crying. The tears in the corners of his eyes were like broken beads, falling continuously. She has always been very strong, and nothing can make her cry. Even though she was born like that, her heart is very strong. I never thought it would be the result it is today. In such a careless place, with a despicable human being, such a thing was done. Athena is so uncomfortable. She is one of the 3 virgin goddesses of Olympus. Countless male gods courted her, but they were all ruthlessly rejected. because she doesn't want to get married at all. Look at Hera, the queen of gods. She has the godhead of marriage but cannot control Zeus. Even the queen of God is like this, let alone other marriages. As a god, of course it is better to be free. Otherwise, only the goddess must abide by virtue. She hates this kind of thing. Likewise, she is extremely conservative. Without marriage, such a thing would naturally not be possible. However, I never expected that I would be defiled by a mortal today. It all happened so fast. She suddenly remembered the gentle way Lin Chen treated Pandora. The two of them were husband and wife. It is widely recognized by mankind. As for her, who is she? Lin Chen can show pity to his wife, but he is so cruel and cold-hearted towards her that he is merciless and not gentle at all. Feeling a little strength restored, Athena moved her fingers. He shook his head and got rid of all the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Although Lin Chen defeated her very charmingly, the other party was just a human being. She is a high god. It was the other party who used certain means to get her to this point. The other party is so despicable. She left in despair. On Mount Olympus, in Athena's palace, Metis drank tea with great grace, quietly waiting for Athena to return from victory. She is also a little curious. Who is the so-called god behind humans? Not even Zeus knew about it. That's interesting, isn't it? It wasn't until Athena walked in dejected that Tis keenly realized something was wrong. The smell of the other person, the other person's clothes, the other person's awkward walking posture. The exquisite tea set fell to the ground and shattered to pieces. Just like a piece of art that is broken, it is difficult to restore. Athena can be said to be her proudest child. Although she is a girl, she is confident and strong, not inferior to men at all. However, the other party has become like this now. As a mother, she can naturally tell that something is wrong with the other person. Athena, did you lose? But how did it become like this? Athena avoided her mother's gaze, feeling extremely ashamed. If it were normal, she would have rushed to her mother with the fruits of victory. Share the joy of victory. However, this is the first time. This was the first time she lost so completely. I won 2 out of 3 games. I lost the first 2 games. He was not arrogant on the surface. He was prepared. Metis was shocked to hear such words. Could it be that the other party is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Then didn't the other party deceive himself? Then how did you become like this? Did he take the opportunity to do something to you? He is just a little human being. How can he have the ability to do anything to you? Athena naturally knew what her mother's words meant, so she threw herself into her arms, cried loudly, "You! I am not reconciled." Then after telling the whole story, Metis was heartbroken when he heard his daughter's grievances. Athena seems powerful, but she is only tightly wrapped by a hard outer shell. Her heart is actually extremely soft. She had never seen her daughter like this. Metis felt very regretful and remorseful. If he hadn't tested it clearly, he would have fallen into that boy's trap. I won't let my daughter suffer such a thing. This is absolutely abominable. Just wait, I will avenge you right now. I must crush that human being to ashes. Metis's eyes were sinister. In her eyes, humans were just like ants. They could be easily crushed to death. She has no reason to do this, and has no interest in doing so. But now, her murderous intention can no longer be concealed. Athena quickly hugged her waist to stop her. Mother, don't go. He is too despicable. I'm afraid he will do something wrong again. I'm really afraid now. Metis became even more angry when she heard her daughter say she was afraid of this. Her daughter was not afraid of anything. How could she be like this if it weren't for this man? Even the most basic confidence is gone. Fighting in the future will become a burden that is difficult to overcome. No, I have to go. Metis's magical power was running, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Lin Chen is at the back of the castle, where there is a martial arts field specially developed for him. He stood in the middle of the wide field and couldn't wait to gather his weapons. This is his new reward, which is really curious. He circulates the divine power in his body and mobilizes the divine power of time and space. Finally, these divine powers condensed into small flying knives, which looked so deep and dark that they seemed to be able to drag everything around them into it. These don't seem to be flying knives, but small black holes. He tried to throw the flying knife out, and it was like jumping through space. The flying knife appeared where he imagined, and in the blink of an eye, the 10-meter distance between Hikiri and Hikiki disappeared. This doesn't mean the object disappears, it means everything. Time, space, and all objects have disappeared. Such terrifying power made Lin Chen extremely happy. This kind of power is so terrifying, it is indeed the 2 supreme laws. Once fully integrated, Zeus will definitely not be my time. He smiled with satisfaction, feeling that the day of decisive battle between himself and Zeus was not far away. On the other side, Athena's mother, Metis, now came to the vast seaside. On the sparkling sea, she waited coldly. Within a moment, a huge black shadow appeared under the sea, followed immediately by an extremely huge whirlpool. Metis showed a cruel smile. "You're here. Kill Lin Chen." Charybdis is the daughter of Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth. Metis stood on a very high cliff by the sea and was lost in thought. She is one of the ocean goddesses, the original goddess of wisdom, now the goddess of wisdom and thought, and the first wife of Zeus. This is also the reason why she found this whirlpool monster. Human beings are too fragile. A little natural disaster will make them disappear without a trace. After all, human beings are their own daughters. Athena gave them wisdom and participated in their creation, so she won't wipe out all humans. But the guy who offended his daughter, Metis gritted his teeth and felt very uncomfortable, as if he had swallowed a fly and could not get up or get down. If it weren't for the fear of exposing his identity, it would shock the world. She had already taken action herself. As the vortex grew larger and larger, there was a huge black shadow in its center. It was very obvious and looked particularly scary. Charybdis was thrown into the Strait of Messina by the god King Zeus for stealing and slaughtering the cattle and sheep of the great hero Hercules. She was imprisoned at the southern end of the peninsula, and she was so angry that she swallowed seawater 3 times a day, forming a huge whirlpool that would swallow passing ships. Its reputation is very prominent, which is why Metis found her. The black shadow gradually emerged from the whirlpool, and the terrifying heads looked like dragons and snakes. The fiery red appearance shows that she is not simple. Lin Chen, the representative of the land of hope? I have heard of him from the mouths of people who have been torn apart by me. I hate him too. Those people want to cross the ocean to go to his land of hope. They also say that I will definitely be eliminated by human heroes. Charybdis was of course very unhappy, and this human being's sense of existence was too strong. Almost all human beings praise him, worship him, and believe in him. This also made Charybdis very angry. Metis also showed hatred. He is indeed a very annoying guy, deceitful and cunning. Since we have a common enemy, let's kill him. However, Charybdis stared at each other closely with several pairs of eyes. Although I find him annoying, it's not to the point where I want to kill him. Metis saw the longing and greed in Charybdis's eyes, covering up his inner impatience. "Please give me flowers. What do you want?" Charybdis shook his head. "You know what I want, don't you? If you kill him, you will satisfy my request." Of course Metis knew that the other party did not want to be imprisoned here. As Zeus's first wife, she could still do this. So she readily agreed. "No problem. As long as he can kill Lin Chen. Kill the guy who insulted his daughter. What is this small price to pay?" After receiving the answer, Charybdis set out from the ocean while passing through some ocean depths. It swallowed several terrifying whirlpools as it hurried on. These whirlpools all exist on the bottom of the sea. Such whirlpools can bring huge tornadoes and tsunamis, which are enough to make human beings Metis anyway. There is no special instruction not to destroy human beings. Every time those humans passed by her unhappily and disturbed her rest, she was extremely irritable. These people should have disappeared long ago. She doesn't care so much. Moreover, Metis also mentioned that this human being is more cunning and has certain strength. So let her be careful. Haha, just a human being. What kind of strength can he have? Although she was disdainful, she still gave her best ability. In order to be free, she must do this well. The land of hope built by Lin Chen is not particularly far from the seaside. Because of a good geographical location, the country can develop better. So when he first decided on the location, he found it in low valleys such as forests and seaside. This will make it easier for people to fish, farm, etc. Therefore, the overseas trade of the country of hope has also developed very strongly. A very ordinary sunny day. People were fishing happily on the beach. They were discussing excitedly while fishing on the boats. Have you seen Pandora, the wife of human hero Lin Chen? She is so perfect. I heard that the gods in the sky specially prepared it to reward Lin Chen. I think Pandora is almost like a god except that she has no divine power. When I look at her, I feel very lucky, and only such people can be with our hero Lin Chen. Still called a hero? The kingdom of hope has been built. Lin Chen should be our king. I went to the city center a few days ago and paid homage to the statue of Lin Chen. He really brought us so much. Me too. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thank you to our king. While they were talking, laughing, and worshipping their faith, the sun was shining high in the distance on the coastline. The sea water was sparkling, but a huge black shadow appeared under the sea. What followed was one huge terrifying whirlpool after another. Some people felt that the sea was not calm, and suddenly realized that something was wrong and felt very uncomfortable. He looked into the distance and issued a warning. "Quick, it's not a good time to fish today, let's go." He responded to his call, and everyone evacuated alertly. Everyone was united without any objection, because this is also the knowledge and experience provided by Lin Chen, which gave them a huge shock. There are also dedicated people to learn about the ocean and fishing, and then they always advised the people on the beach. They even conducted a drill, so even if they didn't know whether it was a drill, they would still be fully vigilant and retreat. Charybdis was about to give Lin Chen a big gift quietly. I was confused looking at all this. How do these humans run so fast? It shook one of its heads and ignored it. On the coast, it came ashore. Surrounding it are 9 extremely huge whirlpools. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Go and inform the king that another monster is coming. God, how could something like this happen again? Please be safe. Charybdis ignored those insignificant people, and its terrifying appearance frightened everyone for more than a day or two. Through the forests, Charybdis. I saw the tall castle in the distance. This tall castle is surrounded by layers of outer cities. When it appeared, the gods in the sky also discovered this scene. The usually very leisurely gods were all gathered together to watch the show. Most of them are very confused. Is this another trick of the God King? No, it's impossible, right? Hermes hasn't done anything recently. Then this time is the disaster caused by humans themselves? Ha. Let's see how they solve it. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.